Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the third part of What If Deku Had Artillery Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Class 1A streamed out of the changing rooms, now clad in their hero costumes. The various HPSC employees standing by directed them to the auditorium, which was quickly filling up with second and third-year students from other schools around the country. Izuku glanced around the massive room and whistled in admiration. It's almost twice as big as the entrance exam auditorium, and they're still struggling to fit everyone. Just goes to show how much competition there is out there. Hitoshi nodded. UA may be the most well-known, but it definitely isn't the only producer of great heroes. See those guys in the ninja outfits over there? They're from Seijin High School, the alma mater of Edge Shot. And those girls in the matching white uniforms are from CI Academy, whose headmistress is said to rival Netsu himself in intelligence. Katsuki grunted, checking over his gauntlets and fiddling with his new visor. Big names don't mean shit. Let their abilities speak for them, not their reputation. Izuku huffed, checking through his equipment and making sure it was all in working order. You said it. The hero hopefuls had been working with Mei a lot in the weeks preceding the exam. Izuku's jumpsuit now sported pouches on the upper arms for more storage. Katsuki held flashbang-shaped capsules on his belt for carrying medical supplies, along with a small tank of drinking water on his back. Kyuka wore earrings shaped like metal balls, which she could plug her jacks into and detach them from the piercing to use as tiny flails. She also wielded her new combat guitar, made of a carbon steel alloy with tungsten strings and embedded speakers. Ochako's old high heels were replaced with boots similar to 13th's, matching her costume's color scheme and containing gyroscopes to orient her in midair, along with gauntlets that contained 30-meter grappling hooks. Kaminari's wrists sported tiny crossbows that would launch copper spikes, which would then draw his electricity into a focused point at long range. Kirishima wore a shirt keyed to his DNA, meaning that hardening wouldn't tear it, so he had a measure of defense without his quirk activated. Kuta's costume now had pockets for throat lozenges and various types of animal food. Hitoshi's mask could alter his voice to sound like someone else, and even helped him throw it around so that it sounded like it was coming from different directions. Of course, the biggest change was Yorashi's costume. Gone were the bulky pipes, massive cloak, and enormous left glove. He wore a dark blue jumpsuit over his body, made from the same material as everyone else's costumes. On his chest, he wore an aviator jacket, made of the same material as Izuku's vest and sporting several pockets for medical supplies. His head was covered by a standard pilot's helmet, complete with a tube leading to an oxygen tank that sat behind his shoulder blades. He also wore boots that had extending anchors and gloves that let him grip to rough surfaces easily, along with elbow and knee pads. In addition, his jetpack had its point cut off partway down the slope to leave a shelf for his oxygen tank, and it now sported tiny aesthetic wings on the sides. Once the auditorium had reached its max capacity, the doors slid shut as a man with messy beige hair walked up to the microphone on the stage up front. Hello, and welcome to the official provisional license exam. My name is Mara Yakumaru, and I'm the representative from the HPSC in charge of this event. Now, due to recent events, we've decided to make the passing requirements a little more strict. To be blunt, only 100 of you will pass this exam. At most. For reference, there are 1540 of you taking the exam today. So you'll need to really go above and beyond if you want to pass this time. The auditorium devolved into mutters, and Izuku frowned. That's only a 6.5% chance of just getting through the first half. We're really gonna need our A game here. Mara clapped his hands, grabbing everyone's attention. Right? Let's get this over with so I can go back to sleep. This exam will be divided into two sections. The first half will be a kind of elimination round, to weed out the best from the pack. He pulled out two objects, an orange ball and some kind of black disc with a silver rim. You will each be given 6 balls and 3 targets. You must place the targets somewhere visible on your person. If a person's 3 targets are hit, they're eliminated. Your goal is to eliminate 2 other opponents. The first 100 students to meet this requirement will move on to the second half of the exam. He touched the ball to the target, and it lit up red. Once the 100th person passes, the first half will end. Several HPSC employees began moving through the crowd, handing out balls and targets to each person. Izuku pondered the situation for a bit, before placing his targets in an inverted triangle in the center of his chest. Katsuki glanced over at his placement and raised an eyebrow. Aren't they easier to hit there? Izuku shook his head. They're actually the hardest to hit there. If they're on my chest, then anyone trying to hit them will have to attack from the front, where I can see them coming. If I placed one on my back, that'd just be a free hit for anyone who can sneak up on me. Katsuki hummed, before nodding. Makes sense. He placed his targets on his chest in a triangle pattern. The rest of the class quickly followed suit, arranging their targets on their chests in various formations. Once all of the balls and targets had been distributed, Mera announced, "Now, I believe you all have different terrains that you prefer. So, we've decided to provide a range of scenery." The ground rumbled, and the crowd gasped as the roof and walls fell away to reveal the sprawling arena around them. Izuku spotted a raised highway, a sprawling industrial complex similar to Ground Gamma, a flowing waterfall rimmed by a forest, a mountain range with a spiraling path up the tallest peak, a collection of office buildings, and a street lined with shops. You'll have 10 minutes to fan out and prepare before the exam begins in earnest. Now move quickly so I can get back to sleep. Immediately, the other schools began to spread out among the massive area. Izuku put his fingers in his mouth and let out a piercing whistle, then shouted, "1A, huddle up." Immediately, his classmates formed a tight circle around him. Alright, the name of the game here is teamwork. People are going to be likely to ally themselves with people from their own school, since they're more likely to know each other's abilities. Katsuki nodded. Makes sense. Izuku held up a finger. Another thing, we're most likely prime targets for anyone else. Ashido frowned. But what did we do to them? Yurashi huffed. It's because of the sports festival. Every year, UA students have their capabilities broadcasted to the world. And while they won't know your names or exact quirks this year, they're likely smart enough to be able to connect costumes to names, and names to powers. Izuku nodded. Exactly. So, we need to focus on what we've done since the sports festival. Look through your available moves and figure out which ones they won't expect. And most importantly, stick together. I would suggest moving as a class, but we've all got such different styles, that wouldn't work out well. So, I'm thinking we'll split into specialized teams. Hitoshi, Fumikage, and Hagakure. You three are our stealthiest group. Stick together and attack from the shadows. Fumikage nodded. Understood. Embrace the darkness, but do not lose sight of the light. Ida, Ochako, Tsu, and Siro, you're our most mobile. Get in, hit fast and hard, and get out before they notice you. Ochako grinned and smacked her fist into her palm. They won't know what hit 'em. Ojiro, Satu, and Shuji are our big guns. You guys probably hit the hardest out of our class. Aoyama, Ashido, and Kuda, you go with them to provide long-range support. Kuda signed, I'll do my best. Yurashi, I think you're one of the only ones in the class who can do this solo. You're the wild card, since you weren't there for the festival. Nobody's going to know what you can do. Get out there and kick ass. Yurashi grinned. You got it. Alright. Kaminari, Kirishima, Kyuka, Katsuki, you're with me. We know each other's fighting styles the best out of anyone in the class. Teamwork is going to be our biggest advantage. Katsuki grinned and slammed a fist into his palm, letting off a quick explosion. You fucking know it? Izuku nodded and scanned the class. Alright, we all know our assignments. Now let's get out there and kick some ass. Right? Shoyuta grinned with pride as the blob that was his class split up into smaller groups, all running in different directions. From what he could tell, they'd split into smaller groups based on similar fighting styles, and Yurashi had headed off on his own. Smart thinking. Emi huffed from her seat next to him. You'd think they'd stick closer together in a bigger group. Strength in numbers and all that. Shoyuta grunted. They're going to be outnumbered no matter what they do, so they're splitting up the attention on them in order to make it more manageable. It's easier to fight off a combined attack from a single direction than several combined attacks from multiple directions. Emi frowned. So how come the one kid went off on his own? Is he cocky enough to think he can go solo? Shoyuta crossed his arms. Considering he's the wild card of the class, it's not exactly unfounded. He's the transfer student from Shiketsu. Not only does he have the element of surprise, but he's probably more powerful than just about any other single student in the class. Emi hummed and scanned the field. I guess that's fair. You didn't tell your class about the crushing of UA, did you? Shoyuta snorted. Didn't need to. Even if Yurashi hadn't transferred to UA, the class rep probably would have figured it out regardless. Emi raised an eyebrow at him. You seem awfully confident in your class abilities. What happened to the eraser that constantly downplayed his students' strengths? Shoyuta grunted. They're a good bunch. They actually lift each other up instead of just competing with each other all the time. Teamwork is one of their biggest strengths, and they're closer than any of my other classes from the experiences they've been through. Emi gasped and held a hand over her heart. Why, Eraser, if I didn't know you any better, I'd say you're fond of these brats. Shoyuta blushed and turned away, feeling his face grow hot. Might have gotten attached. Blame Mike, he's the one who infected me with his infuriating optimism. Emi giggled. I might have to send him a gift basket. Is he still hooked on banana mochi? Shoyuta grinned. Actually, he's moved on to grape. We've recently gained an appreciation for the color purple. Izuku stared up at the students surrounding his team on the cliffs above. The one in front with bushy black hair shouted, Everyone knows it's logical to team up with your own class. Strength in numbers? Izuku huffed. You seem to be laboring under the delusion that we're going to… What was the phrase? Come quietly. Well, I can tell you this. We have no intention of failing this exam. The blonde girl standing near him, clearly a woman of culture, shouted, Enough of this. Take them. As the rest of her class glanced at her in confusion, Izuku grinned and equipped the masked hammer ability, sending up a tornado of fire as a distraction, drawing the enemy's attention as his group split up. Better go easy on her. Gotta respect a fellow nerd. Fumikage tapped on his leg in Morse code, sending a message to his two teammates as he stared up at the collection of Seijin High School students standing on the pipes above him. The one in front, dressed in red, called, You must be pretty cocky if you're taking us all on by yourself, Kurayumi of 1A. Fumikage grunted. I take it you watched the sports festival. The red student huffed. Even if you're a UA student, you're still just a first year. There's no way you can hope to match an entire class with your own power. Fumikage chuckled. True. In a scenario such as this, I would not have a chance of succeeding on my own. The student in red laughed. So you admit that dash? Fumikage cut him off. Which is why it's a good thing that I'm not on my own. The red student paused. What? Suddenly, two of his classmates standing behind him were flung through the air by an unseen force, just as Ayama's capture scarf flung out and slammed another 3 students into each other, effectively taking them out of commission. The remaining half paused, still unsure of what was going on, and Fumikage moved. Abyssal Shroud. Dark shadow covered his head and forearms like a second skin, and he leaped off the ground, streaking through the air towards the clear leader of the group. Mustering a fake tone of confidence, the Seijin student shouted, Gather yourselves. It's just 5 on 3. Fumikage grinned, aware of how unsettling such an expression was when one had a raven's head. Not quite. Dark Shadow's eyes turned red, and their body expanded to massive proportions. Their shadowy form grew to cover not only Fumicage's arms, but also his legs. In only a few seconds he was implanted in the center of a massive shadowy figure, complete with a raven's head and massive claws. Avatar of Tsukuyomi. Kuji frowned as the pigeon he'd summoned gave its report. He reached into one of his pouches and pulled out a handful of birdseed, glancing over at his teammates as it began to feed. It says that there are several people on the highway, but only one of them looks normal. The rest are changed. It was too disturbed to properly describe them. Shuji hummed, turning a hand into an ear and pressing it against a nearby support pillar. I'm definitely hearing multiple heartbeats. A lot of them are elevated, like they're in a state of panic. But I'm not hearing any screaming, which has me concerned. Kuji glanced back down at the pigeon. It looked up at him and cooed, having finished the handful of birdseed. Fly away. I don't want you to get caught in whatever might happen. The pigeon trilled and flapped away, and Kuda knelt on the ground, laying one hand on the tarmac. He whistled, and a line of ants marched out of a hill, falling into formation at his feet. Ashido shivered. Gonna take me a while to get used to you doing that. Did your buddies have to help you get over your fear during the summer camp? The rest of the group sent various expressions her way as Kuji spelled out his instructions. The pink-skinned girl huffed and crossed her arms. What? I get that it's really useful, but it's still kinda weird to see a bunch of ants march out of an anthill and line up in rows. The ants started crawling up a pillar, and Kuji stood up, dusting his knees off. It's alright. I understand that not everyone has the same perspective on bugs. That kind of behavior is odd to see from insects, even if ants are the most predisposed to marching in file. Ashido nodded. Right. So, what did you tell them to do? They'll find the one person up there with the normal heartbeat, then form a ring underneath his feet on the underside of the highway. There should be enough natural lighting for them to be visible. Once I give the signal, I want you to hit that spot with your most corrosive acid. Though, please try not to hit the ants. Ashido grinned sheepishly. I'll try my best. What's the signal? Kuji chuckled. You'll know it when you hear it. He moved towards the service ladder, motioning for Ojiro and Aoyama to follow him. The three of them quickly climbed up onto the highway, coming face to face with a teen wearing a Shiketsu cap and surrounded by several balls of flesh. The teen scowled at them and announced, "And so, 3 more maggots crawl into my domain. Do you have the power to rise and become the best of the best? Or will you sully the reputation of the great with your incompetence? Let us not wait until you graduate to find out." Ojiro huffed. What the heck are you going on about? Kuji's senses tingled, and he ducked as something flew in from behind and slammed into Ojiro, picking the boy up and compressing him into a ball of flesh, eyes, hair, and clothing, not unlike the other forms on the road. Ojiro was dropped into the Shiketsu student's waiting right hand, as 5 fleshy globs floated in midair behind him. The teen huffed. Good reflexes, I suppose. But pure instinct will not be enough. Yima went pale. What are you doing, monsieur? Surely, you could have passed on your own after trapping a mere 2 other students, non? The other teen scoffed. This is not about simply passing or failing the exam. I do not trust the examiners to uphold the high standards that should come with heroism, so I am taking it upon myself to weed out those who do not fit the qualifications. Kuji frowned and signed. And why do you think that you know what those qualifications are? The Shiketsu student tilted his head. If you wish to speak to me, use words, not meaningless gestures. Aoyama gasped and placed a hand over his heart. Mon ami. Surely, you have heard of sign language? The other teen huffed. If such a thing were to exist, it would not be necessary for me to learn it. After all, why would a prestigious institution such as UA allow a lesser student to walk its halls? Surely all UA students are capable of speech. Kuji scowled. That's rather rude. Just because someone can't talk doesn't mean they can't be a hero. The boy huffed again. I said, if you wish to speak to me, use your words. Yorch sign language, as you call it, means nothing to me. Kuji sighed. I'll give you one more chance to end this peacefully. Otherwise, this might get rough. The teen scowled, the balls of flesh in midair tensing. Fine. If you will insist on this meaningless endeavor, then I will end this quickly. Then your companion and I can have an intellectual conversation, freak. Then again, with his ridiculous accent, I doubt I could understand him, anyway. The balls of flesh shot forward, and Kuji shouted, Don't say I didn't warn you. On cue, the road underneath the student's feet melted, and he let out a high-pitched scream as he fell to the road below. There was a loud smack, and the people on the road began shifting, growing, and unfurling. Kuji walked forward and glanced through the newly formed hole in the road. Ashido grinned back up at him, pointing to where Shuji and Satu were standing over the Shiketsu student's prone form, looking quite angry. Shuji heard the whole thing and related to us. We don't like this guy very much. How's the situation up there? Kuji glanced around as the other students started to recover from their transformation. Not good. The sooner you can get up here, the better. We need to fill in the numbers gap. Ochako raised a hand to her helmet, activating her comms system. Guys, be careful. I just took out a sniper on this rooftop. There are probably a lot more students waiting inside. Ida responded, "Thank you for the warning, Uravity. We will do this quickly and efficiently. It would be appreciated if you could join us when you can." Ochako hummed, glancing over at the side of the building opposite where her group was entering. "I might be busy ambushing them. They're currently entering the building on the opposite end. Send Froppy around the outside a couple floors up for surveillance." Ciro sarcastically whined, "What? You don't think I can do surveillance? I'm hurt, Uravity." Ochako snorted. "You know damn well what I meant, Cellophane. Now shut up and move in with ignition." "Roger that." Sue croaked, "I'm in position, Caro." They're set up by the elevators, which are close to the side of the building. There's a window looking into the hallway connecting the two sides, and I've got a good view of the back of this girl who seems to be the leader. I'll crawl a floor up and decamouflage to let you know which side, Uravity." Ochako grinned and cracked her knuckles. "All right, let's do this." Inasa grinned widely as his wind snatched the balls from the crowd of people on the streets below. "I'll be taking those." One of them shouted, "Hey, give those back. We need those to pass this exam." Several of the others started nodding in angry agreement, and the feeling spread until the entire crowd was yelling up at him. He soaked in the noise like a sponge, letting it grow until it reached a fever pitch. Eventually, he called out, "Man, you're all so passionate. I love passionate heroes, you know. So as a gift, I'll give you your balls back. Here, see if you can catch them." With a swipe of his right hand, the whirling tornado of balls was sent streaking through the street below, slamming into target after target. In only a few seconds, he'd eliminated the entire street of people. As he basked in his achievement, the HPSC guy shouted, "Wait, one person just eliminated 120 people all at once." His targets lit up blue, and an automated voice said, "You have passed the first half of the exam. Please proceed to the waiting room at the edge of the arena." Inasa chuckled and swirled the wind into his pack, sending him speeding through the air towards the large room set into a wall of the arena. As he passed over the now-destroyed mountain range, he glanced down and grinned at the sight of a familiar uniform. The wind stopped, and he dropped to the ground right behind the familiar face. Her targets lit up blue. "Hey, Kami-senpai. Wasn't expecting to run into you here." The Shiketsu upperclassman turned to face him with a grin. "Yo, bro. Been a hot minute. Totes yeet that we found each other. Looks like you're doing high-key great at UA, brosef." Inasa snorted. "Still as hard to understand as ever, I see." Izuku and his team walked into the waiting room, grinning at the slew of familiar faces watching the entrance. "Nice work, one. Congratulations on a full passing rate." Urashi grinned widely. "I found so many passionate people. They were great. Almost a shame I made them all fail." Ashido choked on her spit. "Wait, are you saying you're the guy who eliminated 120 people at the same time?" Urashi smirked. "Well, I didn't exactly count the number of people on that street, but I did get them all at once with their own balls, so I think that's a safe bet." A taller girl standing next to him whistled. "Damn, brosef. That's high-key impressive for a first year." Izuku stared at her for a couple seconds. "Do you need a vibe check, or is that your normal behavior?" The girl snorted. "You're pretty lit too, brosef. What's your name?" Izuku grinned and stuck his hand out. "Midoriya Izuku, aka Save Point, aka one as class representative. I take it from your cap that you're a Shiketsu student?" She shot finger guns at him. "Ain't capping there." Urashi groaned lightheartedly and slammed his palm into his face, before quickly removing it and grinning. "Midoriya, meet Utsushimi Kami. At Shiketsu, there's a lot more interaction between the different years, so we know each other better than you probably know your upperclassmen. I'm surprised you can understand her." Katsuki scoffed. "The nerd's obsessed with pre-Quirk culture, so I'm not surprised he's familiar with the slang. Even if it's honestly excessive." Kaminari nodded. "Definitely. I mean, I consider myself a meme guy, but that's a little much, even for me. Atsushimi smirked. Cope. Izuku grinned. Seethe. The blonde Ketsubutsu girl popped up and said, and mauled. Izuku whirled on the spot to grin at her. Hey, you made it. She grinned and gave a small wave. Yep. Nakagame tame, te turtleneck. I also go by Master Rashi online. Izuku gasped with delight and pointed at her. You're that Wendy main that I kept running into in Smash Ultimate tourneys? She pointed back at him, still grinning. And you're that bush boss guy who mains Ivysaur. Oh man, this is great. Before they could geek out any further, the loudspeakers turned on, and Mara announced, we now have our first 100 passers. All of those still on the field, please make your way towards the doors leading to the stands. After the field is cleared, you'll have 5 minutes to prepare yourselves while we rearrange. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Rearrange? Nakagame tossed up a salute. Welp, it's been nice meeting ya, but I gotta get back to the rest of us who managed to pass. Thanks for not taking me out when your team stormed our class, by the way. Izuku grinned. Don't mention it. Us nerds have to stick together. As she ran off, Atsushimi stuck up a peace sign and said, I high-key gotta get back to my crew. Izuku tossed out a thumbs up as the other girl turned and wandered off into the crowd. Turning around, he placed his hands on his hips and pursed his lips as he glanced up at the large screen showing the testing field. So, the first half was mainly focused on speed and combat, fighting other examinees quickly to pass before anyone else. What do you think they'll test next? Katsuki huffed. Probably something about saving people. After all, Rule 1 of Heroics dash. Prioritize the rescue, the class recited in harmony. Up in the stands, Sho Yuta felt vaguely proud of his class for something other than getting through the first half together. He couldn't quite place why though. Suddenly, the ground rumbled, and Izuku's attention snapped to the large screen as the field suddenly crumbled. Buildings collapsed, a landslide wrecked the waterfall, the industrial sector fell apart, and the mountain range. Well, there wasn't much to make the mountain range even more ruined after what Shindo did to it. What the heck? Mara announced, the first half tested your fighting prowess. As such, the second half will test your ability to save. The scenario is as follows. A recent villain attack has left this area in shambles. Your task is to rescue the various civilians trapped and injured out there. Once we open up, it's up to all 100 of you to decide how to handle it. Oh, and don't worry about the civilians. They're volunteers from the Help Us group, an organization of professional actors. Izuku hummed. That's a big area. We're going to need to coordinate not just among the class, but between the different schools, too. Katsuki huffed. Good luck with that. A lot of M seem to hate us for surviving the USJ. Yurashi frowned. That's stupid. Why would they hate you for getting attacked on school grounds? Izuku shrugged. Dunno. 1B and the Gen Ed classes were the same, even declaring war on us before the sports festival. I genuinely have no clue why people seem to think that we wanted that to happen and are flaunting it. Still, if we want to make this efficient and quick, we need to coordinate with them. Nakagame appeared out of the crowd. I can help with that. Ketsubutsu's got a good reputation, so we'd have better chances of everyone coordinating if it's one of us pitching the idea instead of you guys. Shame, but it's the truth. Izuku grinned. Works for me. As long as the civilians get rescued. The waiting room fell apart, and Sho Yuta grinned with pride as his class immediately shot out into the field, spreading out to maximize area coverage. The other schools did much the same, but a little later. And, as usual, the UA students who survive the first half are the first out on the field. Emmy frowned at the remains of the waiting room, where one of her students was standing and barking out instructions for some of the remaining students. I wasn't expecting Tadame to be the one to take charge. Usually it's Yo or Shiki who does that kind of thing. Then again, they didn't make it to the second phase, so I guess she's picking up the slack or something. Sho Yuta nodded in satisfaction as Ida began ferrying civilians from his classmates to the medical station that was being set up in the remains of the waiting room. Good thinking. Get the fastest ones to get the civilians out of harm's way in case a villain decides to make a move. Suddenly, part of the wall opposite the waiting room exploded, and several figures streamed out of the hole, including the unmistakable figure of Gang Orca. Mera announced, "I said that this area had been hit by a villain attack. I never said that the villains had left for good." Shoyuta placed a hand on his chest. "Ah, a logical ruse after my own heart." Emi snorted, and Shoyuta grinned as he mentally added another point to the running tally they kept of instances where one had made the other laugh. That's 25 to 53 in her favor. Keep spending time with the Hellspawn, and I might start to catch up. Izuku hummed in thought as he considered the new threat of Gang Orca and his minions. He ran through a few mental calculations before raising a hand to his headphones. Who's not currently evacuating civilians? After a few seconds of silence, he winced. Okay, yeah, dumb question. Who's in Gang Orca's area? Ochako responded, I'm close, but I'm currently busy trying to lift a building off of a group of civilians in the apartment zone. Jack Sabbath is with me, but she needs to get them out from underneath. Katsuki growled, I'd help, but I'm currently stuck by the landslide area helping dig people out of the wreckage. Which is dumb, because explosions aren't gonna help anything. Can anyone take over for me? Kirishima fired back, I would, but I'm over by the highway ruins helping Baker's Dozen and Tentacle move this debris. Coulda called, give me a few seconds and I can get over there, save point. I just need to get this man out of these pipes and to where Ignition can pick him up. Tsu responded, I'm busy over here in this skyscraper, Karo. There are too many people on the different floors, and Cellophane and I are the only ones who can reliably move vertically. Yarashi called, I would love to fight, but I am currently needed to move this rubble in the downtown area. Hitoshi grunted, I'm caught up in the industrial zone. They need my capture scarf to move the pipes. Also, these Seijin guys are getting really annoying to work with. I think they've got a grudge against me from the first half. Kaminari shouted, I'm busy providing power to the medical station. These guys brought some neat equipment, but they didn't pack their own generator, so I'm stuck. Ida announced, I need to ferry the injured, so I cannot be spared to deal with the villains. Aoyama called, my quirk is needed to provide light in the wreckage of the downtown area, monsieur. I must remain here. Ashido responded, I'm busy melting through the rubble of the highway, so I can't help you there. Ojiro grunted, I can be spared, but I'm not fast enough to get there in time to reasonably help. Besides, Gang Orca's sonic blast could easily put me out of commission. Fumikage called, Dark Shadow's claws are necessary to dig out the injured from the landslide area. I cannot be of assistance with the villains. Hagakure shouted, even if I managed to get close, there's no way I'd be able to help with someone that big. Besides, I've got my hands full over here in the residential area with hauling people to safe zones. Izuku sighed. All right then. Anima, see what you can do about getting here quickly, but don't rush too fast. I should be able to hold them off long enough for any civilians in the area to be relocated. He quickly fired up his extreme gear and raced between the collapsed buildings, shooting out in front of the horde and skidding to a stop between them and the civilians. Gang Orca scoffed. They send one child to stop me and my minions? How pitiful. Test your mettle against us. Izuku equipped his Meta Knight sword, allowing the mask to cover his face. Don't bother dropping a save. This is game over for you. 30 minutes later. Izuku felt tears well up in his eyes as he stared down at the plastic card in his hands. I did it. I actually did it. Katsuki clapped him on the back. Damn right you did. Probably the first time an entire class of first years has passed the provisional license exam. And we couldn't have done it without you. A familiar voice called out, darn straight. Izuku turned and grinned as Utsushimi walked up, dressed in her school uniform. That would have been high-key scary if we'd had to deal with the big bad ourselves. Thanks for the hand, Brozef. Izuku smirked. Not a problem. I couldn't call myself a hero if I couldn't protect people. Utsushimi grinned and held out a piece of paper with numbers written on it. Here's my number. Totes call me if you've got a sec. Izuku stuck it in his pocket. I'll consider it. The older girl stuck up a peace sign and jogged off towards her waiting classmates. One of them glared over at the class, and Kuda smirked and signed something in his direction. The teen immediately started screeching something, only to be cut off by the large student covered in hair. He had to be physically dragged to his bus, kicking and screaming. Katsuki raised an eyebrow at Kuda, who had his hands in his pockets and a smirk on his face. What did you sign at him? Even I'm not that good at riling people up. Kuda chuckled. What I signed didn't really matter. In the first half, I made him think that I was mute, then yelled to signal Ishido to melt the road out from under his feet. So he's already mad at me for that. But to really rub it in, I signed, your mother was a hamster and your father smelled of elderberries. I don't think he understands sign language, but it was worth it anyway. Izuku snorted, and the rest of the hero hopefuls started cracking up. The rest of the class looked on in confusion as Aizawa-sensei walked up. Alright Hellspawn, good work today. Now let's get back to Yua. There's a new opportunity available to you now that you have your provisional licenses. The class started groaning, only to go silent when the hero held a hand up. I never said that was going to happen immediately. He held up his phone with a grin, opened to a text conversation. I let Mike know that you all passed, and there's about 10 pizzas waiting back at the dorms. The class cheered and charged towards the bus, somehow having enough presence of mind to file on in an orderly fashion. Izuku shook his head in mock disappointment, before glancing sidelong at his teacher. You told Mike to order the pizzas the second we all passed the first half, didn't you? Aizawa-sensei smirked. I might not have. I also might tell you if you get on the bus and stop asking questions. Izuku grinned and ran towards the bus, clutching his new provisional license tightly. Mom's gonna flood the apartment when I send her a photo. Toshinori poked his head in, sighing when he noticed that nothing had changed with young Yaoyorozu. Shizenji-san walked up to him, clipboard in hand. I've told you before, Toshinori, I'll let you know if her state changes at all. You don't need to keep checking on her. Toshinori sighed. I know, but I just can't help myself. Every time I try to keep the thought out of my mind, something draws me here to check on her. The fact that she looks so much like Nana doesn't help either. Shizenji-san frowned and glanced at the sleeping girl. After a few seconds, she hummed to herself. For once, I see what you mean. There's definitely a resemblance. Maybe I should send a DNA sample to Tsukachi? Toshinori shook his head. After learning about young Tenko, I don't think my heart could handle learning of another relative of hers, even if she's a fine young woman. Shizenji-san shrugged. Suit yourself. By the way, I think Night Eye was looking for you earlier. Something about potential interns among the first-year classes. Toshinori hummed. I see. Thank you, Shizenji-san. She patted his knee, thankfully without her cane. Get moving, you oaf. I don't want you peering over my shoulder while I check her vitals. As the exam had been on a Thursday, the first-year hero students were given Friday off to rest, relax, and recover from the day's events. Monoma had come over to brag that 1B had only gotten 3 failures, only to fall silent when all of 1A pulled out their provisional licenses in unison. Kenda showed up to collect the blonde, and Izuku congratulated her on her class high passing rate, citing the numbers that 1A had faced and how 1B had surely faced similar numbers with similar success. Come Monday, classes had resumed as normal. Lunch was a quiet affair, with 1A wondering what could be coming next for them. When the bell rang to signal the start of afternoon classes, Aizawa-sensei walked into the room to complete silence. He walked up to the podium and announced, right, now that you all have your provisional licenses, there's a new avenue available to you, work studies. Think of them as the next step from your internships. While internships were required and offers were sent to you, work studies are optional and require you to request a position at an agency yourself. Of course, the best way to learn about something is to learn from an expert, so I've asked 3 third years to come in today and talk to you about work studies. He turned towards the door and called, You can come in now. The door slid open, and Izuku's eyes widened as he recognized the 3 students that entered. Togata Mirio, Hadanijire, and Amajiki Tamagyue's current Big 3. Amajiki stepped forward as though he was about to say something, but suddenly turned around and planted his face in the corner, muttering something about potatoes. Hadu patted him on the back, before whirling around with a smile on her. She immediately started flitting from person to person, asking questions at a breakneck pace that even Izuku struggled to keep up with. After a little while, Togata cleared his throat, which drew Hadu back to the front. He walked up to the podium and looked over the class with a grin. So, you guys are the first class of first years to pass the exam, huh? Pretty exciting. You know, with villain activity rising after Kamino, things look pretty grim, huh? He stuck out a finger. Well, that's where we come in. It's up to us as up-and-coming heroes to make everyone feel safer, right? Dead silence. Someone coughed awkwardly. Amajiki mumbled, I knew we should have just drawn up a PowerPoint. Togata frowned. Wow, tough crowd, huh? Maybe my public speaking skills need work. So, it seems like you guys value action over words, huh? Fine by me. What do you say to a little sparring match, eh? 19-1, all of you against me. How about it? The class perked up, and Katsuki grinned maniacally as he slammed a fist into his palm. Now we're talking. Togata grinned back. That's more like it. Grab your gym uniforms and meet me in Gym Gamma. It spoke to their levels of excitement how quickly they got changed. They were ready and filing into Gym Gamma in less than a minute. True to his word, Togata was already standing there and going through some basic stretches. Looks to me like you guys already know not to waste time. Good, that'll make this go faster. Aizawa-sensei held up a hand and stepped forward. Before we begin, is there anyone who wants to opt out of this? Izuku frowned and glanced over at where Hadu was grinning enthusiastically. A little too enthusiastically. I think I'll sit this one out. Call it paranoia. Kuda rubbed at his chin, then squared his shoulders. Aizawa-sensei shrugged as Izuku walked over to stand next to Amajiki. Well, I gave you an out. Don't come crying to me when this is over. Togata grinned in excitement as he stared down the class in front of him. Izuku hummed to himself and leaned towards Amajiki. They're gonna get curb-stomped, aren't they? The upperclassman let out a whimper with an affirmative tone, and Izuku winced. Togata crossed his arms and frowned. Come on, I thought you guys knew better than to stand still. Where's the initiative I saw during the sports festival? Immediately, Katsuki charged forward, swinging his right palm down through the air and letting off an explosion that ripped Togata's gym shirt to shreds, but somehow missed his torso entirely. Katsuki stumbled forward, off balance, and Togata struck, slamming a muscled arm into the younger blonde's stomach. Katsuki dropped like a rock, and the thin line of restraint snapped as the rest of the class launched their own attacks. Izuku hummed and leaned against the wall of Gym Gamma as Togata proceeded to tear through 1A one by one as if they were wet paper. Attacks miss him entirely, but still affect the area around him, including his clothes. Seems to be able to teleport, but not instantaneously. There's no effect when he disappears, and no warning when he reappears. Hadu leaned over. Trying to figure out his quirk? Izuku nodded. Don't blame ya. It's really cool. Togata appeared behind Kyuka and chopped at the back of her neck, sending her falling to the floor unconscious. Izuku raised an eyebrow. No stomach punch? But he didn't hold back against the other girls. Hadu giggled. He didn't want to make you angry by hurting your girlfriend too much. Izuku glanced over at her and raised an eyebrow. Did we really make it that obvious during the sports festival? Aizawa-sensei snorted. Problem child, you literally swept her off her feet and carried her to the field before the tournament. Anyone watching would have to be blind to not see it. Izuku grunted. Fair enough. A couple seconds later, Togata was back in his original position, pants back on, and the rest of 1A was lying on the floor in various levels of pain. Aizawa-sensei stepped forward and announced, the reason for this exercise in futility was to show you the difference a work study can make. Togata nodded. Right? What did you think of my quirk? Kaminari groaned and sat up. It's way too strong. How could you teleport and dodge all our attacks like that? Izuku spoke up. Actually, it's not teleporting. What happened was he phased through the floor, then popped up in a different location. He didn't dodge your attacks, per se, but phased through them. His uniform didn't? Togata grinned. Exactly. And while it seems strong now, it was way worse when I first got it. Back in middle school, I used to fall through the floor and get stuck in walls all the time. I had to learn to run precise calculations in my head and make predictions in order to use my quirk effectively. Those predictions come from experience, and that experience came from my work study. Ochako groaned and rubbed at her stomach. You couldn't have just said that and not beat the shit out of us? Togata laughed and rubbed at the back of his neck. Maybe. But then it wouldn't have sunk in as well, would it? Katsuki coughed into his fist. Probably not. Actions speak about 10 times louder than words, after all. Togata smiled wider and snagged his shirt from the floor, frowning at the large burn hole in the front. You know, I think I'll go without this until I get to the changing rooms. He slung the shirt over his shoulder and started marching towards the doors, but paused when he reached Izuku. How'd you know that was gonna happen? Izuku pointed his thumb over at Hadu. Her grin was a little too shit-eating for my liking. She snapped her fingers. Darn. Would have loved to see how you would have handled his quirk in real time. Gotta work on that. Amajiki pulled himself out of the corner and went to head towards the door, only to pause and glance over at Izuku. He hung his head and mumbled, Fat Gum wanted me to tell you that he'd love to have you back for work studies if you're able. Aizawa-sensei hummed. Normally, we'd require students to go with a different agency to get a range of experiences, but I might be able to get Nedzu to make an exception in this instance. After all, I don't think Midoriya got a chance to work with any other heroes at the agency during internships, so he could still get a different experience. I'll talk to the rat god about it. Amajiki nodded and headed for the door, followed by Togata. Hadu moved to follow, then paused and glanced back at where Katsuki was watching with interest. You worked with Miruko during internships, yeah? If you want to work study, find me later this week in ground beta after classes. Lady Ryuku seems interested in you. She glanced over at Ochako. Both of you. 1 week later. Izuku shoved open the double doors leading into the Fat Gum agency. Papa's home. Vibe Check glanced up from the paperwork on her desk and grinned widely. Save point. Glad to have you back. Who's the redhead? Kirishima grinned and slammed his fists together. Kirishima Idru, Red Riot. Mito Bro said I could learn a lot here. Vibe Check smirked. Well, we could certainly use a little more positivity. Her face fell. The place got pretty morose when we heard what happened to Kriati. Izuku frowned. Yeah. She's holding steady, but she hasn't shown any signs of waking up soon. We're still holding out hope, though. Vibe Check nodded solemnly. Right. Bossman's waiting for you in his office. Save point, show Red Riot the way. Izuku nodded and led Kirishima past the desk towards the stairs. As they passed by the kitchen, Izuku swung one of the doors open and snagged a tray of takoyaki from a passing chef, along with a box of toothpicks from a nearby shelf. Kirishima frowned. Are you sure that's okay? We're technically visitors here, bro. Izuku grinned and handed the box of toothpicks to his classmate. It's fine. Fat Gum does it all the time, and the interns often pop in for a quick snack. Besides, I'm a familiar face. He led the way to the stairs, grabbing a toothpick out of the box and stabbing it into a ball of takoyaki, immediately popping it in his mouth and chewing. Oh yeah. Amazing as always. These guys really know their takoyaki. He stabbed another ball of fried octopus and offered it to Kirishima. Go ahead, have one. Maybe blow on it first though. TS pretty hot. By the time they'd gotten to Fat Gum's office on the top floor, the two of them had finished the tray of takoyaki, Izuku having taken 4 of the 6 rows on the metal plate. Izuku dumped the tray into a nearby chute and flicked his toothpick into a nearby trash can, before grabbing the handle of one of the doors and pulling it open. Fat Gum glanced up from his desk, grinning as he saw the newcomers. Midoriya. Good to see you again. It's great that Nedzu let you come back here for work studies. I'm guessing this is your classmate that you told me about? Izuku nodded, and Kirishima stepped forward with a grin. Kirishima Idru, also known as Red Riot, sir. Fat Gum waved a hand dismissively. Forget the sir. We're pretty informal around here. He placed his hands on his hips. So, I'm familiar with Midoriya, but not so much with you. I remember you from the sports festival tournament, but I don't know the specifics of your quirk. Hit me with the details. Kirishima held up his right hand, hardening the individual fingers into claws in a shower of sparks. My quirk is called hardening. It lets me harden any part of my body to be as tough as solid rock, And potentially even harder with more training. Fat Gum rubbed at his chin and nodded. Interesting. You'd definitely get valuable experience if you got a work-study here. But why should I take you on as an intern? I've already got multiple sidekicks and 2 interns I know are useful. What would you bring to the table? Kirishima slammed his left fist into his chest. I promise to protect everyone I see from any danger that might come their way. I'll be a solid wall that'll weather the toughest storms. Fat Gum chuckled. I like your attitude, kid. You've got guts and a good head on your shoulders. Now, let's see if you can measure up. Kirishima paused. Sir? Fat Gum grinned. Here at my agency, everybody needs to pull their own weight, no matter when that happens to be. Either out on patrol, in the office, or even in the kitchen. As a result, I need to make sure you can keep up with everyone else's pace. A bead of sweat rolled down Kirishima's neck. What does that mean? Fat Gum grinned wider and produced 5 skewers of various meats from behind his back. Above all else, we here at the Fat Gum Agency have to be able to eat fast on the go, so that we're fueled up whenever and wherever we need to be. Here's your test. If you can finish these 5 skewers within 5 minutes while running on a treadmill, I'll sign your paperwork and take you on as an intern. Kirishima pointed at Izuku. What about Mito bro? Doesn't he have to go through the same process? Izuku grinned and pulled 5 empty skewers out of his back pocket. Why did you think I insisted that we run from the station to the agency? Had to get my application in early so that I could watch you try it. One of the sidekicks told me about the initiation when I was here for internships. Fat Gum smirked and plucked the sticks out of Izuku's hand, depositing them into a chute by his desk. Good work, save point. Vibe check notified me of your success once you entered the building. Let's see if your classmate is just as good. Katsuki crossed his arms as he and Uraraka stood by the front doors of Ryuku's agency. Where the hell is the fairy queen? She said we had a meeting with Ryuku at 10, and we're here at 10, so where the hell is she? Uraraka huffed. With her, there's no way to know. You saw how over the place she was when she and her classmates showed up to talk about these work studies. Based on how naturally it happened, I'm guessing she's like that all the time. Suddenly, the intercom by the door buzzed, and a woman's voice announced, "You would be correct. Nijire-chan informed me that the 2 of you would be here around this time, and I didn't think I could count on her to be here on time, given her nature. Please come in." The front door clicked, and Katsuki huffed, grabbing the handle and swinging it open. Figures. So, what do we gotta do? The Dragoon hero walked out from a side room, arms crossed. Well, if I'm going to take you on as interns, you'll need to prove that you can contribute to the agency. This isn't like internships. Work-study interns have the same responsibilities as sidekicks, barring patrol schedules. The 2 of you need to show me that you can pull your own weight. Katsuki crossed his arms. After a few seconds of silence, he said, "How'd you like an extra model for Dragwar?" The heroine paused. Pardon? Katsuki smirked. If you accept, Hada Mitsuki will model for Dragwar for 4 weeks. Ryuku fell silent for a couple seconds, before huffing. Only if Bakugo Masaru agrees to collaborate on the designs for the same length of time. Katsuki nodded. Deal. Ryuku smiled before turning to Uraraka. Well, what can you contribute? The girl glanced around the room, before frowning. The interior seems a little confined, especially considering your quirk. How'd you like a remodel by the Uraraka Construction Company for a 50% discount? Ryuku tilted her head curiously. Not for free. Uraraka scoffed. Girls gotta eat? Ryuku smirked. How true. In that case, you have a deal. Welcome to the Ryuku agency. Tenko frowned. You're saying who contacted you, trying to find me? Jiren sighed. The head of the Shai Hasaikai Yakuza family. He claims he's going to be the next ruler of the underworld, and he needs all for one's resources to do it. In exchange, he'll get rid of your quirk. Fat Gum popped a ball of takoyaki in his mouth as he walked down the street. You see, us heroes patrol during the day for 2 reasons. Riot, care to hazard a guess what those reasons are? Kirishima frowned, swallowing his own ball of fried octopus. Well, one of them's gotta be to keep crime rates down, right? Izuku nodded as he stabbed a toothpick into his own tray. And the other is to make the public feel safe. Fat Gum nodded. Exactly. When heroes are on patrol, civilians can look at them and think, okay, we're safe if something goes down. And criminals will say, oh, there's a hero there if I try something. It works both ways. Kirishima hummed as he considered that. That makes a lot of sense. But I thought it was our job to stop the criminals when they commit crimes. Why would we want them to wait until we're not out and about? Fat Gum stuck a finger up. See, that's where the other side of the spectrum comes in. Us limelight heroes patrol during the day and discourage crimes while we're out, so that underground heroes can catch them while they're committing crimes at night. Kirishima snapped his fingers. Like how Eraserhead tends to patrol around Present Mix Agency and catches criminals that would have seen Present Mike during the day. Fat Gum grinned. Exactly. Kirishima gestured at the bright lights all around them, lighting up the night sky over Esuha City. So then, why are we patrolling at night, if limelight heroes are supposed to discourage crimes during the day? Fat Gum chuckled. Well, we've got to do something to get paid. In order to look like we're actually doing our jobs, we've got to catch a few criminals every now and then. Can't leave them all for the underground heroes, otherwise the HPSC would think we're just sitting around wasting tax money. Amajiki pulled his hood lower over his head as he walked behind the three. I don't want to think about upsetting the commission. Kirishima frowned. You okay there, bro? Izuku sighed. Being in public makes Amajiki-senpai nervous. If he's by himself with close friends, then he's a lot better, but if he's around people he doesn't know, he clams up. Which includes every time he goes on patrol. Fat Gum is working on it. The hero sighed and nodded. We're getting there. I mean, he made a lot of progress while, well, you know. Izuku nodded solemnly. Maybe coming back here for work studies was a bad idea. I keep getting reminded that Momo's not here to enjoy this with us. He was broken out of his thoughts by the sounds of fighting coming from up ahead. Fat Gum quickly polished off his tray of takoyaki and tossed it at a nearby trash can as he started running. That's never good. We get a lot of gang violence around these parts, but it's been getting worse recently. Izuku stuffed the remainder of his own tray in his mouth and tossed it towards the same trash can, jumping up and holding his right arm out towards the edge of a nearby rooftop. Good thing I started that game last weekend. Spider-Man's web shooters appeared on his wrists, and he latched onto the rooftop, swinging over the crowd. He was aware of Kirishima and Amajiki running after Fat Gum on the ground. In only a few seconds he'd reached a break in the crowd. A large circle had been cleared out, and several gang members were brawling it out in the cleared area, and quirks were definitely being thrown around. Quickly scanning the area, Izuku sighed with relief upon seeing that no bystanders had been injured. He fired off several web shots, sticking each combatant to either the road, a vendor's booth, or the odd fire hydrant. He dropped to the road just as the others caught up to him. He tossed a thumbs up in Fat Gum's direction. They were using their quirks, so I thought it was appropriate to intervene. Nobody has been injured, and all of the combatants have been contained. Fat Gum nodded. Good work. He turned towards the struggling gang members. Now, what the heck happened for you idiots to start fighting in the middle of the market? One of the guys shouted. They were selling on my turf. I couldn't let that slide. Another guy shouted back. Oh, come off it. Your turf is all the way over in Tokyo. Esuha is our territory. Izuku sighed and webbed both guys' mouths shut. Well, it doesn't matter who started it at this point. All of you are going in for illegal quirk use in public, which might be upgraded to assault and battery depending on your injuries. If you want to minimize your sentences, I suggest you keep your mouths shut, yeah? Or, better yet, don't pull the shit. Suddenly, all of his senses screamed at him to move, and a gunshot rang out. His mind kicked into overdrive, taking in every bit of detail it could all at once. Shit. I'm not in a good position to dodge. Bullet's already on its way. Volume suggests it's someone in the crowd. Seems to be someone standing in a side alley. Which direction? He felt a light impact against his left shoulder. Thankfully, his vest held strong, and the bullet simply hung from the fabric without touching his skin. Shouldn't it have bounced off? Crap, no time for that. Who shot it? He whirled on the spot, eyes immediately locking onto a man standing in a side alley and holding a smoking gun. Bad idea. The man took a couple steps back, before turning on his heel and sprinting headlong down the alleyway. Before Izuku could make a move, Kirishima ran after the guy. Huffing, Izuku reached back with his right hand and removed the bullet from his left shoulder. Instead of a regular, solid bullet, it was a small red cylinder with a needle in one end, a syringe. Izuku hummed, before glancing over at Fat Gum. We need to get this thing to the police for analysis. Suddenly, a loud screeching sound caught his attention. He dropped the bullet into Fat Gum's massive hand and sprinted down the alleyway, pausing when he noticed the tableau in front of him. The guy with the gun now had several long blades sprouting from just about every conceivable point on his body. The blades were scraping against the walls of the alley, generating that loud screeching noise. The only thing standing between the thug and the civilians was Kirishima. As Izuku stepped forward, the thug shouted wordlessly, and blades shot outwards, aiming straight for the redhead. Izuku dashed forward, his Hylian shield manifesting on his left arm. But he knew he wouldn't make it in time. And Kirishima couldn't handle that many blades by himself. I can't fail the class. Not again. Red Riot, unbreakable. Katsuki grunted as he soared through the air. What the hell are these guys up to? It's prime patrolling time. Did they think they wouldn't get noticed by the heroes? The two giant villains paid him no attention, locked in their battle in the middle of Nagano. Uraraka shot into the sky on the other side of the conflict. This doesn't seem like a typical battle of giant quirks. These guys are a lot bigger than those usually get. That, and they seem a lot more mindless. One of the villains roared, and Katsuki narrowed his eyes at the giant's black tongue. At least one of them is on trigger. Probably both. But we can't let them work it out of their systems, or the city's gonna get wrecked. Fairy Queen giggled as she flew up above the squabble. Then let's knock them down a little early. The bigger they are, the harder they fall. Uraraka grinned over at Katsuki, who returned the expression. Together, they flew down close to the giant's legs. Uraraka shot one of her cables over, and Katsuki grabbed it. The line went taut just as Fairy Queen shot both giants in the face with her quirk, and they stumbled backwards over the line, falling to the ground with a massive thud. Ryuku appeared in her dragon form and landed on the thugs' faces, knocking them out cold and finishing the fight. As the thugs shrank back down to normal size, Katsuki and Uraraka walked over and checked their mouths. Sure enough, both tongues were pitch black. Ryuku huffed. Trigger. Of course. That damn drug is never fully off the market. Katsuki scoffed. Of course not. People with weaker quirks are always gonna look for a way to make M stronger, and nobody can resist a quick, easy solution, even with the drawbacks it carries with it. The heroine nodded as Fairy Queen dropped to the ground and slapped a pair of handcuffs on each unconscious villain. Sad but true. Good work, you. Miruko taught you both well. You might even be able to help with that case. Katsuki crossed his arms. What case? Ryuku sighed. Sir Night Eye over in Tokyo has asked my agency to help out with a case involving a Yakuza family that's heavily involved in the drug trade. Since we've been getting a lot of trigger cases here in Nagano, he figured it might be connected. Katsuki grunted. Makes sense. Eraserhead always says that crime never exists in a vacuum. Better to be safe and assume it's a big ring but have it be two different ones, rather than prepare for two smaller ones and have it be a big one. Ryuku hummed. Precisely. I also heard that he's been trying to recruit Fat Gum to the case, considering the rise of gang activity in Esa. Don't you two have a couple of classmates working with him? Katsuki nodded. Red Riot and Save Point, yeah? Uraraka slammed a fist into her palm. Well, if there's a chance of stopping this thing from getting any bigger, I say go for it. Leave M alone, and they could get out of control really fast. Katsuki chuckled. And because Esuha's a little too close to Mie for your liking? She snorted. And that? Toshinori poked his head into Mirai's office. You wish to talk to me? The younger hero glanced up from his desk. Toshinori. Yes, please come in. Toshinori stepped into the office, shutting the door behind him. He would never get used to how much all-might memorabilia his former sidekick had displayed in the most important room of the agency. Ignoring the fanboy's paradise around him, Toshinori pulled up a chair in front of the younger man's desk. "So, what did you want to discuss?" Mirai frowned, tapping away at his keyboard. Mirio had a strange encounter on patrol the other day. He happened to run into the subject of my current investigation, the head of the Shai Hasaikai, and a young girl that the man claimed is his daughter. But from the descriptions Mirio gave, she doesn't look like they could be biologically related. I'm worried that he may have kidnapped the girl to keep up appearances, and for a potential hostage should a hero confront him in public. Toshinori frowned, snagging the incident report from Mirai's desk and skimming through it. I'm afraid it may be more than that. Young Togata also noted how the girl had bandages covering her arms and legs, and she was wearing a hospital gown with no shoes. It's possible that this man might be experimenting on her. For what purposes, I'm not sure. The phone rang and Mirai picked it up. Night Eye Agency, Sir Night Eye speaking. Ah, greetings, Fat Gum. How might I help you? You believe you have new information about my case on the Shai Hasaikai? One of your interns was almost shot? That's awful. I'm sorry. The bullet contained what? And the man said it was supposed to do what? I see. I'll get back to you in a couple days once I have sufficient information. The hero hung up and immediately buried his face in his hands. Toshinori frowned. What happened? Mirai glanced over at the older man. On patrol, Fat Gum and his interns ran into a gang fight, and they broke it up with little issue. However, another gang member hiding in an alley attempted to shoot one of the interns, save point. However, the bullet was stopped by his costume, and the thug was apprehended by a different intern, Red Riot. However, when the police analyzed the bullet, they found that it contained human DNA, which didn't correspond to anyone in the system. In addition, when questioned, the thug admitted that the bullet was supposed to briefly erase the target's quirk. Toshinori went pale. The girl, she must have been placed in the head's care at a very young age, too young to be in the system. And the thug was connected to the Shai Hasaikai? Mirai nodded wordlessly, staring down at the file on his desk. After a little bit, the younger hero straightened and looked Toshinori in the eyes. I need to find their base and a way inside. We have to take them down, not just to dismantle the drug ring, but to save that girl. Toshinori nodded, expression serious. Prioritize the rescue? 1 week later. Izuku raised an eyebrow as Katsuki and Uraraka got onto the same train as him and Kirishima. We're all going to Tokyo? Weird. Isn't Ryuku's agency in Nagano? Katsuki grunted. Must be the case Ryuku mentioned last week. Something must have happened. Izuku hummed. Probably related to the thing that happened with me and Kirishima. I remember Fat Gum saying he needed to call Sir Night Eye. And Night Eye's agency is in Tokyo, isn't it? Uraraka nodded. Looks like things are escalating. Guess we'll find out when we get there, huh? As soon as they arrived at the agency, they were met by Togata, who escorted them to a conference room filled with several heroes. Several eyebrows were raised at the presence of Aizawa-sensei and Hitoshi. The hero shrugged. I was called in due to my expertise in an area that's related to the matter at hand. You'll find out more once the conference starts. After a few minutes of waiting, Sir Night Eye walked in and sat down at the head of the table, his back to the giant monitor. Thank you all for coming. All of you have been called in for a reason, but I doubt any of you know the full story. He clicked a button on a remote, and the monitor flickered on to reveal a symbol that looked like a flower with 8 blocky petals. For the past few weeks, I've been running a case on the actions of the Shai Hasaikai Yakuza family. I've suspected them of being involved in the drug trade, but several events during the past week have made me aware of just what they might be planning. Izuku frowned. Yakuza? That is not where I was expecting this to go. Should prove interesting at the very least. The hero clicked a button, and the screen changed to show a profile shot of a man with dark brown hair and golden eyes, wearing a red and gold plague doctor mask. This is Chisaki Kai, also known as Overhaul. He is the current head of the Shai Hasaikai. However, recent developments have elevated him to S-rank villain status. He clicked the remote, and the screen changed to reveal a snapshot from a security camera outside an alleyway. The photo showed Togata, in his hero costume, talking to Overhaul, with a small girl in a hospital gown clinging to the student's leg. The entire room breathed in sharply, and Night Eye nodded. Indeed. Overhaul is currently in possession of a young girl, seemingly 6 years in age. Furthermore, it would seem Overhaul is currently experimenting on her, indicated by the bandages around her arms and legs. However, the intent of this experimentation was unknown until an incident with Fat Gum and his interns last week. Fat Gum stood up. Last week, my interns and I were on patrol when a gang fight broke out. Save Point managed to stop the fight quickly and painlessly, but a hidden gang member attempted to shoot him. Due to his costume, however, the bullet did not actually hit him, and thus it could be analyzed. Sir Night Eye clicked the remote, and the screen showed a diagram of the bullet, indicating the container and needle. Fat Gum continued, "It's worth noting that the shape and size of these bullets mean that any random thug with a pistol could theoretically dose any civilian, villain, or hero with any liquid drug before anyone could react. However, what's more concerning is what the police found inside the container: human blood. Specifically, blood with DNA that seemed to match that of a young girl." Now, what were we just talking about? Several heroes' eyes widened as the implications set in. Fat Gum nodded and continued, "Now, the most worrying part about this is what the effects of the drug would have been." After questioning the thug that had shot the bullet, he revealed that it was supposed to temporarily erase the target's quirk. Guests were heard, and several sets of eyes shifted to Izuku, who took that as his cue to stand as Fat Gum sat down. "I was called in due to my experience in this field. Unfortunately, this method and mine are too different for my experience to be much help." Sir Night Eye frowned. "Explain, please?" Eraserhead nodded. "The way my quirk works is by emitting a specific frequency that blocks the neural pathways in a person's nervous system that allow them to activate their quirk. Since people with mutation quirks don't activate them, per se, I can't erase their quirks. After getting in touch with the police, we tested the effects of the bullet on a volunteer." Itoshi raised his hand. "I was the volunteer." Eraserhead nodded and continued. "Recovery Girl discovered that, when the drug is administered, it damages the quirk factor itself, rather than cutting off the connection between the quirk factor and the brain. However, the damage from the drug was minimal, and Hypnos' quirk factor completely restored itself within 24 hours. He sat back down, and Ryuku raised her hand. "What does this have to do with me and my interns?" Sir Night Eye nodded at her. "After we found that the thug in Esaha had connections to the Shai Hasaikai, we questioned the giant villains from Nagano. Apparently, the trigger they had used had also come from the Shai Hasaikai." Izuku smacked a fist into his palm. "Sell the quirk enhancements to the villains so that when they become too strong to handle, you can sell the quirk inhibitors to the heroes. Control the conflict on both sides, and eventually bring the Yakuza back to their former power." Sir Night Eye hummed. "That is one possibility, yes. But there was one more piece of information that raised this to S-rank priority." One of the doors to the conference room slid open, and Shimura walked in, wearing quirk-suppressing handcuffs. "As it turns out, Overhaul hasn't gotten the memo that I defected from the League. He's asking around the underground, trying to find me so he can get access to my old boss resources. Supposedly, he wants to rise up to become the new king of the underworld, which fits the whole bring the Yakuza back thing, but his offer seemed a little weird. Apparently, if I helped him, he'd get rid of my quirk. Now, if he was just gonna sell the temporary quirk blockers, why would he phrase it like he could get rid of it permanently?" Izuku's eyes widened. "The girl, he's harvesting her blood, turning it into the quirk-erasing drugs. And he's trying to perfect the formula to make permanent quirk erasers." Shimura nodded. "I called in a favor with a broker, and I got some info on Overhaul. Apparently, the guy's a huge germaphobe, obsessed with keeping everything clean. You've heard of the theory that quirks were originally a disease passed on from rodents, right? Well, what do you think would happen if someone who hates disease caught wind of that theory?" Kirishima slammed a fist on the table. "He's trying to get rid of quirks everywhere, permanently." Sir Night Eye nodded. "Precisely. Which is why I've called in all of you. We need be powerful heroes to raid the main location, along with local heroes to stake out the other locations without raising too much suspicion. I've already looked into as many possible locations as I could, and I believe I have found their main base, but I need to use my quirk on a member to confirm this. One of the local heroes, which Izuku recognized as Mr. Brave, asked, "Your quirk lets you see the future, right? Why don't you use it on one of us before the raid to see how it will go, so we can change our strategies to ensure victory?" Sir Night Eye shook his head. "My quirk does not function that way. I can only see a single person's future from their perspective for 1 hour, and I must wait 24 hours after that until I can use it again. Furthermore, any future that I view through foresight becomes set in stone and cannot be changed. I will only use my quirk at a point when we can ensure the maximum possible chances of success." Another hero, who Izuku recognized as Rocklock, glanced over at Togata. "If you ran into this girl last week, and you knew the guy was a Yakuza head, why didn't you take her then?" A loud slam drew everyone's attention to where Izuku was standing up, both hands on the table as he glared at the hero. "Enough. We're not going to get anywhere if we make accusations about what could have been. The past is in the past, and if there was a mistake, deal with it. Togata-senpai may have had his reasons for not acting when he ran into her, but that doesn't matter anymore. All that matters is that we put everything we have into making sure Overhaul can't get away and continue torturing her. It doesn't matter that she wasn't saved then, because we'll save her now. And we will save her." Izuku fiddled with his costume, double-checking to make sure everything was in working order. Kirishima stood next to him, testing the various functions on his visor. They stood behind Amajiki and Fat Gum, who were silently preparing themselves. Off to the side stood Ryuku, Hadu, Ochako, and Katsuki. Eraserhead and Hitoshi stood near the back, silently furling and unfurling their capture scarves in unison. Sir Night Eye and Togata stood at the front, ready to move at any time. Various local heroes and police officers were interspersed among the raid team, including Detective Tsukachi. The investigative hero glanced at the detective and nodded once. Tsukachi turned to a nearby police officer and gave a thumbs up. The officer walked up to the gate and pressed a button on the intercom, holding up a piece of paper. "Tokyo Police. We have a warrant to search the grounds on suspicion of possession of illegal substances." The gate exploded, and a massive man wearing a plague doctor mask burst out, arms already swinging. "Leave us alone." Izuku fell into a battle-ready stance, already on edge. Katsukame Rikiya. He drains stamina through skin contact. Immediately, Ryuku lunged forward, shifting to her dragon form mid-strike and quickly pinning the large thug to the ground. "Ryuku agency with me. The rest of you, get inside." The raid team charged onto the premises, dispatching small-time thugs as they went. Night Eye took the lead, directing the group through the hallways until they stopped in front of an inconspicuous cabinet. Night Eye opened the hidden passageway, and 2 more thugs leaped out, only to be quickly restrained by Bubble Girl and Centipede. The woman shouted, "Go, we'll hold them here. We'll catch up when we can." The team filed into the underground maze, Night Eye once again taking the lead. Unfortunately, they quickly came upon what seemed to be a dead end. Rocklock shouted, "Did we take a wrong turn?" Togata moved forward and stuck his head through the wall, before pulling it back out. "No, there's still a hallway on the other side. Overhaul must have thrown up thin walls to block our progress." Night Eye ordered, "Lemillion, move ahead of us and stall him for as long as you can. We can't let him escape with the girl." The older student nodded and dove through the wall, his mentor catching his discarded visor. Kirishima charged forward, his fist hardened and ready to punch through the wall. However, the walls, floor, and ceiling started shifting wildly, throwing the entire raid team off balance. Eraserhead shouted, "This has to be the work of the director, Irinaka Joy." Rocklock shouted back, "I thought he couldn't enter anything bigger than a refrigerator." Izuku called out, "They sell Trigger. Do you really think they wouldn't use their own product when they're under attack?" The floor disappeared, and the team nimbly dropped to the room below, where 3 figures were waiting for them. Unfortunately, Izuku recognized them from the briefing. Setsuno Toya, Hojo Yu, and Tabe Sorimitsu. "Could be trouble." Setsuno cackled. You're pretty well informed, hero brat. But pure information won't help you all that much. Hojo grew crystals on his arms, smashing them together. The boss wants you to stop, so you stop. Eraserhead scowled. We don't have time for this. In the blink of an eye, all three thugs were wrapped in his capture scarf and slammed together, tied up in a heap on the floor. The hero moved past them, quickly knocking out Tabe as he passed. Somebody needs to stay here and keep an eye on them. Amajiki stepped up. I'll do it. Kirishima glanced at the upperclassmen nervously. Are you sure? There's 3 of them and only 1 of you. Izuku laid a hand on his classmate's shoulder. Sunniator's part of the big 3. Trust him to be able to handle himself, yeah? Kirishima nodded, before running after the rest of the raid team. Izuku watched him go, before glancing back at Amajiki. You'd better stay alive. I hate breaking promises. Tamaki smiled as Midoriya ran off after the others. He's so bright. Just like Mirio. Setsuno began climbing to his feet. Man, they don't even care about us. It's like they think we're weak or something. Hojo grumbled as crystals started forming on his upper body. Maybe we're trash, but together, we're strong trash. Tamaki readied his quirk, feeling confidence surge through him. I can't let him down. Idru glanced back down the hall nervously. I still don't think it was a good idea to leave him back there alone, even if he is a 3rd year. Midobro huffed. Focus, right? We've got a mission here. Idru shook his head to clear his thoughts and focused on the hallway ahead. You're right, bro. I can't get distracted now. He jumped forward and bashed through a wall, revealing another empty hallway on the other side. Seriously? It's like they forgot about us entirely. Aizawa-sensei barked. Don't let your guard down. Never assume the enemy doesn't know your position. Suddenly, a pillar of concrete shot out of the side wall, aiming for Aizawa-sensei. A hole opened on the opposite wall, and Idru reacted. He leaped forward, arm outstretched to push Aizawa-sensei out of the way, but Fat Gum beat him to it. Then there was nothing but stifling heat for a few seconds, until he and Fat Gum rolled out into a wide, dark room. As the large hero got off of him, Idru dusted himself off and glanced around the area. Alright, where do you think we are? And how do we get back to the others? Fat Gum tensed and shouted, Careful! We're not alone down here. Tensing, Idru scanned the darkness, and his visor activated its night vision. Immediately he saw a buff man running towards both of them, and Idru's body moved on its own, darting in front of Fat Gum and hardening on instinct, going straight into Unbreakable. But he wasn't prepared for the massive force that slammed into his defenses, sending him sliding across the ground and crashing into the nearby wall. Through the haze of pain, he could see Fat Gum desperately trying to defend against a flurry of punches. Not again. I'm not going to stand by when someone needs help. Unbidden, his mind flashed back to middle school. Of how he'd stayed back, afraid of the man towering over his classmates. Of how Mina had needed to jump in and redirect the man to the police station. Of how she'd been terrified throughout the entire thing and had collapsed once the man left. Of how she'd shouldered her fear and stood up for someone else anyway. Never again will I let someone else get hurt because I stood back and did nothing. Izuku couldn't help the gnawing pit of worry in his stomach. They'd already left Ochako and Katsuki at the gate, Bubble Girl and Centipeder on the ground floor, most of the police force in that first underground room, and Amajiki in that room with the 3 members of the 8 Bullets. Then they'd lost Fat Gum and Kirishima, their 2 biggest tanks, to God knows where. And worst of all, Togata was nowhere in sight. He was snapped back to reality when a wall crashed down from the ceiling between himself and Eraserhead. Not wasting a second, he equipped the Ember Celica and blasted a hole through the wall, only to find Eraserhead standing over himself, oddly. The Eraserhead on the floor was clutching a stab wound in his side, and the Eraserhead still standing was holding a bloody knife. The healthy Eraserhead glanced back at him and grinned. This imposter almost got me, but I managed to get him in time. Come help me tie him up. A blast from the Ember Celica sent the healthy Eraserhead flying into a nearby wall, and the fake disintegrated into mush as Izuku dropped to his knees beside his teacher. Immediately pulling out a bandage, Izuku got to work right away. Eraserhead coughed and glanced up at him. How'd you tell? Izuku huffed. You don't use your knife unless you need to cut your capture scarf. Besides, I wouldn't need to help you tie someone up, like, ever. Whoever tried to make a fake you clearly doesn't know you very well. He finished tying the bandage and rocked back on his heels as the rest of the raid team caught up with the two of them. Are you healthy enough to fight? Eraserhead coughed into his fist, grunting when it came away red. No dice. That knife cut pretty deep. I'm out of commission for now. I'll live, but I can't fight. Izuku swore under his breath and glanced back at the others. Alright, let's get out there and end this. Katsuki panted as the big guy finally went down. He leaned against the fence outside the compound, feeling his shoulders buzz from how many explosions he'd fired off at the fucker. Took him long enough. How much stamina did he drain from you, boss? Ryuku huffed, leaning heavily on her front claws. Too much. I held him still for too long. I should have trusted you in turns to hold him back more. Suddenly, Katsuki's vision blurred, and he nearly face-planted onto the grass. He could barely see Ryuku fall, and the big guy started getting up again. Katsuki groaned. Oh, come on. We put so much work into that, and then you just had to pull a full restore out of your ass? The fucker chuckled deeply, standing over Katsuki. Gotta love this new drug the boss cooked up. It's like all the benefits of Trigger, but with barely any of the side effects. I feel fresh as a daisy. Suddenly, there was a sharp twang, and the big guy screamed as electricity coated his body. After a few seconds, the charge cut off, and the fucker fell back down to reveal Pikachu standing behind him, finger guns still outstretched. Did somebody call for lights out? Katsuki coughed into his fist and tried to drag himself up the side of the fence. The fuck are you doing here, Sparky? A pair of hands grabbed his shoulders and held him up, and Katsuki forced his eyes open just enough to see Present Mike standing there in front of him. Shoyuda had a feeling things would go wrong, so he had me and my intern stand by as backup just in case. And his distress signal just went out, so here we are. Katsuki registered purple hair, a black vest, and a pink shirt standing next to the hero. Take a nap, Blasty. We'll take it from here. Mirio shot out from the floor, swinging his left fist at Chisaki's face. You're not taking her. He managed to leave a small scratch, and his right leg swung towards the lackey who was carrying Eri. The other man tried to hold Eri between the foot and his face, but Mirio activated his quirk in a precise manner that phased his foot through her head and hit the lackey square in the face. The second his feet were on the ground, he dove to the side and caught her, skidding across the floor and putting a good distance between himself and Chisaki. The Yakuza head reached up to his face and ran his finger across the thin scratch, which disappeared under his touch. You're fast? So annoying. Eri grabbed his costume and leaned in close. You can't. He'll make you go away. And it'll be all my fault. Mirio clutched her tighter. I don't intend to die here. And none of this is your fault, Eri. The only one at fault here is him. Chisaki huffed, his gloves disintegrating. No, I can't have that. If you give her hope, she'll just keep trying to escape. Do you know how annoying it's been these past couple years? Always keeping her hidden. Never letting anyone know the truth about her. Constantly replacing her caretakers because they were so incompetent. It's such a pain. That girl is nothing but a burden, and her quirk is nothing but a curse. Why do you care so much about a girl you barely even know? Mirio's eyes narrowed. I'm a hero. Heroes always risk their lives for people they don't know. Besides, gotta keep the kids safe, or there won't be a future to look forward to. Chisaki scoffed. You don't have a future, regardless. I'll give you one last chance. Give Eri back to me, and I'll make your death quick and painless. If you don't, I'll be forced to get dirty. And I hate getting dirty. Mirio knelt his head to whisper in Eri's ear. When I put you down, I'm going to fight him. Once your feet are on the ground, run past me. I have some friends coming, they'll keep you safe. She clutched at his costume tighter. He'll kill you? Mirio gave her a reassuring smile. People have tried to kill me before. Nobody's succeeded yet. He lowered his arms. The second her feet were touching the ground, he sank into the floor. A second later, he popped back up, delivering a mighty uppercut to the Yakuza head's jaw. Power! The gnawing pit in Izuku's stomach was growing with every step. Every corner turned might reveal a hallway splattered with blood. Every wall smashed might have another group of thugs hiding behind it. Every door opened could hold the mangled corpses of the police force. There was no way of knowing how everyone else was doing, and it was driving Izuku insane. I can't lose anyone else. I've already lost Momo because of my ineptitude. I can't let another of my classmates die because I fucked up. The Ember Celica clicked, and another wall was blown to pieces. Izuku winced as his shoulders tingled from the recoil. Hitoshi glanced over at him as they continued running. You doing all right? Izuku grunted. Starting to feel the recoil, but I'm fine. Gotta keep moving. Can't let these fuckheads get away. Hitoshi said nothing, simply turning his attention back to the hallway ahead. He tapped at the controls on the side of his visor, and his eyes widened. Incoming kid at 12 o'clock. The girl that Mirio had described came barreling out of the darkness straight into Izuku's legs, clutching at what seemed to be a torn piece of the older student's cape. Help. He's fighting on his own. He's going to die. Izuku gently picked her up and hugged her tightly, glaring into the darkness ahead. Don't worry. We're going to help him. He glanced back at where Erasehead, Night Eye, and Tsukachi were standing by. Detective. Eraserhead. Can I trust you three to get her back to the surface? Tsukachi nodded. You got it. Go kick his butt. Izuku glanced down at the girl, remembering that Mirio had said her name was Eri. Hey, Eri, right? She glanced up at him and nodded fearfully. Don't worry about Lemillion. He can handle himself. But I can't go help him if I'm carrying you. Can you go with these men? They'll take you back to our friends upstairs. She nodded again, and he passed her into the detective's waiting arms. As Tsukachi turned to head back in the direction they'd come from, the walls suddenly came alive and started shifting madly. Eri screamed as the detective lost his balance, and Izuku spun on his heel. His eyes scanned every available surface, and his gaze locked onto a spot overlooking the area that was suspiciously still. Found you? He vanished, reappearing by the ceiling a moment later. His right fist swung forward, and the explosion from the Ember Celica ruptured a hole in the cement. When the smoke faded, part of a man's body was visible. Eraserhead flashed his quirk immediately, and the walls froze. Izuku dug his arm through the cement and ripped Irinaka Joy out of the ceiling. I've had enough of your shenanigans, dirtbag. Kyuka frowned as the ground suddenly stopped rumbling. What do you think's going on? Present Mike hummed. My guess is that the director boosted his quirk and was moving everything, but Shoyuta just stopped him. Kaminari cracked his knuckles. Whatever the case is, the way forward is clear now. Let's move. As they ran towards the gate, Kyuka couldn't help the gnawing worry settling in the pit of her stomach. You'd better be intact, Izuku. If you die, I'm going to find a way to resurrect you so I can kill you again. Mirio panted with exertion as he dropped from the ceiling, landing a good distance away from Chisaki. Of course, with how the giant room was currently filled with concrete spikes, there wasn't much of a safe spot to land. You're definitely the toughest villain I've faced, I'll give you that much. Chisaki huffed, hand brushing against a spike and disintegrating it. You're definitely one of the more annoying heroes I've had to deal with. However, it's obvious by now that you can't harm me for good. Surrender now, and I may spare your pitiful life. Mirio glared across the room at the Yakuza head. Never. A real hero never gives in. I'll put you down, even if it's the last thing I ever do. I'm not letting you lay your filthy hands on Eri ever again. Chisaki's eye twitched. Filthy? Take a good look at yourself. You're infected, consumed by a disease that twists and corrupts the minds of those under its influence. Heroes and quirks are nothing but a plague on this world, and I will give society the cure it so desperately needs. Mirio scoffed. Let's say, just for a moment, that you're right. That quirks are actually a disease. If you perfected your cure, would you remove your own quirk? Chisaki huffed. You wouldn't understand. I am far above you lowly peasants. Sometimes, one must shoulder the burden of infection to eradicate the rest of the plague. Mirio coughed and slowly pushed himself to his feet. You're right, I don't understand. I'll never understand the ravings of a lunatic. Chisaki scowled. Enough talk. Your pitiful life ends now. As they rounded the corner, Izuku felt his heart shoot straight into his throat. Togata was held in the air, suspended by a concrete spike. For a moment, everything else seemed to fade. Izuku's lungs failed. For a moment, he was back in the testing grounds, staring up at Momo's near-lifeless body. No. This can't be happening. Not again. I can't let another student die because I wasn't fast enough. He dimly noticed Chisaki turning on his heel to face the newcomers. So, even more diseased heroes crawl out of the woodwork. I will crush all of you under my heel like the filthy insects you are. Izuku's vision went red. He shot forward, a wordless roar erupting from his mouth. Crescent shots flashed across the room, slamming into the warped cement. Explosions from the Ember Celica decimated the nearby area. Billowing tornadoes of fire scorched the air and swirled across the floor, incinerating everything in their path. Izuku kept going, focus locked onto the man in front of him like a goddamn seeker missile. He was determined to end that motherfucker, no matter what it took. Chisaki! The villain's eyes filled with fear, and he hastily flung up a wall of concrete between himself and Izuku. Izuku's eyes narrowed, and a barrage of attacks crumbled the wall to bits. He narrowly dodged a spike of concrete stabbing at his face, and he charged forward. More spikes rushed towards him, but all of them were met with a wall of unrelenting force. Hitoshi snagged Togata with his capture scarf and set him down as Izuku continued his assault. Every one of Chisaki's attacks or hastily constructed defenses were sliced, exploded, crushed, and incinerated almost as soon as they began. The Yakuza head kept backing away, attempting to put some distance between himself and the student, but to no avail. Izuku just kept going forward, filled with determination. You can't escape this, Chisaki. You sealed your fate the moment you decided to torture an innocent child for your own selfish gain. Chisaki took another step backwards, eyes widening as his back hit the wall of the room. He glanced back, before scowling at Izuku. This is not over. I will reclaim Eri. You will not keep her from me. He pressed his hand to the wall, and the ground rumbled. Several chunks of concrete tore away, swirling around Chisaki's body. His limbs tore themselves apart, fusing with the rubble. His torso floated into the air as his limbs reformed, now augmented by the cement from the wall. Chisaki towered over the assembly, glaring down at the heroes. I will not be disgraced. The Yakuza will return to their former glory, and I will cure humanity of the disease of quirks. Starting with all of you. There was a loud bang, and Izuku twitched, leaning his head to the side just a couple inches. Something flashed through the empty space, smacking into a raised spike and revealing itself to be a golden cylinder with a syringe in the end. Hitoshi would later recount how Izuku's head had whipped around, his neck nearly snapping in half from the movement. Chronostasis froze, visible through the field of spikes with a gun in his hands. Faster than anyone could react, Izuku streaked over and slammed a fist into the thug's face, sending him flying into a wall and leaving an impact crater. Izuku swiveled on the spot, nearly frothing at the mouth as he glared at Chisaki. You're next, motherfucker. Chisaki scoffed and slammed a massive hand into a remaining section of the wall. The ceiling cracked and disintegrated into pieces, letting sunlight stream into the underground room. The walls began to crumble, robbed of their structural integrity. The giant boomed, "Come in. Face me, filthy hero. I will annihilate every cell of your pathetic body." Izuku snarled, dropping his weapons. His hair glittered with growing green lights, as though he was trying to use his quirk. Unfortunately, the lights flickered, and Izuku stumbled, eyelids twitching as he struggled to stand. Hitoshi swore under his breath. He's out of fuel. Izuku reached for one of his pockets, only for a spike of concrete to rush out of the ground, piercing him through the arm and pinning him to the wall behind him. He cried out in pain, and his screams grew louder as Chisaki pinned his other 3 limbs to the concrete, one by one. The giant chuckled darkly, taking a massive step forward. A pity. You used up the last of your strength before our battle could even begin in earnest. The ground shuddered, and the floor exploded, sending the other heroes flying towards the other walls. Chisaki strode forward, one massive hand reached for Izuku's prone form. Die, filthy hero. Izuku glared up at the massive form, only for his eyes to lock onto something behind Chisaki. His pained scowl morphed into a smug grin. Not quite yet. Chisaki paused as several quiet guitar notes echoed through the air. The giant turned to see a small figure standing by the edge of the pit. A girl, dressed in a black hero costume. Purple hair, a deep scowl, and 2 cords going from her earlobes into the silvery guitar in her hands. One hand raised into the air, a silvery guitar pick glinting in the sunlight. Get your goddamn hands away from my boyfriend. Kyuka swiped the pick across the strings, and the speakers in the guitar's bass, fueled by her quirk, amplified the sound several times over. A wave of force slammed into Chisaki, sending him crashing through the underground maze. Izuku fell to the ground as another rift destroyed the spikes, pinning him to the wall. He clutched at the holes in his arms, grinning up at his girlfriend. Thanks for the assist, Kyo. She tossed up a 2-fingered salute. Go kick his ass, babe. Izuku nodded and turned on his heel, darting off after the Colossus. As he ran, he snagged a gamer bar from his jacket, tearing open the wrapper and downing it in one massive bite. The rumbling quieted down, only to be replaced with a rhythmic thumping. Chisaki's massive form lunged out of the darkness, his giant foot stomping down and making the earth shudder. Filthy heroes. I'll destroy you all. Izuku tossed the wrapper aside, his hair glowing brightly. In that moment he barely felt the blood flowing from his arms and legs. In that one moment, the only thing on his mind was the enemy in front of him. Green light filled his hair, then grew to cover the rest of his body. Chisaki snarled and swept a massive hand forward, only for it to be knocked back by a green ball of energy. The light surrounding Izuku's body burst away in small orbs, revealing that he now sported golden gauntlets around his arms, along with 4 additional golden arms sprouting from his back. Izuku launched forward, his 6 hands bunched into fists. His arms blurred, and a barrage of green energy blasts ripped Chisaki's arms to shreds. As the villain fell to his knees, Izuku planted his feet on the giant's hips and grabbed Chisaki's torso with his 6 hands. Roaring, he pulled backwards and sent the man flying back the way they'd come, crashing into the earthen wall of the room mere seconds into his flight. Chisaki's body dropped from the wall, his arms and legs mere stumps. In a flash, Izuku was standing over him, golden arms at the ready. Do you concede? The villain glared up at him. I will never admit defeat. As long as I have the strength to move, I will not give in. Izuku shrugged and cracked his knuckles. Suit yourself? In the blink of an eye, 4 hands were latched onto Chisaki's body. With barely a second thought, Izuku tossed the villain up, easily clearing the surrounding buildings and soaring into the sky. His legs tensed, and he shot up after the man, feeling the power well up in his new limbs. As Chisaki's ascent halted, Izuku appeared above him, right fists cocked. A mighty combined blow sent Chisaki hurtling back down. The villain crashed into the street a few meters from the front gate. Izuku dropped to the street, watching the man like a hawk. When Chisaki didn't move, Izuku sighed with relief, the adrenaline bleeding out of every pore of his body. There was a flash of green light, and when it faded, the gauntlets and extra arms were gone. Izuku stumbled before tipping to the side. He likely would have hit the pavement if Kyuka hadn't run up and caught him. As she gently lowered him to the ground, he forced his eyes open and stared up at her. Did we win? She smiled softly. You bet your ass we won. He smirked. The bastard had it coming to him. Then his eyes rolled back in his head, and he fell unconscious. Izuku's eyes shot open and he bolted upright, gasping for air. Someone next to him laid a hand on his chest and gently pressed him back down. Easy, nerd. Feeling any better? As his senses caught up with him, Izuku noticed that he was sitting in a hospital room. Katsuki was sitting in a chair by his bedside, and Aizawa-sensei was leaning in the door frame. Izuku laid a hand over his heart, feeling his pulse settle back down. He reached down and fingered the hem of the hospital gown he was wearing. What day is it? Aizawa-sensei huffed. The raid on the Shai Hasaikai was 2 days ago. You gave a lot of us quite a scare, problem child. Katsuki huffed. That's an understatement. A bunch of us were thinking this was gonna be another Momo situation. Izuku's eyes widened, and he bolted upright again. Togata-senpai. How's Togata-senpai doing? Katsuki gently pushed him back down again. Aizawa-sensei huffed warmly. Because of course the first thing you're worried about is someone else's safety, problem child. Don't worry, Togata's looking to make a complete recovery within the week. He's already awake and aware, but the doctors are insisting that he stay here for a couple more days. Recovery Girl's been giving him regular healing sessions. But more importantly, how are you doing? Izuku frowned and ran a hand over his chest. I feel fine. It doesn't seem like there's anything wrong. I'm still confused about what happened at the end, there. Katsuki huffed. You haven't figured it out yet, nerd? You had a quirk evolution. The whole six-armed Vajra Azura transformation thing should have made it pretty obvious. Izuku blinked, then stared down at his hand. Accessed a video game character's powers? Used one of their transformations? But I thought I could only equip items and weapons. Katsuki grunted and crossed his arms. Again. Quirk evolution. Near as I can figure, your body had gotten seriously messed up from the spikes in your arms and legs, which is probably what triggered it. Granted, you needed Jiru to give you an opening to actually use that evolution, but the point carries. Izuku hummed in understanding, still staring down at his hand. So, now, once I'm discharged, do we start testing my new limits? There was a knock on the wall outside, and Aizawa-sensei moved to reveal a familiar face standing in the doorway. Miwakuru Mimoto grinned at him. Good to see you're doing well, Midoriya-kun. Though, I'm a little annoyed that you proved me wrong with that little stunt of yours. I have a reputation for being spot-on with my analysis. Izuku's eyes widened. Miwakuru-san. Did they call you in because of my quirk evolution? She shook her head slightly. It was actually because of the girl that you rescued from that Yakuza base. She won't give any details about her quirk other than that it's a curse, and Chisaki wasn't any help either. That was when Shoyuda cashed in a favor with me. Izuku sat upright. Oh, is Eri doing alright? Katsuki huffed. As far as I know, she's perfectly healthy, but the docs want to keep her here until they know the details on her quirk. Izuku hummed. Well, that's good. Wait, where's Kyuka? Katsuki smirked. Mike had to drag her back to UA so she wouldn't be hanging over you while the docs were trying to examine you. I had to convince her that I'd be here the whole time before she allowed Mike to take her out of the room. He held up his phone, opened to a text conversation with her. I shot her a text a few seconds ago. Suddenly, Izuku's phone exploded with notifications, buzzing so hard that it shook itself off the nightstand. Izuku's arm shot out and caught it before it could hit the floor, and he immediately started trying to manage the incessant flow of texts. After a few seconds, his phone rang, and he accepted the call from present Mike. Hey, Mike-sensei. Yeah, I'm doing alright so far. How's everyone else? Present Mike chuckled. See for yourself. The call switched to FaceTime, and Izuku grinned as he saw the class waving back at him. The camera angle was clearly from the top of the chalkboard, and Izuku could only guess that the feed from his phone's camera was being displayed on said board. He waved, and the class cheered, Kyuka jumping up on top of her desk and screeching triumphantly. Yeah, I love you guys too. Hopefully, I'll be back soon, so don't wreck the school while I'm gone, yeah? The class cheered again, and Izuku couldn't help but grin wider. Present Mike stuck his head in the shot and said, Please get back soon. They've been going crazy waiting for news about you. Do you realize what I've had to put up with for the past 2 days? Aizawa-sensei stuck his head next to Izuku's and stared through the phone at his husband. Now you know what I have to deal with on a regular basis. Suffer. The class started laughing, and Kyuka bounded up to the front of the room. Izuku, you'd better get your ass back here, or I'm going to storm that hospital and drag you home myself. Izuku laughed. Yeah, see you in a bit. He hung up and breathed a deep sigh of relief. Good. They're all okay. He set the phone down on his chest and glanced over at Katsuki. You had to deal with that Katsukame guy, right? How are you doing? Katsuki huffed. The guy didn't even land a punch. The only damage I took was him draining my stamina when he was boosted. Uraraka and I both recovered pretty quickly. Only reason I'm here is to make Jiraiya feel better about someone keeping an eye on you. Izuku nodded. But what about the others? Are Amajiki-senpai, Kirishima, and Fat Gum okay? Katsuki winced. They're up, but they're not gonna be doing a lot of hero stuff for a while. Sun Eater got kinda banged up fighting the trash trio, and he pushed his quirk a lot. He's still recovering from the quirk exhaustion. Fat Gum is intact, but he burned up a lot of his fat fighting a couple of the 8 bullets. He's gonna need a few days off to build that layer up again. And Riot? Well, to put it bluntly, he's a mummy. But he's alive, so that's good. Izuku sighed with relief, then grinned. So, what I'm hearing is that the raid suffered 0 casualties? Katsuki grinned back. No casualties, every Yakuza member got arrested, and you got a badass power-up. All in all, not a bad raid. Toshinori knocked on the doorframe of the hospital room, smiling softly as Mirai glanced up from the clipboard in his hands. You know, I would have expected the doctors to insist that you refrain from paperwork until after they've released you. I'm certain that Shizenji-san would. Mirai huffed. Since my injuries were minimal, it was decided that looking over paperwork submitted by my sidekicks would not be too much of a strain on my eyes. Also, Recovery Girl hasn't checked on me, she's been too busy with Mirio and the Kirishima boy. Toshinori shrugged and walked in, closing the door behind him before sitting down in one of the chairs. He gently took the clipboard from Mirai's hands and turned it around, humming as he scanned. The papers. So, I heard that there were instances of doppelgangers during the raid. Mirai nodded. Indeed. Midoriya encountered a clone of Eraserhead, and I encountered a double of Rappa Kendo who, based on Fat Gum's report, was much weaker than the original. Toshinori frowned. According to these reports, the clones melted into a brown, mud-like substance. That sounds very similar to the substance produced by the villain Twice, who I believe was arrested at Kamino. Mirai huffed. If you're insinuating that he escaped and fell in with the Shy Hasaikai, don't. Bubble Girl contacted Ketsubutsu High yesterday, and Babaigawara Jin has not left the premises since he arrived, nor have his quirk-suppressing cuffs been removed. Which means that we dealt with a similar quirk, not his. My agency is already in contact with Tsukachi's department, and Centipeder is currently going through the arrest records for the raid. Toshinori sighed with relief. Good. Mirai reached out and laid a hand on Toshinori's shoulder, taking the clipboard in the same motion. We have this covered. More importantly, the public's been demanding to know where you are. You need to figure out how to tell them that you're retiring. Toshinori sighed and stared down at his clasped hands in his lap. But I'm not sure what to tell them. I never realized that I would have to prepare for this eventually. Ideally, I would have started preparing to retire after I passed on One for All, but circumstances have forced this on you much earlier than you anticipated, Mirai finished. Toshinori nodded. I don't know what to say. How am I supposed to reassure Japan that society won't fall to pieces just because I'm not there? How am I supposed to promise a future that I won't be there to ensure? Mirai patted him on the shoulder. My advice would be to ask Netsu. Knowing the rat, he's probably had plans in place for years in preparation for this very thing. Toshinori shuddered. Most likely. But that's if I can bring myself to approach anyone for help in the first place. He twirled his fingers. I'm scared, Mirai. My whole career, I've tried to distance myself from everyone so that they wouldn't suffer at all for one's hands. I'd seen personally what that man would do to his enemies' loved ones, and I couldn't bring that on anyone. Working relationships were the most I dared to allow myself. And now, even after that monster is dead, I still can't bring myself to be close to anyone. I feel like I'll retire and die alone, with no one there for me during my final days. And that terrifies me, Mirai. The younger hero said nothing, silently staring out the window of the hospital room. After a few tense seconds, Mirai sighed and looked Toshinori in the eyes. I don't know what to say. I don't know what I need to do to help you with this. And that terrifies me too. For as long as I've worked with you, I've been your support. Your first sidekick. The brains to your brawn. I would come up with a plan of action for you to follow. And to not know what direction to guide you. It's not a feeling that I'm proud to admit. The best I can do is point you in a general direction and pray that you can find your own course. Toshinori smiled softly. Thank you, old friend. You've always been my guiding compass. Please, show me my true north one last time. Izuku tapped his knuckles against the doorframe of the hospital room, smiling as Eri's head shot up to meet his eyes. Hey, you didn't think I'd save you and leave, did you? Her face twitched as though she was trying to smile but couldn't remember how. The men in white coats said you hurt yourself really badly. I'm sorry. Izuku immediately strode forward and knelt by her bedside, lifting her chin with a gentle hand. Hey, none of that. You don't need to apologize when you haven't done anything wrong. But you got hurt because of me. Izuku chuckled warmly. Oh, I got hurt because I chose to push myself. You didn't do anything to hurt me. If you want to blame someone, blame Chisaki. He's the only one who is doing bad things. And he has a lot that he needs to apologize for. But you don't need to say sorry for anything, okay? If someone gets hurt trying to help you, it's not your fault. It's the fault of whoever that person was saving you from. Eri sniffled and lightly touched his hand. Izuku nodded with a smile. Now, I can tell you don't like being here. It's too much like the compound, isn't it? She nodded fearfully. All the white walls and needles. I don't like it. It makes me think of him. Izuku hummed. Well, we can't have a nice young lady like you being uncomfortable. I can bring you somewhere else, but you've got to do a little thing for me before we can do that. Are you okay with that? She shrank away from his touch. Are you gonna make me go away like Mr. Chisaki always did? Izuku's blood ran cold. Is she implying that Overhaul would use his quirk on her? Oh, he's lucky he's being sent to Tartarus, otherwise I would punt his ass halfway across the country. Outwardly, he held his hands up in a peaceful gesture. No. Nobody's gonna make you go away like that. She whimpered, but scooted closer to him. What do you want me to do? Izuku smiled encouragingly and cupped her chin with his hand, internally wincing when she flinched at the contact. All I need you to do is sit still for a bit and let a nice lady touch you for a few seconds. Can you do that for me? She flinched again. I can't touch people. I make them disappear. It's my curse. Izuku frowned. Well, if you'd like, we can have the man in the black costume come in. See, he can turn other people's quirks off with his own quirk. So if your quirk acts up, he can stop it before it hurts the lady. Okay? Her head whipped up to meet his eyes. Please. I don't want to make anyone disappear. Izuku nodded and glanced back at the nurse standing in the doorway. Go get Eraserhead and Miwakuru-san. They should be together. Izuku bounced Eri on his hip as they walked out of the hospital together. She clung to his shirt fearfully and glanced up at him. Where are we going? He smiled softly down at her. Well, we're gonna go to my school. It's not like the hospital at all. There's plenty of colors and there's no needles. And the people are super nice, too. She hummed and clutched at his shirt tighter. Why are we going there? Izuku hummed. Well, now that you're not with Chisaki and his people, we've got to find somewhere for you to be, right? And the person who runs the school is really smart, so I'm sure he can find a good place for you really quickly. But he's got a lot of stuff to do, which is why he couldn't come to us at the hospital. We've got to go to him. He stopped in front of Aizawa-sensei's car, parked by the curb. Now, have you been in a car before? She shook her head. Mr. Chisaki never took me far from the, compound. We always walked places and it hurt my feet. Izuku smiled. That's okay. You don't need to do any walking this time. No need to worry, I'll be right next to you the entire time, okay? And the man who can turn off quirks is going to be there, too. She relaxed at that, and he hummed warmly, before stepping forward and using his free hand to open the back door. Settled in the back row was a standard booster seat, already hooked up to the seatbelt. Izuku set Eri down and quickly fastened her seatbelt, before hustling around to the other side of the car and slotting himself in next to her. Aizawa-sensei climbed in the front passenger seat, immediately glancing back and checking to make sure Eri was secure. Good. Let's get out of here. I hate hospitals. Present Mike chuckled as he slid into the driver's seat. Yeah, I know. Watch your language. We've got a little kid in the car this time. Aizawa-sensei huffed warmly as the engine whirred to life. Eri glanced around fearfully, only to relax slightly when Izuku laid a hand on her leg. Easy. It won't be noisy for long. Just sit back and enjoy the ride, okay? 1 week later, Aizawa-sensei walked into the classroom right as the bell rang, and the class went through a variety of reactions to the sight of Eri balanced on his hip. A quick flash of erasure silenced all of them. This is Eri. Those of you with work studies will recognize her. For the rest of you, all you need to know is that she was recently rescued from a precarious situation. Be careful around her, she may have triggers that we haven't discovered yet. A thought seemed to strike him, and he glanced at Fumikage. Tokoyami, maybe keep your distance for a little bit. Her previous caretakers wore plague doctor masks. Fumikage winced and nodded. Understood, sensei. Aizawa-sensei nodded and turned his attention back to the class as a whole. Due to her situation, Eri has been placed under my care. Out of nowhere, erasure activated. If I hear about anyone treating her poorly, they're gone. Immediately. No questions asked. Understood. The class chorused their understanding. Internally, Izuku chuckled. And the man says he doesn't like kids. Aizawa-sensei nodded and let his quirk turn off. He carefully set Eri down on the edge of the table next to the podium, before turning his attention back to the class. Now, another thing to be aware of, the school festival is approaching quickly. Every class needs to decide on something to do for the festival as a class. Therefore, I suggest you decide on something soon, or else I'm making you attend a public lecture. On stage. Get the picture? The class shuddered and nodded. Good. He glanced up at the clock and sighed. Right. I need to take Eri to Recovery Girl, so for now, you're dismissed until classes start. He walked out the door, and immediately, everyone started throwing out ideas. Izuku quickly walked to the front and let out a piercing whistle, drawing everyone's attention. All right, people, listen up. We're not going to get anywhere by just shouting ideas at each other, so let's give this a semblance of organization. He reached under the podium and pulled out a stack of whiteboards and markers. Katsuki and I will hand these out. Write down one idea you have for the school festival. Once everyone's done, we'll collect them, put the ideas on the board, and vote on each one. Got it? A chorus of assent rose up. Good. A few minutes later, the results had been collected, and the list of ideas was written on the board. Before the voting even started, Izuku raised his hand to hold their attention. Now, keep in mind that this isn't just for us. The whole school will be attending the festival, so we have to do something that everyone will enjoy. Keep that in mind when suggesting. When the voting concluded, Izuku had his head in his hands and his elbows on the podium. All right, we're getting nowhere with this. We need to start with a broad idea and narrow it down into something specific. Hitoshi raised his hand. If I could make a point? A lot of the other classes are holding grudges against us for stealing the spotlight. Not like we want the attention, but there's not much we can do about that now. As things stand, tensions with our class are high. Why don't we try doing something that brings the tension down? Izuku snapped his fingers and pointed at Hitoshi. Good point. What we need to do is give the other classes an opportunity to let their stress out in a safe, non-destructive way. Something to help them relax. Kaminari raised his hand. I don't know about you guys, but music always helps me to relax. Maybe we could do a musical performance? Ashido frowned. Not everyone likes just listening. Some people prefer to get up and move around. Personally, I keep up my freestyle dancing as a hobby and stress reliever. Sada hummed. Also, if people are going to be active, then they're going to need refreshments once they get tired. Not to mention, there are some people who tend to eat their stress away. Izuku slammed a fist into his palm. Music, dancing, and food. We'll set up a nightclub in one of the auditoriums. A chorus of assent rose up, only to pause when Ida stuck his hand up. This seems like a good idea, but if we just put on music taken from the internet, it might make us appear lazy. Izuku grinned. Then we put together a band. His eyes snapped to Kyuka. And I know somebody who's a great musician. All eyes turned to her, and she blushed and rubbed at her arm. Yeah, I like singing. And playing music. But I've never performed in front of a live audience before, save for my parents. Izuku grinned wider. Nobody said you'd be alone. How big of a band do you want? Kyuka frowned and tapped her chin. I'm thinking of 2 guitars, a keyboard player, and a drummer. I can definitely take one of the guitars, so that just leaves 3 more positions. Izuku nodded. I can take the other guitar, and Katsuki can handle percussion. He scanned the class. Does anybody here have experience with piano and/or keyboard? Nobody spoke up, and Izuku frowned. That might make things difficult. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him. Wait a sec. If Aizawa-sensei agrees, I might have someone who can fill that position. But it's a big if. Izuku tuned his guitar as he listened to the other classes file into the auditorium above. I'm surprised Aizawa-sensei agreed to this. Katsuki grunted as he fiddled with his drumsticks. I'm more surprised that she agreed to this. Aunt Mitsuki cuffed him over the back of the head lightly. Hey, I've been waiting for an opportunity to play again for years, brat. If I'd known Izuku's girlfriend had parents who owned a music center, I would have been over there in a heartbeat. Kyuka giggled as she tuned her own guitar. Honestly, I'm surprised Mamadoriya hasn't dragged you over to the music center yet. Then again, it's been a while since Izuku and I had a chance to come over, so I dunno. Aunt Mitsuki grinned. Man, it's been ages since I've performed in one of UA's auditoriums. Heck, I think Inko and I pulled this kind of thing for one of our own school festivals. We didn't get much turnout, though. Being in Gen Ed, guess I'll see if my skills are rusty after all these years. The lights above dimmed, and Izuku grinned. Showtime. Shoyuta grinned as smoke hissed out over the stage, and several multicolored lights shone through as the band rose up over the crowd. Jaira was front and center at the microphone, with Midoriya next to her on backup guitar, Bakugu on percussion, and the blonde's mother on keytar. He'd been surprised when Midoriya had asked if students' relatives could assist with school festival events, and he was glad he'd allowed it once the class rep had explained their plan. And honestly, a nightclub in one of the auditoriums wasn't one of the worst ideas he'd seen during his teaching career at UA. Seriously, Vlad? A whole-ass play? He bounced Eri on his hip, her eyes sparkling as she made out the students on stage. What are those things they're holding? He glanced over at her. Those are instruments. They're gonna play some music for everyone to dance to. If it gets too loud, just let me know, alright? She frowned. What's music? His heart broke a tiny bit, and he had to forcibly remind himself that Chisaki Kai was already in Tartarus as a quadruple amputee. Music is when you have a lot of different sounds, one after the other, in a specific pattern. You don't have to do anything, just sit back and listen. She hummed. I don't think Mr. Chisaki would have liked music. The rooms were always so quiet. I didn't like it. Shoyuta smiled softly. Alright, once we're done here, I can get you a small speaker so that your room doesn't have to be quiet, okay? She nodded and leaned into him. Okay. Jairu tapped at something on her collar, and her voice echoed throughout the auditorium. Evening, ladies and gentlemen of UA. Things have been getting pretty hectic lately, so we're giving everyone a chance to party it up and unwind a bit. We also have food and drinks available at the counter by the doors, provided by our very own baker's dozen. And if you're feeling a little out of shape, not to worry. Anima has multiple helpers standing by on delivery duty. Now, enough talking. Let's get this party started. She struck a chord on her guitar, and Eri brightened. That sounds nice. Is there going to be more of that? Shoyuta grinned. A lot more. Nito paused as he registered the sounds coming from one of the auditoriums. Frowning, he turned to Tetsu and set his props in the other boy's hands. I'll be along shortly. Just need to find out what's going on over there. The metallic teen grunted with exertion. Fine, bro. Just don't take too long. These things are super heavy. Nito chuckled. Just think of it as off-hours strength training. Tetsu laughed and started marching off towards the auditorium that 1B had reserved for their play. Nito turned on his heel and walked over to the noisy room, cracking one of the doors open and poking his head inside. He was immediately struck by a cacophony of cheers, backlit by the admittedly impressive music coming from the stage. He saw several students from different courses and years dancing their hearts out on the multicolored dance floor, as 3 1A students and a blonde woman led the tempo with their performance. He noticed that the French kid was acting as an impromptu disco ball, and the Sada boy was serving various pastries to anyone who stopped by the counter. He ducked as a hawk flew overhead, carrying a basket of drinks over to a table in the corner where a couple of upperclassmen were talking and laughing. Nito cautiously stepped inside, closing the door behind him. In a daze, he made his way over to the counter. What's on the menu? Sada glanced over at him. Depends. What are you in the mood for? Nito frowned. After a few seconds of consideration, he said, Do you have anything with crow? Sada chuckled. No, but I think I might be able to find a slice of humble pie back here. Though, I heard through the grapevine that you're into French cuisine. I can whip up a quick crepe for you, if you want. Got any filling preferences? Nito hummed. Strawberries if you can manage it? Sada grinned. Sure thing. 1 strawberry crepe, coming right up. As the other boy headed towards the small kitchen setup in the back, Nito glanced around the room, taking in the general positive atmosphere. He noticed how none of the spotlights were focused on the stage, but were instead shining on the dance floor, which was dominated by the other courses. He registered footsteps approaching, and he glanced over as the Uraraka girl walked up. Is it what you expected? Nito hummed and gazed around the room. Not in the slightest. I'm impressed. What? You can certainly put on a good show. She smirked and clapped him on the shoulder. We do our best. By the way, I heard you guys are putting on a play later. I think Izuku was interested in checking it out. Nito raised an eyebrow at that. Really? Your class rep is interested in our play? Uraraka grinned. Don't sound so surprised. I swear we're not terrible people once you get to know us. Nito chuckled and accepted the plate handed to him by Satu. I'm starting to see that. He took a bite of his crepe, and his eyes widened. Oh, that's good. I must have the recipe. Itsuka frowned, glancing around the open room. Where's Monoma? I thought he was carrying props with Tetsu. The boy in question glanced over at her. I think he went to check out one as nightclub Finji. It's been a while, though. What do you think could have happened? One of the doors opened, and Itsuka glanced over to see Monoma walk in with a strawberry-filled crepe sitting on a simple paper plate. She raised an eyebrow. Where'd you get that? The blonde huffed. 1A may be a bunch of glory hogs, but at least they know how to make a good crepe. And I guess they can put on a decent show. Itsuka grinned. Good to hear. Kaizong glanced down at his phone, reading the notification about UA's school festival. Pausing, he opened one of the links, which brought him to a live feed from 1A's performance. He could see Save Point and Ground Zero on the stage, but his focus was drawn to the blur that could occasionally be seen delivering refreshments to the various tables in the background. He smirked as Ignition allowed himself to be dragged into a conversation with one of the Gen Ed students. Good. He's learned to loosen up. Perhaps this new generation of heroes is worthy of the title. He pocketed his phone and turned his attention back to the city below. Now, what to do about you, Meta Liberation Army? As the last of the guests left, Izuku texted Kaminari to let him know that the event was over. As the lights began dimming, the class all started moving around the auditorium and picking up whatever trash Kuta's friends hadn't already taken care of. Mei walked in the door and immediately began dismantling the stage she'd helped set up, already gushing about all the attention her babies had gotten. Yurashi quickly set about sorting the trash into piles of plastic, glass, paper, and compostable waste, which then funneled into trash bins that Ida had carted over from one of the many janitorial closets around campus. Izuku stood on the stage and scanned the room, nodding in satisfaction as everything that needed doing was already being handled. He dropped to the floor and made his way towards the double doors, grinning as Aizawa-sensei appeared, a smiling Eri on his hip. Looks like you had fun, Eri. Did you like the music? She nodded excitedly. There were so many nice sounds. And everyone was so nice. I want to do it again. Aizawa-sensei chuckled and ran a gentle hand through her long white hair. Sorry, kiddo. This was a special occasion. Though, I might be able to talk to Cementos and Powerloader about constructing a more permanent version of this setup for weekends. I know for a fact Mike would love being able to DJ for his students. Eri squealed with glee, and Izuku laughed. It's great that she can smile now. Suck it, Chisaki. 3 weeks later. Izuku flopped onto the couch, sighing with boredom. I trained my heart out yesterday, nothing in my game library is hitting right, and I'd have to arrange a visit home ahead of time. I'm so bored. Katsuki grunted and leaned forward, snagging the TV remote off of the cabinet. Might as well channel surf, huh? Izuku hummed non-committally, slumping against the cushions. Whatever. Just put on something interesting. Katsuki started flipping through the channels. It's like everyone decided to be boring today. Even the cartoon channels are just showing old reruns. Call me crazy, but you can only watch Mighty Adventures so many times before it loses its appeal. Izuku huffed. Tell me about it. Katsuki changed the channel again, and Izuku shot up at the sight of the stage on screen. Hang on, that's the hero rankings. They must be presenting the new top 10 today. Katsuki started turning the volume up as the rest of the class started filing into the common room. The woman emceeing the event announced, "Welcome everyone to our biannual hero rankings. Coming to you live from the freshly rebuilt Kamino Ward, we're about to present our newest rankings for the top 10. Starting off at number 10, we have the Flame Hero, Endeavor." The class groaned as the iconic flaming costume approached the microphone on the stage. Ashido whined, "Why the heck is he still working? Shouldn't the HPSC have given him some kind of punishment after the whole Todoroki thing?" Aizawa-sensei grunted from his position by the kitchen counter. Officially, he had his license revoked pending a background check and specialized test. However, around the time of the provisional license exam, the HPSC returned his license, stating that he was too efficient to keep off the field. Katsuki huffed. At least he's been knocked down to number 10. Small victories. As the hero walked off the stage, the MC announced, "At number 9, it's the equipped hero, Yoroi Masha." The wizened hero walked up to the mic to the cheers of the crowd. "Thank you all. My agency and I greatly appreciate your support over the years. Sadly, I cannot in good faith pretend that I will keep working for too much longer. The truth is undeniable. I am growing too old to continue working efficiently as a hero. Do not despair, however, there are plenty of other heroes to pick up the slack once I inevitably retire. The way of the warrior will persist so long as heroes continue to protect." He walked off the stage, followed by a round of applause. The announcer continued, "Moving on, at number 8, we have the laundry hero, Wash." As the hero approached the mic, Katsuki huffed, "How the heck does that guy make the top 10 in every ranking?" Izuku grunted. High approval ratings, low property damage, and high rescue and capture statistics. Simple as that. The MC announced, "At number 7, we have the arbor hero, Kamui Woods." Izuku leaned back and laid a hand on his head. Good grief. It's only been a year and a half since he and Mount Lady made their joint debut. It's crazy how much has happened in so little time. Katsuki nodded. Remember how she jumped in and stole his takedown on that giant villain? Geez, that was the first day of our 3rd year of junior high. The announcer continued, "At number 6, it's the dragoon heroine, Ryuku." Katsuki and Ochako cheered as their mentor walked up to the microphone. One reporter stood up and shouted, "Ryuku, there have been rumors that you recently suffered major injuries on account of your hero work. Can you ascertain the validity of these rumors?" Ryuku huffed. "If you are referring to my brief holiday 3 weeks ago, then no. Any injuries I suffered then were nothing major, simply a drain on my stamina. Rest assured, I have been in peak form for quite some time now." The heroine walked off as the audience cheered. The MC announced, "Moving on, at number 5, we have the shield hero, Crust." Aizawa-sensei grunted. Finally made it into the top 5, huh? Good for him. Izuku could relate. The man was a good hero through and through, always working his hardest in whatever area he found himself in. The announcer continued, "At number 4, it's the ninja hero, Edge Shot." The man walked up to the microphone, stoic as usual. A reporter shouted, "Edge Shot, are you aware that you came in 3rd in terms of approval ratings?" The hero huffed. "The numbers mean little to me. I am simply here to do my job to the best of my ability. If I am ranked at number 4, so be it." As Edge Shot left the stage, the MC announced, At number 3, we have the fiber hero, Best Jeanist. The man didn't appear, and the crowd began muttering. The MC shuffled through her notes and continued, due to injuries he suffered during the Kamino incident, Best Jeanist was unable to make an appearance today. Rest assured, he is recovering well and will be back in the field before too long. Moving on, claiming the number 2 spot is the wing hero, Hawks. The man swooped down from the ceiling, landing by the mic. Thank you all. I'm gonna be honest, I wasn't expecting to ever make it past number 3. Nor did I ever really care about moving up the ranks. Still, it's a great honor to receive such an exalted position. Though, I don't think anybody saw this last part coming. Katsuki frowned. They better not have knocked the bunny below the top 10, not after all she did at Kamino. Izuku grinned. Well, considering the only other hero to defeat All for One was All Might himself, what do you think they did? Katsuki's eyes widened as he connected the dots. The announcer continued, last but certainly not least, our newest holder of the number 1 spot, the rabbit hero, Miruko. Loud cackling could be heard through the screen as Miruko appeared on stage. The crowd cheered as she approached the mic, and she drank in the attention. Thank you, you're all great. Never cared much for the rankings myself, but I can't deny that being ranked number 1 is awesome. I've got some big shoes to fill, but that's not gonna keep me from doing my job. All you villains out there, watch yourselves. There's a brand new number 1 in town, and she is coming for your asses. The crowd cheered, only to fall silent as the realization hit. The MC coughed and announced, now, I'm certain a good number of you are wondering something important. Where is All Might? Booming laughter could be heard, and Izuku leaned forward in excitement. The curtains behind the stage drew apart, and All Might walked up to the microphone, clad in his Silver Age costume. Wonder no more, I am here. The crowd cheered, only to fall silent again. One brave reporter stood up and asked, wait, All Might, if you're no longer in the top 10, then why are you here? The hero's smile dropped, and he sighed. Because, in truth, I cannot be here any longer. There was a burst of smoke, and the class gasped as the emaciated form of the third-year business teacher became visible at the mic, wearing All Might's costume. Aizawa-sensei grunted. Guess he's decided to throw in the towel for good? All Might announced, please, hold your questions. I promise I will explain everything. The crowd fell silent, and he continued, for the past 6 years, this has been my true appearance. Whenever I worked as All Might, I would hide my weakness under a facade of strength. And though I tried to hide it, ever since I fought the scourge of Kamino 6 years ago, my power has been fading. My retirement was approaching quickly, whether I liked it or not. I took up a teaching position at UA to try and find someone who could succeed me, someone who would uphold my role as symbol of peace. At the time, I could only hold my heroic form for a maximum of 3 hours a day. However, when the first semester came to a close, I did not have the fortitude to use my strength for even a full minute. The symbol of peace can fight no longer. The crowd started muttering, and one reporter shouted, but who will? Protect the peace now? All Might chuckled. Have you not been paying attention? Even if I fall, there are many who will rise and pick up the slack. Your wonderful new top 10. All those lower in the rankings. Everyone working in the underground. And of course, the next generation of heroes, still enrolled at UA. Yes, there will never be another symbol of peace. I have come to realize that we cannot have a singular pillar holding up all of society. Instead, the duty falls to the next generation to uphold the peace together. My time in the sun has long since passed. I must now allow the younger heroes to step forward and take charge themselves. He undid the clasps on his cape and held it up in a clenched fist. Do not fear, for they are here. Rikiya Yatsubashi smiled as he read through the article that Skeptic had presented to him. So, All Might has stepped down from heroics, has he? That is good for us. All Might was the only hero that could have possibly stood in our way. Now, nothing will stop us from bringing Redestro's ideals to fruition. Skeptic frowned. It probably would have been faster if the damn rat hadn't shut down 3 of our major indoctrination facilities. How did he even catch wind of Aldra? Rikiya hummed. If memory serves, it was not actually Nedzu who blew the whistle, but rather an esteemed Quirk counselor who attempted to check up on a patient of hers that attended the school. A shame, too. I'd heard about a particularly promising student with a fantastic meta ability who would have done wonders to spread our ideals. Geaton grunted from his position in the corner of the office. Whatever. The damage has already been done, and there is little we can do about it now. We must focus our efforts on what we can do once we make our grand play. Curious, how is progress on the media front? The blue-skinned reporter grinned. Support for Destro's ideals is soaring. Now that villain activity is rising and major heroes are retiring, people are growing frustrated that they can't use their meta abilities to defend themselves. We've had a large influx of soldiers. Rikiya nodded. Good. Trumpet, what can you report on our political statistics? The man slicked his hair back. The Hearts and Minds Party has been advocating for more regulation of heroes. Ever since the Endeavor scandal, people have been eating it up. Our numbers grow ever stronger, though we may lose some when our true motives come to light. Fortunately, that is a small percentage in comparison to our current standing force. Skeptic interjected, if I may refresh your memory, sir, our forces are currently 400,000 soldiers strong, not counting however many fresh members we'll receive in the coming weeks. In addition, 1,500 of those are heroes of varying ranks, though none are too far into the public eye to warrant much interest. Rikiya nodded. And how goes production of our manifesto? Curious pulled out her phone, tapping the screen a few times. Our offshore publishing company has been putting out thousands of copies daily, which have been distributed to stores across the country. We've made sure to eradicate any possible connection to Detnerat. Rikiya smirked. Good. Soon, the Meta Liberation Army will rise once again. He raised his hand to his forehead, thumb and forefinger forming an L shape. For the liberation of meta abilities. Aizawa-sensei walked into the classroom as the bell rang to signal the start of classes. Morning, Hellspawn. While All Might may be retired from hero work, he will still be serving an advising role in your hero classes. In keeping with that, you should be aware that his name is Yagi Tashinori. Also, as you've probably noticed by now, there's been a distinct lack of interaction between the two first-year hero classes. As such, Foundational Heroics this Friday will be a special joint training exercise between 1A and 1B. Be sure to keep up your training between now and then. Izuku raised his hand. Sir? How will Momo's absence affect the exercise? Aizawa-sensei frowned. Vlad King and I haven't discussed that yet. Though, that does remind me. Midoriya, I'd like to talk to you after classes today in the teacher's lounge. As the hero walked out of the door, Izuku rubbed his chin in thought. What could that mean? What does it have to do with Momo? Later that day, once classes had ended, Izuku walked up to the teacher's lounge and knocked on the door nervously. Aizawa-sensei? You wanted to talk to me? The door slid open, and Izuku walked inside, a bead of sweat rolling down his neck. Aizawa-sensei glanced up from his computer and grunted as he saw the student walk in. The hero stood up and walked over to a pair of beanbag chairs in the corner, sitting down in one of them and directing Izuku to sit in the other. I'll be blunt. We think we might have a way to help Yaoyorozu. Izuku's eyes widened. Really? I thought we'd hit a dead end. Healing quirks can only help so much, and any healing items I create only work on myself. Trust me, Katsuki and I experimented with that. Aizawa-sensei winced. Well, that's where the think part comes in. It involves Eri. Izuku frowned. That does complicate things. What's the idea? Aizawa-sensei laced his fingers together. According to Mimoto's analysis, Eri's quirk stockpiles a unique form of energy in her horn, which she then uses to rewind biological organisms. Her horn can only hold so much, and the energy stockpiles over time, so she can only go so long without using her quirk. When it first manifested, she accidentally rewound her father out of existence, and her mother gave her up to the Shai Hasaikai's former head, Eri's biological grandfather. Izuku hummed. You thought that if she had enough quirk control, you could get her to rewind Momo to before she was attacked by Todoroki? Aizawa-sensei nodded. Precisely. For the past couple of weeks, I've been trying to help her gain a handle on her quirk, but we've been practicing on things like fruits and vegetables. She's still not comfortable using her quirk on another person. I think she's still afraid that she'll lose control and rewind too far. Izuku frowned and rubbed at his chin. Why are you telling me? Aizawa-sensei sighed and laid a hand on his shoulder. Because Eri trusts you more than anyone else. If you were there to encourage her, I think she might be able to pull it off. Izuku blinked. You're sure? Aizawa-sensei chuckled. She always latches onto your leg whenever the two of you are in the same room. I think it's a safe bet. Izuku hummed. Maybe so, but this is still uncharted territory. Wouldn't it be safer to try it on someone or something else first, just to make sure it works? Aizawa-sensei frowned. We've considered that possibility, but we haven't come up with any ideas for test dummies, so to speak. We definitely can't ask a student or faculty member. Yagi tried to volunteer himself, but Netsu vetoed that instantly. Izuku rubbed at his chin. I can't think of anyone. There was a cough, and the two of them turned to see Shimura standing nearby. I've got an idea. Eri clutched at Izuku's shirt nervously as he carried her into the room containing Kurojire's unconscious form. Who is that? Why are we here? Izuku set her down on the floor and knelt to look her in the eyes. There's a girl in the nurse's office who's fast asleep because of something that happened a while ago, and we think you might be able to wake her up with your quirk. But we don't want to try it on her first without knowing it'll work. This boy is also really fast asleep because of something that happened to him a long time ago, 15 years, give or take. Do you think you can try to rewind him only a little bit, to before he fell asleep? Eri frowned and glanced at Kurojire. I don't know. I've turned apples into flowers, but I've never tried turning it off after rewinding for lots of years. Do you think I can do it? Izuku smiled reassuringly. Of course you can. Because I know you, Eri. You wouldn't let yourself hurt anyone. You've been working so hard, I know you can do it. And even if you can't, then Aizawa-sensei will be there to help you turn it off. You just need to take it slowly enough that he can stop it before it goes too far, alright? She nodded fearfully. Alright. Just do it slowly. I can do that. Izuku smiled softly and patted her on the shoulder. I know you can. He stood up and took her by the hand, walking up to the former villain's unconscious body. He glanced back and nodded at Tsukachi through the window, who flipped a switch on the control board. The quirk-canceling cuffs on Kurojire's wrists activated, and the mist faded to reveal the teenage body underneath. Eri shuddered at the teen's blank eyes, and Izuku squeezed her hand in reassurance. She took a deep breath and let go of Izuku's hand, stepping forward and placing a hand on Kurojire's leg. Her horn glowed, and streams of yellow light flowed along her body, spreading across her arm, down her hand, and onto Kurojire's body. Slowly, carefully, the teen's body began to shift. Old scars reopened and healed, color began returning to his skin, and his hair began to shift from deep purple to sky blue. As the teen's eyes shifted from pale yellow to faded blue, Izuku called, "That's enough, Eri." She immediately lifted her hand from the teen's leg and stepped back, placing a hand on her head. With a pained expression, she groaned softly, and the yellow light faded. Her horn was only slightly smaller than before, but it was a definite sign of usage. Once the yellow light had fully disappeared, Izuku stepped forward and swept Eri into his arms. The girl immediately nestled her head in his chest, her breath hitching. Did I do it? Izuku glanced up as the teen blinked a couple times, before glancing around the room. His gaze landed on Aizawa-sensei through the glass, and his eyes widened. Sho? Is that you? What the heck happened? You got old. Izuku snorted and ran a hand through Eri's hair. You did it, kiddo. Aizawa-sensei opened the door, tears welling in his eyes. Oboro. The teenager, apparently named Oboro, glanced between the hero and the student. Can someone explain to me what the heck is going on? I don't really like not being in the know. Aizawa-sensei silently stepped forward and wrapped his arms around the teen, pulling him into a tight hug. I thought I'd lost you. We thought you died. Oboro's eyes widened, and he ran a hand over his chest. Before you catch me up to speed, can I get changed? The school uniform is still the same, right? Aizawa-sensei chuckled and pulled back from the teen. You've just been resurrected, and that's what you're worried about? Oboro grinned. Of course it is show. It hasn't been that long, has it? Tsukachi coughed from his position on the other side of the glass. I'll let Yamada and Kayama know that you're bringing an old friend to the teacher's lounge. Midoriya, please go with them. You deserve to know the full story, given your involvement. Oboro leaned forward, clutching his head in his hands. You're telling me that, for over a decade, I was an emotionless fog bank under the employ of the greatest supervillain in history? Shimura huffed from where he was standing by the door to the teacher's lounge. Well, I'm not surprised. All for One always had a thing for manipulating people to get what he wanted, whether directly or indirectly. A mind control quirk isn't exactly outside his MO. Oboro blinked a couple times, before leaning back in his chair and letting out a deep sigh. Well, at least I'm back now, right? Aizawa-sensei nodded. Yeah. So, what all do you remember? Oboro hummed. Well, your Aizawa Shoyuda, hero name Eraserhead? He pointed at present Mike, that's old yada yada. His finger moved towards midnight. There's Nemuri, he pointed at Nedzu. And that's Nedzu, our homeroom teacher? The mammal beamed. Why, I'm so glad you remember me, Shirakumo-kun. It warms my heart to know that I'm so memorable. Shirakumo frowned. Let's see. I was a second-year Hero Corps student at UA. Shoyuda, Nemuri, and I were doing a work study under His Purple Highness while Hizashi was with the Buster Union. I remember that Shoyuda and I were playing with a bunch of little kids when a villain attacked. He could store and release attacks. I remember hearing one of Hizashi's screams, and then I saw a building about to fall on Shoyuda. I shoved him out of the way, then, nothing. After that, I remember waking up in a cell without any windows. There was this doctor guy and a guy with holes in his hands. There were a lot of sessions where the doctor would do something to me, I'm not sure what it was. Then, in one of those sessions, I blacked out. Next thing I know, I'm waking up in a different cell with a little girl touching my leg. Aizawa-sensei hummed. We'd assumed that you died under that rubble. The paramedics had told me that you were dead. Shimura huffed. They must have been working for All for One. I wouldn't put it past him. Shirakumo frowned. I remember, at one point, the guy with holes in his hands said something about not getting the right quirk. I think I heard Shuda's hero name being mentioned at some point. Nedzu frowned. So, we can assume that Garvey's attack all those years ago was orchestrated by All for One in an attempt to acquire Shuda-kun's quirk, but instead got Shirakumo-kun, who he and the doctor eventually turned into Kurogiri. Shirakumo blinked. Kurogiri? That sounds familiar. He stared down at his hand, and his eyebrows pinched. A yellow cloud emerged from his palm, floating into the air. Shirakumo's eyebrows furrowed deeper, and the cloud turned black with a purple outline. Another black cloud emerged from his other hand, and the two floated in the air a good distance apart. Shirakumo stuck a hand into one of the clouds, and it came out of the other cloud. Aizawa-sensei's eyes widened. You can still use Warp Gate? I thought that the rewinding would have undone any of the alterations made to your body to accommodate multiple quirks. Shirakumo pulled his hand back and hummed, staring at it. It's like Warp Gate got dragged into my original quirk as a side aspect. I've still got my old clouds, but I can use the new ones if I concentrate hard enough. I'm probably out of practice, though. He glanced over at Nedzu. Any chance I could rejoin 2A? Nedzu frowned. As things stand, I'm not sure I'm comfortable with you immediately joining a second-year class. However, I'm certain you'd fit right in with the current 1A, especially considering that Shoyuda is their teacher. Shirakumo's head snapped around to stare at Aizawa-sensei with a wide grin. I told you you'd make a great teacher. Aizawa-sensei huffed. Debatable. Izuku grinned. No, it's definitely not debatable. We wouldn't trade you for the world, sensei. Nedzu coughed into his paw. On the subject of 1A, I believe that Shirakumo-kun was a trial run for young Yaoyorozu. Izuku nodded and glanced down at where Eri was. Sitting in his lap. Do you think you can do it again? We don't need you to go as far back this time, so it should be a little easier. She stared up at him and nodded. If it means I can help someone else with my Seek quirk, then I'd like to try. Recovery Girl glanced over as Izuku, Eri, and Aizawa-sensei filed into Momo's room. She was thankfully not holding her trademark syringe cane, already aware of Eri's trauma. Did the trial run succeed? Aizawa-sensei nodded. Oboro is back and perfectly healthy. He still has his memories, even though his body was rewound to before the Garvey attack, so we have a little room for error. Eri frowned, her expression determined. I'm going to get it closer this time. How far back do I need to go? Izuku led her over to Momo's bed, picking the little girl up and setting her on a chair next to the teen's sleeping form. A little over 4 months. Can you do that? Eri hummed in affirmation and gently laid her hand on Momo's leg. Her horn glowed, and the soft yellow light spread down her arm onto the older girl's body. Izuku watched the process like a hawk, not even taking his eyes off his vice rep for a second. Recovery girl called out, her vitals are improving steadily. From the readings, she's rewinding about a week every second. Izuku nodded wordlessly, staring at Momo's face. Several agonizing seconds passed, and the steady beep of the heart monitor grew louder. Her abdomen twitched, and Izuku watched as the hole slowly began to close. He leaned forward, his breath hitching. The second her stomach was fully healed, Izuku clapped his hands once, and Eri obediently removed her hand, her quirk cutting off immediately. For several heart-wrenching seconds, nothing changed. A bead of sweat rolled down Izuku's neck as Momo laid still. Did it not work? Did we not go far enough? Suddenly her hand twitched. The heart monitor's beeping grew louder and more frequent. Izuku's heart leapt into his throat as, after 4 painful months, Momo finally opened her eyes. Izuku! He launched himself forward, wrapping her in a tight hug. Tears flowed freely from his eyes as he pulled her close. We did it. We actually did it. You're back. As Class 1A filed onto the viewing platform in Ground Gamma, they saw Vlad King and Aizawa-sensei standing next to Yagi-san and Midnight. However, their attention was soon drawn to 1B gathered together on the platform, and the knowledge hit that they'd never seen 1B's hero costumes before now. Izuku hummed disapprovingly as he scanned the various outfits on display. Do you think Power Loader would give Mei overtime pay if we threw her at 1B? Katsuki grunted. Pretty sure he'd prefer if we didn't give the gremlin more opportunities to spread her signature brand of chaos. At least a majority of the costumes were decent. Away's outfit gave him a decent measure of defense, and he'd definitely accounted for his quirk by adding several pouches of different materials. Kaibara's costume looked baggy at first glance, but a closer look revealed metallic sleeves on his limbs and a sturdy jumpsuit underneath. Kodai's outfit at least had bracers on the forearms and a pouch to hold small objects for her quirk. Izuku knew from conversation that Shouda's costume was built tough, much like the short student himself. Tsunatori's outfit wasn't well suited for close-quarters combat, but given her quirk, it made sense to build her costume around a ranged fighting style, and even then, it had some measure of defense. Tsuburaba's outfit sported knee pads at the very least. Tetsu wore boots with metal soles, which would make decent weapons in the event his quirk failed. Tokaige's quirk basically demanded that her outfit be easy to split up, but still look defensive enough in a pinch. Fukudashi's costume looked sturdy enough at first glance, but Izuku prayed for his sake that it wasn't the same material as Aoyama's old plate armor. 2 of 1B's costumes were actually very good. Hananuki sported armored plating across his entire body, and Izuku could spot the ends of an extending rebreather in the other boy's helmet. Quite useful, considering Hananuki's quirk allowed him to soften any solid surface to the same consistency as water. He'd made the mistake of trying to figure out how that worked scientifically. After a long all-nighter, he'd chalked it up to quirks are bullshit and left it alone. Meanwhile, Rin sported scale-like bracers on his wrists and practical boots on his feet, which would prove useful in the event he couldn't use his quirk. Izuku had also heard that said bracers were a support item that let the other boy shoot his scales off like crust shields. Unfortunately, the remaining 9 costumes desperately needed a serious upgrade, or several. Kamakiri was wearing a torn shirt, which in and of itself was a serious hazard, given that it could easily be grabbed by an opponent. Kuwaro's outfit lacked serious defensive measures, even taking his quirk into account. Izuku knew Kendo was looking into possible changes, but that didn't excuse the severe lack of skin coverage. It wasn't as bad as Momo's first costume, but still. Komori's costume made sense thematically, but it just wasn't all that practical. So many loose ends, so many things for an opponent to get a hold of. Shishida's lack of a shirt made some sense, but even Kirishima knew by now not to rely solely on his body's natural defenses. Bando's costume looked fine at first glance, but as he moved around, it became clear that it was just too flexible to offer any level of protection. Monoma's tuxedo just screamed impracticality, especially with those loose coattails. It could be argued that Yanagi's lack of defenses was for the same reasons as Tsunatori or Kodai, but both other girls sported some measure of defensive gear, while the telekinetic had basically nothing. And then, of course, was the absolute worst offender. Before anyone could even react, Izuku walked up to Shiozaki, laid a hand on her shoulder, looked her in the eyes, and said, "You are going to the support department after classes today. You are in dire need of a proper costume. Do not try to argue." Kendo Shouta, back me up? One BS vice rep sighed. "Trust me, we've tried, Midoriya-kun." Sadly, she insists on this design and material. She's religious to a fault, and there's not much we can do to convince her. Izuku sighed and released his grip on the girl's shoulder. "Hopefully, we can turn that around here." He crossed his arms and walked up to the teachers. "So, what's the exercise?" Aizawa-sensei nodded at his bluntness and turned, raising his voice to address all 39 students assembled on the viewing platform. 1A, 1B, now that you're all here, we can begin our joint training exercise. The idea is to compare the skills and abilities of the two classes, so that Vlad and I can figure out what you need to improve on. You'll be split into teams of 4 and compete against each other, 1A versus 1B. Monoma stuck his hand in the air. "Sir, I can't help but notice that 1A has only 19 students here today. How are you going to solve this imbalance?" Aizawa-sensei crossed his arms and smirked. "You need to learn how to count better." Someone cleared their throat, and Class 1A whirled on the spot, several excited squeals being made as Momo stepped out of the shadows of the viewing platform. Ochako launched herself through the air and tackled the taller girl to the ground, which prompted a massive dogpile by the rest of the class. Izuku snorted as he hung back by the teachers, letting his classmates have their reunion. "You're devious, you know that?" Aizawa-sensei grinned wider. "Just a logical ruse, problem child." Izuku chuckled to himself, before bringing his fingers to his mouth and letting out a piercing whistle. "One back in order." The class slowly peeled themselves away from Momo, who dusted herself off and walked over to stand next to the teachers. Aizawa-sensei nodded and continued, "Now, I will admit, considering Yairo's condition, she's likely not on the same level of training as the rest of you. As such, the group with her will be a team of 5. The 5th member will be someone you're both familiar and unfamiliar with." Light cackling could be heard, and Izuku grinned as Shirakumo dropped out of the sky to land next to Momo. He was clad in an aviator jacket, blue GI, and blue aviator cap, and was holding a red quarterstaff in his hand. A patch over his heart proudly displayed his chosen hero name, Loud Cloud. "Hey there, kiddos. Shirakumo Oboro is my name, and heroics is my game. Nice to meet ya." Katsuki frowned. "How are we supposed to be familiar with this joker?" Shirakumo's cheerful grin dropped a bit. "Okay, don't freak out, but..." Black clouds flowed from his hands, and Ashido balked. "Kurogyri?" 1A went through a variety of reactions, and Izuku sighed. You'd think they'd be more receptive after being exposed to Shimura. He clapped his hands together, drawing 1A's attention. "Right, listen up. Shirakumo was one of Aizawa-sensei's classmates at UA, but suffered an unfortunate accident during his second year and was turned into Kurogyri by the League of Villains. However, we managed to bring him back as a trial run for the method we used to revive Momo. The details are classified, but know that both are as healthy as they were before their respective, let's say, incidents. Because Nedzu was hesitant to let Shirakumo back into a second-year course immediately, he'll be getting back in shape alongside our class. Capiche?" 1A voiced their understanding, followed by 1B a moment later. Aizawa-sensei nodded. "Right. Teams have been sorted ahead of time, and are as follows. Class 1 Team 1, Ojiro Mashireo, Tokoyami Fumikage, Midoriya Izuku, Yairozu Momo, Shirakumo Oboro. Team 2, Ida Tenya, Kirisima Ijuru, Shiro Hanta, Bakogu Katsuki. Team 3, Aoyama Yuga, Uraraka Ochako, Hagakure Toru, Ayama Hitoshi. Team 4, Kaminari Denki, Satorikadu, Shuji Mezu, Yurashi Inasa. Team 5, Ashido Mina, Ajuitsu, Kuda Kuji, Jirkyuka. Class 1B. Team 1, Kuwaro Shirhai, Tsuburaba Kusiai, Tokujsetsuna, Monoma Nito. Team 2, Aways Yusetsu, Kaibara-san, Kinoko Komori, Shouda Nairenjiki. Team 3, Kendo Itsuka, Shizuki Ibara, Hananuki Jizu, Rin Hiryu. Team 4, Kamakiri Taguru, Shishida Juruda, Bondo Kojuru, Yanagi Reiko. Team 5, Kodai Yui, Tsunatori Pony, Tetsu, Fukudashi Manga. Without being told, Class 1A immediately assembled into their assigned teams and spread out across half of the viewing platform, arranged so that everyone had a view of the giant screen displaying multiple camera feeds from around the training ground. After a few seconds, 1B awkwardly followed suit, shuffling around until they were sitting in their assigned teams. Vlad King grumbled for a bit, before straightening and stepping forward. The objective is simple: place every member of the opposing team into your assigned jail within 20 minutes. If time runs out before then, the team with the most members remaining will be declared the victor. Tezawa-sensei jumped in, putting aside any class rivalries. This is still a school exercise. As such, your grade will be determined based on factors such as strategy, collateral damage, cooperation, and overall success. Losing is not an automatic failing grade, nor is winning an automatic passing grade. He looked out over 1A. I expect you to tackle this with the same effort that you've given everything else so far, Hellspawn. They collectively voiced their understanding, and he nodded. Good. First teams, the bots will lead you to your assigned starting positions. You'll have 5 minutes of prep time before the match begins. Get to it? Izuku fiddled with his gear as he glanced over the provided jail cell. Well, it's definitely Nedzu's brand of off-the-wall. Still, the design of the cell isn't the focus of the exercise. He turned to face his team. Logic states that we should know each other's capabilities before we put together a strategy. Quirk descriptions, lightning round. I can use items from video games that I've played. Fumikage. The bird-headed boy snapped to attention. My quirk is a sentient creature of shadow. They grow stronger in darkness and weaker in light, but their strength is inversely proportional to their control. We are able to combine our physical strength, and can briefly conjure a shadowy avatar that can be up to 10 feet tall. Bujiro, I've got a prehensile tail. It's strong enough that I can use it to propel myself through the air at relatively high speeds, and it packs a decent punch, but that's about it. Yayorozu. The girl stood upright. I can make things from the lipids in my cells, though I have to know the chemical structures in order to create it. In addition, what I can make is limited by the fuel I have on hand, which correlates to how much I've eaten recently. Shirakumo-kun? The blue-haired boy grinned. I can make clouds. They're not physically identical to real clouds, more like giant balls of really solid cotton candy. Last I checked, they're sturdy enough to hold up to 2 tons of weight, and can move at around 35 kilometers per hour when holding up to 1 ton. I can technically use warp gate, but I'm not experienced enough with it to consider it a viable option for this. Izuku nodded and brought a hand up to his chin. Gotcha. If memory serves, then Kuwaro can merge with black things, Tsuburaba makes walls of solid air, Tokage can split herself into multiple pieces, and Monoma can copy quirks through skin contact. The 3 watches on his belt lead me to believe that he can copy up to 3 quirks at a time, which means we're basically facing the first 3 twice over. Shirakumo frowned. So, effectively a 5-on-6? Not great odds. Izuku grinned. You only say that because you haven't seen what we're capable of. But I digress. We need a strategy. Fumikage hummed. It would stand to reason that Kuwaro would likely be able to merge with Dark Shadow. If he is able to manipulate objects that he fuses with, then that could prove problematic. I will attempt to stay away from shadows and other dark objects, and will prioritize someone else. Izuku nodded. Tokage doesn't have any black in her costume, so she's safe, but be careful with Tsuburaba. Avoid Monoma especially, since he could have Kurwaro hiding in his tuxedo. Or he could use Kurwaro's quirk himself. Fumikage nodded. Understood. Suburaba's air walls are not unbreakable, and Dark Shadow's strength is enough that they can probably break through. I will prioritize him in battle once Kurwaro has been exposed and separated from the others. Momo stuck her hand up. Given the variety of defenses I can create, and the fact that I can control their coloration, I believe I am best suited for handling Kurwaro. I remember Kendo-san telling me that Toki-san can make her pieces levitate, so Shirakumo-kun would be best suited to handle her. The teen in question grinned. An airborne battle? Suits me just fine. I've molded my fighting style around being able to move quickly, so I'll hopefully be able to fly rings around her. Izuku nodded. That leaves me and Ojiro to handle Monoma. I've faced him before and won, so he shouldn't be too much of a problem. You all have some sort of communicator, right? His classmates nodded, while Shirakumo shook his head with a frown. I see. Momo, make an earpiece for Shirakumo. We need to be able to contact each other if we run into a problem. Remember, divide and conquer. We need to get the enemy team separated in order to take advantage of their individual weaknesses. At the beginning, they'll likely all be together, so we need to split them up. I can probably handle that, so the rest of you, focus on your individual targets. Dark Shadow appeared from under Fumikage's cloak and smacked their fists together. Let's drop on these shitheads like a fucking piano. Fumikage barked, who the fuck taught you that language? They shared a laugh, before schooling their expressions. Vlad King's voice rang out, your prep time is up. Match 1 begin. Immediately, Izuku summoned his extreme gear under his feet and took off, bobbing and weaving around the giant pipes. Shirakumo was right next to him, riding on a cloud with Ojiro on his back. Fumikage was swinging from pipe to pipe using Dark Shadow's massive claws. Momo had used a coil of rope to lasso Izuku's leg, and was letting herself be pulled along atop a pair of rollerblades. They made excellent time across the training ground, soon coming upon where the opposing 1B team was gathered by their own jail. Izuku slid to a stop behind a cluster of pipes, peering through an opening to survey the area. He could see Shirakumo and Ojiro floating in the sky, just barely high enough to make out. Fumikage silently dropped down next to Izuku, and Momo slid up next to the two of them. Monoma announced, let us show these 1A ruffians that their numbers do not matter. We shall rise up and prove our superiority. Kurwaro chuckled drily and merged with Monoma's tuxedo, his presence marked by a white Cheshire grin on one of the coattails. Tokiage's eyes split off from the rest of her head and flew into the air, clearly aiming to get a good view of the area. Tsuburaba tapped his foot impatiently. Well, what's the scoop? Tokiage frowned. That's weird. I can't find them anywhere. They're already hiding somewhere, and my bird's eye view isn't helping. Tsuburaba groaned. So we've got to find them on foot? I wish we had a hearing quirk on our team, like Jairu or Shuji. Why does 1A get all the cool quirks? Monoma chuckled, but Izuku grinned at the hint of anxiety in the blonde's voice. Relax, Airwall. We shall prevail. It will just take us longer than we initially predicted. Suddenly, Tokage cried out in pain, and her eyes fell to the ground, sporting small lumps on the lids. Something just hit my eyes. I can't see. Izuku grinned. That's our cue. He tossed a thumbs up in Momo's direction, and the girl nodded, creating a pair of springs and jumping on top. She launched herself out of hiding and immediately slammed her metal staff into Monoma. As expected, the sudden shock launched Kurwaro out of hiding, and Momo capitalized on it, grabbing the black-skinned boy and tying him up with a bone-white coil of rope. She created another pair of rollerblades and took off, just as the others were starting to recover. Monoma shook his head and pointed in the direction of Momo's rapidly retreating form. Lizardy! After her! Shirakumo's voice echoed, I'm sorry. But I cannot allow you to do that. Suddenly, a swarm of clouds flew down from above and wrapped around Tokage, picking her up and hauling her into the sky. Seconds later, Ojiro dropped down and slammed his tail into Monoma's chest, sending the blonde flying into a cluster of pipes. Tsuburaba turned towards Ojiro, and Fumikage struck, grabbing the other boy's head with Dark Shadow's talon and bodily slamming him into a pipe, knocking him out cold in an instant. Izuku leapt from his hiding spot and grabbed Momo by the arm, his extreme gear forming under his feet. "I'll take this." In a blast of wind, he took off, dragging the 1B student behind him. In a matter of seconds, he'd already reached the jail cell, and he tossed Momo inside, right on top of Tokage and Kurwaro. Barely 10 seconds later, Fumikage dropped down from above and threw Tsuburaba into the cell, and the cartoon Nedzu above the door stuck his paw in the air in a thumbs up. All members of the Class B team have been captured. Class A is the winner of this match. Izuku dropped onto the viewing platform, grinning as the rest of his team followed suit. Vlad King sent them an annoyed look, before glaring at Aizawa-sensei. "I told you we shouldn't have formed the teams randomly. Your class rep and vice rep were on the same team, along with the extra student, and look what happened. My students didn't even get a chance to do anything." Ida coughed into his fist and raised his hand. "Actually, sir, the 1A team did give their opponents time to form a strategy before they attacked. And Tokuji-san did manage to scout the area from above. Though, I do agree that this matchup was unfair in that 1B had no idea of Shirakumo-kun's capabilities." Aizawa-sensei nodded. "Very true, Ida." His gaze switched to Izuku's group. "Though Vlad has a point. The other team didn't have much of an opportunity to fight back, and while that's good in the field, it's likely to tank their grade." Izuku shrugged. "What's the old saying? Practice how you plan to fight? Professionals have standards." Katsuki grinned and said, "Be polite." Kyuka interjected, "Be efficient." Shirakumo finished, "Have a plan to beat everyone you meet." Aizawa-sensei huffed. "Whatever. Also, someone needs to go retrieve 1B from the cell. I doubt they're going to be awake enough to walk back anytime soon." Katsuki crossed his arms as he looked over the provided jail cell. "Bit cartoony, don't you think?" Riot grunted as he checked over his gear. "Does it really matter? This isn't Midnight's art class. We're not critiquing the design." Katsuki chuckled. "Fair enough." He turned to face his team. "Here's how this is gonna work. Each of us goes after one person on the enemy team. Go for someone who you either have an advantage against or can fight on equal footing with." Glasses stuck his hand up. "I took the liberty of talking to Midoriya-kun about 1B before we arrived at Ground Gamma. Welder is able to connect things together on a molecular level, making them nearly impossible to disconnect. He carries durable materials in order to effectively trap someone with his quirk. If you remember from the sports festival, Spiral is able to rotate any part of his body at high speeds. Shemage is able to spread mushroom spores around herself, and is able to control the type of spore to produce different species of mushroom. She also carries a spray bottle to provide moisture for optimal growing conditions. Lastly, if Aftershock strikes something, he can then apply a second hit that is many times greater than the first. This can happen on his command at any time, and can hit multiple targets at the same time." Elbows rubbed at his chin. "Ida, does your helmet have an air filter in it?" Glasses shook his head. "In that case, I'm probably best suited to handle Shemage. My tape can offset any mobility inhibitions caused by her mushrooms, and my helmet means that I won't be inhaling any of the spores." Riot nodded. "Makes sense. I should probably take Welder, since I can probably break anything he attaches to me. Not at the connecting point, but definitely along its length. And heck, maybe hardening will have some kind of effect on stuff attached to me." Katsuki grunted. "Glasses, you take Aftershock, since you're best at dodging both his hits and anything he launches at you with his quirk. I'll take Spiral, since his spinning won't do much against explosions. We're all clear on our targets?" 3 nods of understanding. "Good. Riot, you hang on to Glasses so he can get you to your target quickly. Elbows, grab onto my chest with your tape so I can drag you through the air. Whoever strikes first is more likely to win this." There was a buzzing sound, and Vlad King announced, "Your prep time is up. Match 2 begin." Immediately, Katsuki blasted upwards, feeling Elbows' tape wrap around his torso. He angled his palms backwards and blasted off, soaring through the air over the tangle of pipes. He could spot Glasses and Riot weaving around the industrial area on foot below him. Turning his attention ahead, he narrowed his eyes and could just barely make out the 4 figures of the enemy team. "Let's do this." As he approached, Katsuki grabbed the strand of tape and ripped it from his chest, flinging elbows around and towards the girl in the white dotted dress. His tape shot out and wrapped around the girl, and elbows flew in with a devastating dropkick that sent her flying before the other team could even react. As elbows took off after his opponent, Katsuki dropped out of the sky, aiming an axe kick at Spiral's head. To his credit, the black-haired student managed to jump to the side, but his face went white as Katsuki's foot left a crater in the ground. Welder reached into 2 of the pockets on his costume, only to be blown off his feet as Riot rammed into him with a beautiful clothesline. Aftershock opened his mouth to shout something, only for Glasses to shoulder-check him into a nearby pipe. Spiral scowled, his arms starting to spin up. "Oh no, I am not getting taken out that quickly." Vlad-sensei would hate to see 2 instant wins in a row. Katsuki grinned and slammed his fist into his palm, letting off an explosion for intimidation. "Bring it, Spinny." Tenko chuckled as he watched the blonde kid from 1A square off against the spinning kid from 1B. A buzz from his pocket caught his attention, and he pulled his phone out. He really had to thank Player 2 for setting him up with artist's gloves. They made it way easier to hold things. He frowned when he saw that he'd gotten a text from Jiren. He glanced over at Eraserhead, who was looking at him. "Got a chat message from my old armor shop. I'll let you know if something comes up that the rat god needs to be aware of." Eraserhead nodded, turning his attention back to the screens. Tenko walked over to an empty corner of the platform, opening the text chain between himself and the broker. "Cigars, I've got someone else trying to get in contact with you. Hasn't given any kind of identity yet, but they're offering the opposite of Overhaul's deal, the freedom to use your quirk however you want. Just like last time, they're wanting all for one's resources." Tenko frowned, tapping away at the screen. "Dusty, well, have you told this anonymous requester anything?" "Cigars, just that I'd get back to them after contacting you. Still, they seemed willing to throw as much money at me as it would take to reach you." Tenko hummed, considering his options. "Dusty, tell them that they have my curiosity, but that I'm not willing to commit to anything until I get more info. Capabilities, resources, etc. Cigars, you got it." Tenko stuck his phone in his pocket and strode over to where the teachers were standing by. "Nothing serious yet, but it might turn into a problem eventually. I'll update you once I have more info." Eraserhead grunted, not turning his head from the screens for a second. "Keep up this double agent shtick, and I might be tempted to hire you as a sidekick once you're finished with the rehab course." Tenko snorted. "Nah. I'd rather go rescue, make it up to the people I've fucked over by helping them out. Plus, I need to apologize to 13 for invading the USJ." Eraserhead chuckled. "That you do." Izuku grinned as Katsuki let off one final explosion that sent Kaibara stumbling backwards, right into the jail cell. As the loudspeakers declared one as victory, Vlad King's shoulders slumped in disappointment. Izuku heard the teacher mutter, "Why do I even try?" Izuku stood up, walked over, and patted the hero on the back. "Don't feel too bad. 1B definitely has the edge in planning and thinking ahead. It's just that 1A has been forced to master how to think and plan on the spot. Different strengths." He frowned and rubbed at his chin. "Now that I think about it, blending the classes together in the teams probably would have made the matches more even. Who decided to make it class on class?" Aizawa-sensei grunted. "I'd suggested that, but Vlad wanted to compare our teaching styles and see if one would come out over the other. I tried telling him that it wasn't a competition, but Nedzu found the idea entertaining, so I gave up." Vlad King nodded quietly. "I suspect I got caught up in Minoma's sense of rivalry." Nedzu chuckled as he listened to the discussion at Ground Gamma between the 2 first-year heroics teachers. His fur stood on end, and he casually pulled a knife from one of his desk drawers, flicking it at a corner of the room hidden in shadows. There was a clang of steel on steel, and the knife fell to the floor. Akaguro Kaizome stepped from the shadows, his serrated katana sliding back into its sheath. "I see your reflexes have not dulled in the slightest." Nedzu hummed and threaded his paws together. "Our agreement was that you would not approach UA unless something came up that could threaten my students' safety. What have you discovered?" Akaguro reached into his jacket and pulled out a small book with a red cover, tossing it onto the mammal's desk. Something far bigger than anything your 1A class has tackled this year. Barring the league. Nedzu leaned forward and scanned the cover of the book, quietly swearing under his breath at the title, Meta Liberation War. Where and how many? Akaguro grunted. Daika City. The entire population of 400,000. 1,500 of them are licensed heroes. Detnarat leads them, and they are supported by Shueisha, the Hearts and Minds Party, and Feel Good Incorporated. Hawks is among them, though I suspect he is working as a double agent for the commission. Be wary, they have several hidden cards up their sleeves, of which I do not know the extent. Nedzu let a low growl emit from his throat. What is your strategy? Akaguro huffed. I have been thinning the herd from the shadows. From what I have heard, they plan to move in 3 months. All Might's retirement has moved up their timetable. I will remove as many of their soldiers as I can in that time. When it begins, I will support where I can. Anonymity will be my ally, so I will leave the leaders to you while I pick off the rank and file. Prepare your students, they cannot escape this. The HPSC will want every available hero to assist, and they will undoubtedly call on your students as well. Nedzu nodded. I appreciate the advance warning. 3 months is very little time, but it should be enough for another round of work studies, which should provide our students with the necessary experience to survive the coming conflict. Given any thought to my offer? Akaguro tilted his head in thought for a couple seconds, before nodding. A threat of this magnitude requires that I am at my best. Any support you can give would be invaluable. I have heard rumors of an exceptional genius in Class 1H, and I have seen her products in action. If possible, I wish to discuss upgrades with her, but I will understand if you insist that I go to Power Loader. Nedzu hummed and tapped at his chin. You will be permitted to work with her, but only if Power Loader and Eraserhead are also present. Forgive me if I'm hesitant to leave you alone with her, for both her safety and yours. Akaguro grinned. Those conditions are acceptable. Perhaps this weekend would serve for a first meeting. Ochako cracked her knuckles as she waited for the signal to start the round. We're all clear on the plan? Hitoshi nodded, slipping his persona cords over his mouth. We've each got our own targets, and we're clear on the optional secondary objective. Is everyone's gear functional? Aoyama grinned, light flashing from the various lenses on his costume. Fully functioning, monsieur. Hagakure's chameleon green gloves fizzled into visibility with a double thumbs up. Ready and raring to go. Ochako's gauntlets whirred, and she nodded. Everything's in order. Let's do this. Vlad King's voice rang out over ground gamma. Your prep time is up. Match 3 begin. Ochako tapped herself on the chest and launched into the sky, carrying Aoyama behind her. Hitoshi used his capture scarf to swing from pipe to pipe, while Hagakure was nowhere to be seen. At the same time, Ochako could see a mass of vines spreading outward from the other side of the training ground. Several water towers began sinking into the ground, some falling over in the process. Ochako landed on a pipe and sprung off, aiming towards the center of the mass of vines. She extended her arm backwards, before flinging Aoyama through the air. A barrage of lasers tore through the vines, and Shiozaki cried out in pain. Ochako grunted with satisfaction as several of the beams easily punched holes through the other girl's toga. She pressed her fingertips together and fell from the sky, grabbing a tangle of fabric in her hand and yanking Shiozaki into her swinging fist. The vine-haired girl went down like a rock, and Ochako leapt into the air, just as the ground under her feet softened to a liquid consistency. Lingering vines and pipes sank into the floor, but Ochako and her cargo were unaffected as she soared through the sky, back towards the jail cell. Here's hoping she reconsiders her costume after this. May hummed as she tightened the screws on her latest baby, unconsciously poking her tongue out as she focused. The second that the final screw refused to go any tighter, she dropped her screwdriver and slid her chair back, breath hitched. Nothing happened, and she gave a quick sigh of relief, before wheeling her chair forward and pressing the power button. The 4 rotors whirred to life, and the drone flew up to hover about a foot over her desk. She grabbed the controller and flicked it on, and a blue light on both devices indicated a successful connection. The screen on the controller blinked on, displaying a clear view of her own face. Good. Propellers, controller, and camera are all functioning properly. She shifted the lever at the top of the controller to the left, and the light over the camera on the drone changed from white to red. The screen shifted from a regular camera feed to an infrared display, and May grinned as she made out her heat signature above her chair. Infrared vision is good to go. She flicked the lever to the right, and it shifted to an X-ray view of the room. She grinned at the clear sight of her rib cage. X-ray vision is working. She moved the lever back to the center position, and it shifted back to a regular camera feed. She pressed another button, and the entire drone shimmered, before disappearing from sight. Checking the camera feed, she grinned at the clear display of her desk. Cloaking is functional and doesn't interfere with the camera. Good. There was a cough behind her, and she jumped slightly, almost dropping the controller. She set it down on her desk and spun in her chair to look up at Power Loader. "Sensei, please don't startle me like that," the hero grunted, before staring at where dust was being blown across her desk. "What am I not seeing?" She jumped and hit the button on the controller again, and the drone fizzled into existence. "My new recon drone baby, sir." She hit the power button, letting it gently settle on top of her desk before it turned off. The top split open to reveal a row of small solar panels. Power Loader hummed and leaned in close, inspecting it carefully. "Interesting. Did you reuse the cloaking tech from Hagecure's costume?" She nodded, a grin stretching across her face. "Of course, sir. Isn't that the basis of inventing? Finding new ways to use pre-existing tech?" The teacher chuckled to himself. "Indeed it is. That's one of your better inventions so far this year." May frowned. "Sir, you don't usually come over and compliment a student's work without a reason. Is there something you wanted to talk to me about?" The teacher straightened and coughed into his fist. "Yeah. There's someone who wants to talk to you about possible gear upgrades. This Saturday at the workshop with me and Eraserhead standing by. You'll be paid as though you were a registered support technician being commissioned for the gear. However, the guy isn't exactly on the heroic end of the spectrum, if you catch my drift." May hummed and leaned in close to whisper in the teacher's ear. "You're talking about Stain, aren't you?" The teacher jerked back and stared at her with wide eyes, and she waved a hand dismissively. "I've caught glimpses of him moving around the school from time to time, but the principal didn't say anything, so I figured it wasn't an issue." Power Loader huffed. "Fine. If you're okay with it, then ask your mother for permission to come by the school this Saturday." She gave the hero a thumbs up. "No problemo, sensei. Not as if Mom and I haven't worked outside the law before." Kyuka snickered as Yurashi picked up the entire enemy team, bodily chucking all four into the cell at the same time. Vlad King groaned, and Aizawa-sensei merely shrugged. "I tried to get the teams to be mixed between classes. Don't blame me for this." Vlad King sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. "Honestly, I might just give out mercy grades for this. Team 2 is definitely getting bonus points for holding their own for a while, though. Especially Kaibara. I'm honestly impressed he managed to go toe-to-toe with Bakugo for that long." He sighed again and turned towards the remaining two teams. "Right. Match 5 will be starting in 5 minutes. I'm sure you 8 can find your starting positions on your own. Get moving, I want to get this over with." Kyuka immediately stood up and took off into ground gamma, aware that her team was following closely behind. She was careful not to fire off any sound waves, since she didn't want to give the opposing team any hints at her true capabilities. Always good to keep an ace up your sleeve. Her team was gathered by their assigned cell within a minute. Not wasting any time, she turned around and placed her hands on her hips. "Right. Last match of the exercise, so I say we go out on a high note. Let's blow these jokers out of the water." Sue hummed, a finger on her chin. "Shouldn't we have some kind of strategy? I feel like go in and blow them to pieces would work well for Bakugo, but not us." Kuda nodded. "We can't just go in guns blazing. We need a plan. I'd offer a rat army, but they're over in ground beta, which is too far for them to hear me." Kyuka hummed. "Gotcha. Tetsu is their Kirishima, so we need someone with a fighting style more suited to grapples?" Sue stuck her hand up. "I can handle that. Kyuka nodded. Good. Kodai enlarges stuff, but my sound waves should still be powerful enough to throw it back in her face, no matter what size it is. Tsunatori's a projectile fighter, and she doesn't seem all that prepared to fight up close if her horns get destroyed. Mina grinned. Dibs. Coulda hummed. I suppose that leaves me to take care of word. If memory serves, he makes giant onomatopoeias with properties of that sound. Ear, if you finish size quickly enough, I'd appreciate it if you could assist me. I'll do what I can on my own, but I can't promise results. Kyuka nodded. You got it. I'll run a quick solo, then come over for a duet. Let's fucking do this. Izuku knew he was grinning like a total loon, but he couldn't help it. He just had that reaction whenever Kyuka did something awesome. And matching Fukudashi's boom with her counterbalance technique definitely fit the bill. Of course, the rest of her team did great. Tsu slamming Tetsu into a pipe using her tongue was a clever tactic. Mina just waded through Tsunatori's horn barrage with her acid veil. Even Kuda pitched in, hiding above Fukudashi and dropping down with a vicious karate chop when the 1B student had to rest his throat. As Kyuka's team climbed up onto the platform, the rest of the class started grinning like lunatics. It only took a few seconds before Aizawa-sensei snorted and grinned back. Good work, Hellspawn. However, in the future, try to work more as a team. Most heroes die in the field as a result of a lack of backup, so make sure you can work with another hero if the situation demands it. Vlad King sighed and shook his head as the 1B team pulled themselves up onto the stage. Well, at the very least, you all survived. I credit you for that. However, it seems we need to work on how to adapt to situations and change strategies on the fly. Plans rarely survive first contact with the enemy, if ever. Aizawa-sensei glanced over the stage, before nodding once. Right? Dismissed. Yaoyorozu, Oboro, your belongings have been brought to 1's dorm building. Midoriya has been made aware of your room assignments and will show you around. Momo glanced around the first floor of Heights Alliance, humming to herself. So, UA constructed these during summer break? Ochako coughed into her fist. Well, Cementos provided the basic shape, but they had to get a little help for the finer details. Luckily, Mom and Dad already had a good working relationship with the principal from when they remodeled the old dorms. Shirakumo raised an eyebrow. Old dorms? I don't remember UA having dorms when I was a student. Hitoshi flopped onto a nearby couch. Well, according to Dad, that's because there weren't any international students when you were enrolled. When they got a transfer student from all the way over in the US, Nedzu realized that they should have on-campus housing, and so there were a couple apartment buildings made. Of course, they weren't nearly as big as these buildings. Shirakumo hummed. Makes sense. You wouldn't want to force a high school kid to pay rent when they're from out of town. Izuku hummed and turned to Aoyama. Hey, Aoyama, aren't you from France? How come you don't bring up your family all that often? The blonde jumped, before rubbing at his upper arm with a guilty expression. That is complete. Izuku shrugged. Fair enough. He walked towards the elevator by the kitchen, motioning for Momo and Shirakumo to follow. You've both been given rooms on the 5th floor. Shirakumo, your room is on the northern end of the west side, next to Sada's room. Momo, you're in the second room from the south on the east side, right next to Ochako. Just a heads up, Shimura's on the north end of the west side on the 2nd floor, between me and the exterior wall. Laundry, kitchen, and common rooms are on the ground floor, and you each have your own bathroom inside your dorm. The courtyard is open from dawn to dusk. You're required to be in the building after 9 and in your room after 10. You're responsible for your own sleep schedule, and you can't be heard more than 2 rooms away after curfew. Sleepovers are allowed so long as they're set up beforehand. The training gyms are open 24/7, though the 9 o'clock in-building curfew still applies. The kitchen is stocked with basic ingredients, but you are allowed to go and buy specific things on your own yen. We have a rotating schedule for cooking dinner, and Lunch Rush is more than willing to give lessons in his free time on the weekends. Got it? They both nodded. Good. The elevator dinged, and the doors opened onto the 5th floor. Shirakumo stepped out, tossing out a quick salute before heading down the hall. Izuku hit the 1st floor button, stepping back as the doors closed. So, your parents were told, right? Momo winced and rubbed at her arm. Mother and father were initially quite happy to see me back at the mansion. However, the mood quickly went sour when Mother said that she wished to pull me from the heroics program. She claimed that she didn't want me going to UA when the school clearly couldn't keep me safe properly. Izuku sighed. I can't imagine that went over well. The tall girl shook her head. I lost my temper. I yelled at her that my coma was no fault of UA's, but instead caused by Endeavor's abuse of Shudo. Unfortunately, Mother has always been a steadfast supporter of the Flame Hero, and was incensed at my insinuation that he was less than moral. Izuku frowned. Well, you're obviously still enrolled. What happened? Momo sighed. Mother shouted that she wanted nothing to do with, in her words, a no-good, lying, demeaning bitch, and father has never been all that resistant to Mother's demands. I have effectively been disowned. It was never made official, as such an event would no doubt bring negative media attention onto my family, and Mother has always prioritized her image above all else. I am still officially a Yaoyorozu, but I have been cut off from the family fortune, business, and properties. Nedzu let me stay in the teacher's dorms while my living situation was worked out. She cracked a weak smile. I suppose I can relate to Ochako now. Izuku scowled. Your parents run the Yaoyorozu conglomerate, right? Momo hummed. Father is in charge of production, while Mother handles the administrative side of things. If you're thinking about setting the principal on them, don't. While Mother may be set in her views on behavior and heroics, she is still a model businesswoman. All of her dealings are legally ironclad. The best you can do is let this run its course. Izuku's fist tightened. I can't just sit back and do nothing. Momo stepped close and laid a hand on his shoulder. I did not say that you should. While you cannot do anything against her, you can most certainly do something for me. Please just be there. I will undoubtedly have my weaker moments. And in those times, I will need a close friend to remind me of how strong I am. Can you promise that? Izuku grabbed her hand with both of his. Of course. Anything for my vice rep and especially for my friend. Smiled softly. Then that is all you need to do. Inko hummed to herself as she scanned over the request paperwork that would grant Mizutofu Junior High permission to bring in registered Quirk counselors for Quirk training classes. To think that we would legally introduce something that Aldra was already doing illegally. Goodness, what a time this has been. Her phone rang, and Inko glanced over at it, one eyebrow raising in curiosity as she noted the caller ID. She attracted the phone to her hand and accepted the call, raising it to her ear. Good evening, Nedson. How might I help you? The mammal chuckled. Well, you're sounding chipper. I imagine you're quite enjoying yourself with my former student. Inko giggled. Oh, working alongside Yonda has been such fun. We've managed to procure suitable exercise equipment for Hero Course hopefuls, and hopefully, we'll even be able to provide Quirk training classes to the students. Which reminds me, I may be calling you at a later date to discuss the possibility of borrowing some of your teachers to lecture the third years on the basics of hero work. Nedzu cackled with delight. Why, that sounds like a most wonderful idea. Giving junior high students a more accurate picture of the industry will most certainly allow for a greater influx of students with heroic potential. Still, I'm afraid that we have a serious matter to discuss, pertaining to our current first-year hero students. Inko frowned, her mind immediately flashing to Izuku. Has something come up with my son? Nedzu chuckled. No, young Izuku is doing quite well. You heard that he was elected class representative at the beginning of the school year, correct? Inko hummed. I did indeed. Why do you bring that up? Well, you see, the class vice representative has run into a problem. Yaoyorozu Momo has recently had an altercation with her parents, and has thus been disowned all but officially. We're currently looking into possible solutions, as we can't in good faith have her remain a ward of UA for her entire schooling. We did ask her homeroom teacher, as he already has a history of adopting rejected children, but he insisted that, and I quote, having one kid in the class is already enough. And none of the other teachers were particularly prepared to adopt a child. Midnight wanted to, but her living situation wouldn't allow for it. Inko hummed. You're wondering if I'd be willing to take her in, yes? She already trusts me through her friendship with Izuku, and being around one of her closest friends more often would help mend any mental scars caused by her disownment. Netsu chuckled again. You catch on fast. I can see where young Izuku gets his wits from. Inko chuckled. Don't discount Hisashi too quickly. He used to be a hero in his younger days, after all, until smoke inhalation forced him to retire early. He actually managed to find a job on Island, working as a security guard and firefighter. Oh, how intriguing! If you don't mind my asking, what was his code name? Inko hummed. The Draconic hero, Slifer. He loved pre-Quirk media, especially old anime. He and Izuku are more alike than I think either of them know. I do wish we could be in contact, but his job's location does require a level of secrecy. Netsu hummed. How intriguing. Still, back to the matter at hand, would you be willing to take in young Yaoyorozu? Inko smiled softly. Of course. If it'll make Izuku happy to know his friend is in a safe place, then I'm more than willing. Excellent. I'll go ahead and contact the Yaoyorozu matriarch about the necessary paperwork to do this quietly. While I despise her for being more concerned about her daughter's safety than her daughter's happiness, I can't deny that her company is one of the best in support. Thankfully, you won't have to do that much to adjust, seeing as young Momo is already housed in Heights Alliance for the time being. Inko giggled. Of course, Netsu-sen. I will call you later about borrowing your teachers, but for now, I have paperwork for the junior high to take care of. Of course. An administrator's work is never done. The mammal hung up, and Inko sighed warmly as she set her phone on the coffee table. I suppose you were right all along, Hisashi. Even a Gen Ed student can be someone's hero from time to time. Izuku glanced up as the elevator by the laundry room dinged, and Momo walked into the common room, sweaty and dirty. She flopped onto the couch and sighed deeply. I have finished decorating my room. I appreciate the extra furniture, considering my situation. Ochako frowned from where she was sitting on a windowsill. Yeah, Isa filled us in on the shit between you and your mom. We figured you probably wouldn't have a lot to put in your room. Momo smiled gratefully. Thank you. Mina poked her head around the corner. Hey, you know what would be great, now that the class roster is finally complete? A room competition? Izuku hummed. Elaborate. Mina grinned. I would have proposed this when the dorms first got set up, but it just didn't feel right without Momo there. But now that she's here and set up, we can look at everyone's rooms, then vote on who decorated the best. Kyuka chuckled as she walked up behind the other girl. That, and you want to see everyone's taste in fashion. Or lack thereof. Mina blushed, her cheeks turning purple due to her unusual skin color. Okay, maybe that too. Izuku hummed and glanced over at where Shimura was playing on his Pikachu-themed DS. What do you think, Chimichanga? Wanna show off your gamer pad to the class? Shimura snorted. Only if you show off your own man cave. Izuku grinned. Deal. He put 2 fingers in his mouth and let out a piercing whistle, and the class was gathered in the common room in less than a minute. Right. We'll start with the boys' rooms on the west, going from north to south, floor by floor, then move to the girls' side and do the same thing. Once every room has been inspected, we'll reconvene down here and hold a vote. All clear? A chorus of assent rose up, and he grinned. Good. Let's roll. Rikia frowned as he glanced over the report on the tablet in his hands. We've been losing soldiers? Since when? Skeptic hummed, tapping away at his computer's keyboard. It appears the trend started about a week ago, but nobody noticed since it was at night, and in small enough numbers that nothing seemed out of place. I only noticed because I've been doing weekly headcounts. It seems that we lost 10 people each night, totaling up to 70 lost soldiers in the past week. Not a terrible loss, but the fact that someone was able to sneak in and kill 10 soldiers without being detected, let alone 7 nights in a row, is a problem, Rikia finished. And if they continually have success with 10 at a time, who's to say they won't grow bolder and go for a larger kill count in a night? Skeptic nodded. Precisely, sir. Unfortunately, whoever was responsible was somehow aware of the security cameras around the city, as the footage from last night provided nothing of use. And, of course, we can't place cameras inside the barracks themselves, as that would be an invasion of privacy. Rikia hummed. Could we not explain the situation and ask for consent to monitor them? Curious made a noise of disagreement. From the mutterings I've heard around Daika, the only reason most of our soldiers are here is because they feel safe from the heroes while they're in Daika. If we admit that someone's been killing soldiers without being seen, a good majority of them will get spooked and run off to try and find an actually safe location. And asking to monitor them would make them feel like they can't trust us to trust them. Our numbers are hanging by a thread, waiting to drop at the slightest hint of a problem. Rikia growled. So there's no way to catch whoever's doing this? Skeptic shook his head sadly. Unfortunately, no. Whoever it was, they were smart about it. There's no pattern among the dead that I can trace. They were all different ages, different personalities, and different meta abilities. No similarities that would point to who would be targeted next. Geaton stuck his hand up, as though he was a schoolboy wanting to ask a question. Did you check their assigned living quarters? It could be that the perpetrator only attacked from a certain direction. Skeptic hummed and tapped away at his computer. No, the deaths were all in different sectors. Suddenly he jumped. No, wait. There is a pattern. All 70 deaths happened in residences close to the city's border, meaning that the perpetrator is chipping away from the outside. Geet nodded. Exactly. Which means that he's likely not hiding within the city. Trumpet smacked a fist into his palm. So, if we strengthen our outer fortifications, we have a better chance of defending against this threat. And if the soldiers ask for an explanation, we can tell the truth and say we're strengthening our defenses against outside dangers. Rikia smirked. Magnificent. Soon, we will be ready to move. For the liberation of meta abilities. Kaizong grunted as he stared down at the bustling city below. Cranes and construction vehicles were being shunted around, setting up additional fortifications on the edge of the city. So, they've noticed my work from the past week, and have moved to respond. They can't risk a panic among their numbers by admitting the deaths, and so they are bolstering their defenses to keep me out. Perhaps this coming week, I shall take another 10 each night from the center of the city. He laid a hand on his katana sheath. Soon, meta-liberation scum. Soon, you will be given your just punishment. The class gathered outside Shimura's door, and the pale-haired man sighed as he waded through the crowd. Make it quick. Drayden's waiting for me to kick his dragon-type ass. He slid open the door, and the class went through a variety of reactions at the decor. The curtains were jet black, letting very little natural light into the room. A poster of 13 hung on the wall over the bed, and an Eraserhead poster sat over the desk. A bookcase by the bed held a variety of game controllers and handheld devices, and an EV-themed alarm clock sat on top. The desk held a small TV screen hooked up to a multitude of consoles, and a laptop sat nearby. A shelf sitting on the wall near the bathroom held several pairs of artist's gloves, each with a different pattern. Izuku glanced over at where Shimura was standing, and he noticed that the man's current pair was Mario-themed. Kaminari glanced around the room and whistled. And here I thought I was committed to gaming. The only thing that's missing is the basement smell, but otherwise, it's total NET territory. Shimura growled and curled his fingers into claws. One more word, and your Pikachu sheets are forfeit. The blonde held his hands up in surrender. Okay. I yield. Katsuki huffed as he fingered Shimura's Umbreon-patterned sheets. You're one to talk, handsy. Ochako frowned as she glanced over at where a pair of embalmed hands rested next to the alarm clock. I would have thought you'd have left the severed hands behind with your villain persona. Shimura sighed and lightly scratched at his neck. Well, I did leave most of them behind. I destroyed all of them except for the ones that belonged to my sister, since she's the only one I didn't hate. Izuku hummed. You know, I bet we could get Mei to make some attachments that'd let you use them as actual hands. I wonder if they carry some of her quirk factor. Shimura considered that for a second. Maybe. Not now, though. Izuku proudly swung open the door to his room and grinned as the class gazed around the inside. It had taken him quite a while, but he'd settled on decorating half of the room with his gaming stuff and the other half with his hero merch. A poster of All Might in his Silver Age costume hung over the bed, with several different hero posters lining the wall adjacent to Shimura's room. A short bookcase held his collection of hero figurines, with the top shelf being dedicated to his All Might figures. His curtains were themed after All Might's Silver Age costume, being mostly red with blue stripes at the bottom, a white stripe on top, and a yellow trim. Various game posters decorated the wall adjacent to Aoyama's room: Mario, Kirby, Overwatch, and more. A bookshelf next to his desk held several small figurines, most of which were amiibos. His laptop sat on his desk, complete with several Nintendo stickers across the lid and a Kirby-themed mouse pad next to it. Mina hummed with interest. Well, I definitely expected something along these lines, but somehow, I'm still surprised. I was honestly expecting to see a lot more stuff. Katsuki snorted. The nerd actually left a majority of his shit back at his apartment. This is only a third of his full collection. Kyuka nodded. I can attest, he has way more merch piled up back at his place. His room is basically a shrine to heroes and Nintendo at the same time. You can barely see the paint on the walls underneath. Aoyama slid open the door to his room, and Izuku physically stepped back as he was hit with what felt like the combined light of 1,000 suns. As the shock wore off, he could see a multitude of glittering objects strewn about the room, including a literal shining suit of armor. The blonde giggled and struck a pose. Well, what do you think of my shine? Izuku grunted and squinted. I think I need a pair of sunglasses before I go blind. Mina nodded. Agreed. I can appreciate a good splash of glitter, but this is too much. In contrast, Fumicage's room was dark and gloomy. Every light in the room was a black light, and the curtains were a very dark gray, so there was very little natural light to be found. The raven-headed boy said nothing, simply walking over to his bed and leaning against the wall, feathers raised in a challenge. Well, is there anything you wish to say about my choice of decoration? Kaminari chuckled. It's very you, dude. I really like that skull with the glowing eyes. Totally your style. Fumicage huffed, but Izuku could see the other boy's feathers settle down. Well, I have heard worse comments. Momo frowned and glanced over at the sword and shield leaning against the footrest of the bed. Do you practice swordplay? Perhaps it would be an effective skill for hero work. Dark Shadow popped out and leaned one arm on Fumicage's head. Technically, he only got it for the aesthetic, but I agree. Using a sword would be totally badass for hero work. Not like it'd be too hard to fit a sheath under his cloak, either, know what I mean? The second Kuda opened his door, Momo squealed with delight and rushed in to pet the rabbit sitting in a cat bed on the boys' floor. Oh, this is so precious. What is their name? Kuda chuckled and signed, that's Daisy. She wanders around the dorm, but she comes to my room a lot. Probably because of the cucumber I have growing in a planter on my balcony. Momo nodded once. Izuku translated for her. A good choice. Cucumber is safe for rabbits to eat on a daily basis, and it's quite healthy for people, too. Izuku chuckled. Also, if you think Daisy is cute, wait until you finally meet Tortellini. Momo tilted her head in confusion. Tortellini? Who is that? Hitoshi coughed into his fist. Tortellini is our youngest kitten. Her stuff is in my room, but she roams the building a lot. We've got 3 more, but Mike has them over in 1CS building. Not a lot of Gen Ed kids are using the dorms, so there's less risk of them getting trampled over there. Plus, the kids that are in the dorms sometimes get separation anxiety over being away from home. Kaminari chuckled as he opened the door to his room. Gonna be honest, my room was a bit of a hodgepodge when we first moved in. I was still figuring out what I wanted here and what I wanted at home, you know? But hey, at least I finally got it figured out. Izuku nodded in appreciation. You sure did. As a wise man once said, it's very you, dude. Kaminari snorted as he sat down on his bed. His sheets were mainly black with yellow lightning bolts running down the sides. Several cork boards covered the walls with lightning-themed borders. Most of the boards were covered with hanging folders, complete with labels. He had 2 folders for each class, urgent work and long-term work. Additionally, there was a dartboard over the bed, a pair of yellow headphones hanging from a hook by the desk, and a TF2 poster next to said desk. Kyuka hummed and walked over, tapping her knuckles against it. Is that metal? Kaminari grinned. Yep. Got that beauty off of displate? Momo raised an eyebrow. What is that? Kaminari gasped and laid a hand over his heart. My good lady, are you telling me you haven't heard of the modern way to decorate your space and express your interests? This plate provides high-quality prints on real metal, along with a sticker and a magnet to put on your wall to hold the poster in place. You can support small artists or browse the website for branded posters, and switching it out is super easy. Not to mention, they've been active since the pre-Quirk era. Izuku nodded. He's right. This plate is where I've gotten a majority of my posters, since official production dried up along with game development once Quirks emerged. Thankfully, their online database lets them keep their old, pre-Quirk designs on hand and available for purchase nowadays. They've even expanded into hero posters recently, though those ones cost extra because of royalties. When Ida opened his door, Izuku couldn't help but let his jaw drop at how neat and tidy everything was. Wow. I know I should have expected this, but wow. Ochako nodded numbly. It's honestly a little jarring. I mean, you'd expect someone's living space to have at least a little dirt in the corners, but everything in here is completely spotless. Ida huffed. I find it difficult to focus if my surroundings are not organized. Seeing dirt and dust feels wrong, and I cannot focus on my schoolwork if I am aware of it. Kaminari nodded. Understandable. I totally get needing to have your space a certain way in order to focus properly. Ojiro slid open the door to his room with a sigh. Sorry if it's not very exciting, I just don't have a lot of stuff. Izuku hummed. That's an understatement. This looks like my room before I put up any decorations. Katsuki grunted. Same. Did you even bring anything with you? Ojiro shrugged. Well, my parents own a dojo, so I've kinda been raised to not put much stock in possessions. Though, I wish I could get a punching bag or something at the very least. Kirishima brightened. Bro, if you wanted a punching bag, you totally could have asked me. Ojiro frowned. I don't want to take up your time with my own training. Kirishima shook his head. No, not like that. I brought a couple bags along, but I only ended up having space for one at a time, so I've got a couple spares lying around. When we get to my room, you can take a look at 'em and borrow one you like. Shuji slid open his door, and the class gaped. If Ojiro's room had been basic, then Shuji's was just downright empty. Katsuki grunted. Never took you for a minimalist, Squidward? The taller boy formed a mouth on one of his arms. I've never liked having a lot of stuff in my area. Just felt cluttered and tight. Momo hummed. Perhaps you have mild claustrophobia? It would make sense, considering you're above average size. Shuji rubbed at the back of his neck. Yeah, probably. When Kirishima opened the door to his room, they were met with what could only be described as a gym bro's paradise. Inspirational posters lining the wall, a workout schedule posted over the desk, flame-patterned curtains, the works. Katsuki grunted. Well, it's expected from you, Riot. Though, it's a lot more organized than your schoolwork. Kirishima chuckled. Well, exercise tends to hold my attention a lot better than homework, but I should still totally try and get better. Ojiro hummed and walked over to the stack of punching bags laying in the corner. He thumbed through the pile before picking up a pale yellow one. Kirishima moved over and took the current bag off the hook and helped the other boys set up the new one. Ojiro gave it a few light punches and kicks before winding up his tail and smacking it into the bag. It swayed back and forth on the hook, but didn't fly off like Izuku expected. Ojiro nodded in satisfaction. I like that one. Got a spare hook somewhere? Katsuki sighed as the class gathered outside his room. Alright, I'm only doing this because Izuku talked me into this. One funny comment, and you're out. Capiche? The class chorused their understanding and he nodded. Good. He slid open the door, and most of the class gaped. The hero hopefuls chuckled at their classmates' reactions and casually made their way inside. Kaminari snorted at Ishido's shocked expression. What? Not what you were expecting. Well, for someone who wasn't close with him, it would be surprising. One would assume that someone with a personality as explosive as Katsuki's would have an equally explosive room. Undoubtedly, the others were expecting random bits of trash and debris strewn about everywhere. However, those who actually knew the blonde knew that, if nothing else, Katsuki was a perfectionist. He put his all into everything he did, whether it was training, schoolwork, hygiene, or room maintenance. Ironically, the one thing he was lazy with was his wardrobe. As a result, Katsuki's room was just as neat and tidy as Ida's. A small bookshelf by the foot of his bed held his small collection of All Might and Miruko figurines. 2 posters bordered his balcony doors, an All Might poster on the left and a Miruko poster on the right. A small frame on his desk held his silver medal from the sports festival. A water cooler sat next to the desk, along with a bag of paper cups. A punching bag hung in the corner by his bathroom, right next to a rack of towels that Izuku knew were specially made to help deal with his sweat's explosive properties. Mina opened and closed her mouth a few times, before shaking her head. Somehow, it's both what I expected and not at the same time. Though, I'm surprised by the lack of game posters. I figured you'd have at least one. Katsuki grunted. Meh. I only really picked up gaming because Izuku was getting into it, and I was still half in the mindset of beat him at everything. I only really keep up with it as a hobby in my downtime. Izuku's the more serious gamer out of the 2 of us. Hitoshi sighed and slid open the door to his room. Let's get this over with. Insomnia's been a bitch recently, and I need a nap. Izuku glanced around at the dark colors around the room. I'm guessing the dark walls help you to fall asleep? The purple-haired boy grunted. Bingo. And in case the winks don't come immediately, I've got a prescription of sleeping pills from Recovery Girl. We think it might be lingering paranoia from my time in the foster system. Mina glanced over at the Eraserhead poster over the bed. You know, I didn't think they made posters and stuff for underground heroes. Hitoshi smirked. Most people don't. However, if you know where to look, you can find independent artists who are willing to make custom posters for lesser-known or underground pros. Pops knows a guy who knows of Eraserhead, so we get all our custom merch from him. Pops has an Eraserhead figurine on his nightstand. Dad nearly went catatonic the first time he saw it. Momo probably would have said something, but she was too busy cooing over Tortellini, who was sitting by the balcony doors and batting at the dark purple curtains. Shirakumo grinned as he walked up to his door. Alrighty, kiddos. Feast your eyes on this. He swung open the door with a flourish, and Izuku gaped at the sheer number of hero merch decorating the walls. Wow. And I thought I was a hero nerd. Katsuki nodded wordlessly, dumbfounded. Nearly every surface in the room paid homage to some kind of hero. An All Might poster over the desk, a Crimson Riot poster on the bathroom door, a Crust poster by the window, and many more. Mina glanced around the room and whistled. Wow. You're a real hero fanboy, huh? Shirakumo grinned. Not just the modern ones. Check it. He pointed to one of the posters near his bed, and Izuku's eyes widened. No way. You have a poster of the monkey hero, Sun Wukong. Signed? How? Shirakumo laughed. Ah, I see I'm not the only one who appreciates the classics. See, ever since I'd heard of the guy and the origins of his name, I wanted to meet him in person. Considering my quirk, I felt like it was destiny. And then, during my 2nd year of junior high, I got caught up in a villain attack on my way home from school. I was just about ready to use my quirk in self-defense, when he dropped out of the sky and totally kicked the ass of the villain holding me hostage. Afterwards, I mustered up the courage to talk to him and ask for his autograph, and after he saw my quirk, he agreed. It was so cool. Izuku smiled. That must have been great. Being able to meet your idol in person like that. Closest I got was having All Might show up as a teacher for our first foundational heroics class. Shirakumo chuckled. Hey, that must have been cool too. Also, I don't just follow Japanese heroes. Look. He pointed to a poster hanging by the door, and Izuku's eyes nearly burst out of his head. No way. You know about the draconic hero, Slifer? Momo perked up. Oh, I've heard of him. Supposedly, he was starting his hero career in America around the same time Endeavor was taking off in Japan. I've heard rumors that the two are actually biologically related, but I've never heard any verification. Sada chuckled as they walked up to his door. Well, it isn't really anything special, but... He slid open the door, and Izuku hummed as he took in the furniture. Did you bring in that oven yourself? Isn't that a fire hazard? Sada chuckled as the class walked inside. Well, technically, but I've got a fire extinguisher on hand in case something goes wrong. Katsuki sniffed the air. Speaking of something going wrong, it smells like something's about to burn. Sada jumped. Oh crap, my cake? He ran over to the oven and turned the heat off, sighing with relief as he opened the door. Okay, good, looks like it hasn't burned yet. He glanced over at where everyone was staring and blushed. I learned how to bake because of my quirk, and I was gonna make Momo a welcome back cake. It'll probably be better once I put some frosting on it. Actually, I think I've got a few cupcakes lying around from when I was practicing earlier. You guys want some? The girls squealed and made a mad dash for the cupboard. Izuku chuckled and shook his head. Fastest way to a girl's heart. Not that I can blame them. Yarashi grinned as he swung open the door to his room. Behold! My tribute to the passionate heroes of Japan. It was relatively normal compared to some of the other rooms. Like with Shirokamo, there were several hero posters spread across the walls, but it wasn't to nearly the same degree as the blue-haired teen's room. Izuku saw a few heroes that were known for showing off in their fights, like Airjet and Slugger. However, a majority of the heroes on display were known for their high rescue rates. Kirishima grinned at the sight of a Crimson Riot poster, which sat right next to a Crust poster. Not bad, yo bro. Izuku glanced over at the rows of model planes on a bookcase sitting next to the bed. Somehow, I'm both surprised and not. Never imagined that you'd enjoy putting together model planes, but given your quirk, it kinda makes sense. Yarashi laughed and rubbed at his neck. Yeah, well, I was actually considering trying to be a pilot if hero work didn't work out. Siro chuckled as he slid open his door. Bet you weren't expecting this, huh? Izuku nodded as he walked inside. The room was very, for lack of a better term, ethnic. Didn't think you were into this kind of thing. Siro grinned. Well, technically I'm not, but my grandma on my mom's side loves this kind of stuff, so I get a lot of it for birthdays. Not that I dislike it, but I'm not as into it as grandma is. Katsuki snorted at the Spider-Man figure on the desk. This, though, I saw coming a mile away. Kyuka sighed as she led the way over to her door. Full disclosure, I had a similar situation to Sparky when we first got here. I'd brought almost all of my instruments, but I quickly realized that I didn't have enough space for all of them. Thankfully, I've figured out what I want here and what I want back home. She opened the door, and Izuku hummed in appreciation as he took in his girlfriend's room. Her bed was covered in red sheets with music notes on the comforter, which matched her curtains with a musical staff running along the bottom. A rack in the corner held up a few different kinds of guitars, electric, bass, etc. Her desk had a Bluetooth speaker sitting next to her closed laptop, and a large speaker was set in the corner by the guitars. The wall by the bed was coated in chalkboard paint, and the words Jack Sabbath were drawn in bold white lines. Kaminari glanced around and raised an eyebrow. I mean, it looks nice, but why all the checkered patterns? Kyuka huffed. The music center that my parents run has a checkered tile floor, and our house is on the second and third floors of the building. Checkered designs just feel homey. The electric blonde nodded. Makes sense. Hagakure swung open the door to her room, bouncing in excitement. Well, what do you think? Izuku hummed as he walked inside. It's definitely fitting. This might sound sexist, but I definitely associate you with the color pink. Pink was certainly the prevailing theme. The sheets were mostly pinkish-white with magenta flower patterns. The curtains were plaid pink at the top, while the main portion was solid pink with cherry patterns. The small table in the middle of the room was pink with a heart on the top. The rug underneath was the same shade of pink. Just about every piece of furniture in the room was pink. Normally, that would be as eye-searing as Aoyama's room, but there were enough other colors sprinkled about that made it work, namely, the large number of plushies and stuffed animals spread around the room. Katsuki raised an eyebrow. Somehow, I didn't see the plushies coming. Though, you definitely seem like someone who'd love something that you can touch over something you look at. Hagakure giggled and rubbed at the back of her neck. Yeah. Ochako opened the door to her room with a blush. I didn't have a lot of stuff when I first got here, so a lot of this is gifts from you guys over the past few weeks. Indeed, Izuku could recognize a good majority of the items. The model of the solar system atop the dresser was a gift from Mom, after hearing about the girl's love of space. The bonsai on the desk had been a present from Katsuki, who'd heard that Ochako was trying to learn how to grow plants. Kyuka had gifted the other girl the 13 poster hanging by the bed. The piggy bank on the nightstand had come from Kuda. The Ryuku figurine had been a present from Tsu after the Shy Hasaikai raid. Shuji hummed and shifted one of his hands into a mouth. It definitely feels like your space. Ochako smiled softly. Thanks. That makes me feel better. Mina threw open the door to her room with a wide grin. The magenta and black color scheme definitely fit the pink-skinned girl's personality and general aesthetic. However, there was one thing they weren't expecting. Izuku pointed at the chemistry set sitting over in the corner. Somehow, you don't strike me as the scientist type. Why the chemistry set? Mina blushed, her cheeks turning a deep purple. That was actually a recommendation by my Quirk counselor. There aren't any actual chemicals in the set, it's just a bunch of beakers. But they're super resistant to acid, which helps me figure out the limits of my Quirk without it splashing everywhere and burning through stuff. Katsuki let out a grunt of understanding. Makes sense. Just pour some acid in a beaker, then toss in something disposable and see what happens. Momo sighed as she walked up to her door. There is less than I would have hoped, but what I do have is likely more comforting than what I originally planned to bring. Before she could lead the way in, Sata stuck his hand up. Quick question. What exactly is going on with Momo? Izuku sighed. Her mom wanted to pull her from the hero course, they yelled at each other, and now Momo is disowned in all but name. She needed a few donations to make her room feel more comfortable, and the hero hopefuls all pitched in. Shuji coughed into a fist. You'd think you'd have renamed yourself something else, considering you're all in the hero course now, save for Hatsum. Katsuki grunted. We ain't heroes yet, so we're keeping the name. We'll figure out a rebranding once we graduate. Momo nodded and opened her door, stepping back to let the rest of the class file inside. It was like Ida's room, except on a smaller scale and a little more casual. A row of short bookcases lined the wall opposite the bed, filled with various books on various topics. Her desk sat between her bed and her bathroom, with a laptop sitting on top that had been purchased by Aunt Mitsuki and delivered by Katsuki. Ochako had provided the periodic table hanging on the wall. Kaminari had given Momo an office chair, which sat under the desk. Kyuka had provided the electric keyboard sitting next to the bed. Yurashi had given Momo a copy of one of his plane models, which was hanging from the ceiling. Kirishima had provided a print of the Great Wave off Kanagawa, which hung over the bed. Kuda had provided a rabbit plushie that sat on the bed. Hitoshi had given Momo a midnight poster, which hung on the wall near the desk. Izuku had provided a large pot with a jasmine shrub already beginning to grow in it, which could be seen on the balcony. Siro hummed. Well, it doesn't really feel like you, but I'm sure it's just because you're still kinda new to this whole dorm thing. Give it time, you'll make it your own eventually. The class chorused their agreement, and Momo nodded, wiping away a tear. Thank you. All of you. Tsu let out a small croak as she opened the door to her room, and the class gaped. Somehow, the froggy girl had managed to remodel her entire room to resemble a frog's natural habitat. Tiny rugs shaped like lily pads dotted the floor, and the ceiling was painted to resemble a rainforest canopy. The walls were green with thick brown stripes, detailed to look like tree trunks, branches, and leaves. Her bed sat in a corner by the bathroom, covered with blue and green sheets. Her desk was painted a sea green color, and small lily pads decorated the writing surface. Most impressive of all, however, was the small pond lined with fake rocks sitting in the corner opposite her bed. Kaminari blinked in shock a few times before he found his voice. How do you have a pool of water in your room on the 5th floor? Tsu shrugged. It made it feel more comfortable, Karo. It's also designed so that it won't leak at all, even if I'm in it. Is it a problem? Izuku grinned. It's very fitting. He paused and held a hand up to his ear. Do you have a white noise speaker in here somewhere? Tsu nodded and walked over to the pond, pulling back a large leaf near the base to reveal a speaker set into it. Forest noises help me fall asleep, Karo. After a while, the class reconvened in the common room on the 1st floor. Mina went around collecting the tally, before pulling out a paper crown from somewhere and moving to stand in front of the TV. The room fell silent, and the pink-skinned girl cleared her throat. Alright. The winner of Class 1 as First Room King competition is, Katsuki obediently played a drum roll on the coffee table with his hands. 2. For the sheer genius and utter audacity to put a miniature pond in her room. The class started cheering, and the green-haired girl was quickly lifted above the crowd. The crown was placed on her head, and the group holding her up began to parade around the first floor. Izuku chuckled softly, before laying a hand on Momo's shoulder. Glad to have you back. She smiled back at him. It's good to be back. Still, I have a ways to go before I'm caught up with all of you in training. Izuku smirked. Let's not worry about that now. For now, let's just enjoy the moment. Aizawa-sensei walked into the classroom just as the bell rang. Morning, Hellspawn. As those of you who've read the syllabus are aware, there's a second round of work studies in December. They're not required, but we are highly recommending that you all try for one this time around. Izuku frowned. Why? Aizawa-sensei grunted. We have intel that something big may be happening soon, and we want to be able to handle it as best we can. In the event that it falls to you Hellions, you need to be as prepared as you possibly can, and you've already seen the advantages that work studies can give you. This time, we're not restricting where you can go. Nedzu has decided that we can trust you to find suitable mentor agencies on your own, without us interfering with the process. In addition, you're not likely to be able to strike out on your own just out of high school, so think of this as practice for applying as a sidekick. Kaminari raised his hand. Sir? What about Momo? Doesn't she need a provisional license in order to get a work study? The teacher sighed. Unfortunately, sadly, Yaoyorozu will not be able to try for a provisional license until next spring, so she will not be able to join you as a work study intern. However, she will be allowed to have a sort of second internship week. He glanced over at the raven-haired girl, who was listening intently. We've already reached out to the agencies that gave you internship offers after the festival, and all of them are willing to give you the same opportunity again. Though, one in particular was very adamant about seeing you again. Momo giggled. I'm fairly certain I know which agency you're referring to, sir. And I'm certain that it's the one I'll be going with, as I can't think of a better choice for accelerating my training. Aizawa-sensei nodded. Good. I'll go ahead and fill out the necessary paperwork for you. You just worry about getting back into top form. Momo glanced up at the agency in front of the group and giggled softly. Well, it hasn't changed much on the outside at the very least. Izuku grinned. And the inside is still pretty much the same. You won't have any trouble finding your way around. Aijuru snorted. If you can understand the layout at all. I still don't know how to get from the gym to the kitchen. It's only thanks to Midobro that I don't get lost all the time. Izuku chuckled. In any case, let's not keep the big man waiting. He stepped forward and threw open the front doors of the Fat Gum Agency. Papa's home. And he brought the kids. Vibe Check glanced up from her desk, and her eyes nearly bugged out of her head as she saw the trio walking in. She immediately hit a button and grabbed the mic by her laptop. Her voice echoed from the speakers. Attention, Fat Gum Agency. Creati has returned. I repeat, Creati is back. The ground shook, and Fat Gum burst from the stairwell, immediately wrapping Momo in a bear hug. You're back, girl. It's so great to finally have you back. The rest of the sidekicks and chefs streamed out from the various hallways, all tossing out greetings. Momo giggled and did her best to calm the crowd of well-wishers. Izuku simply chuckled and hung back by the desk. They really missed her, huh? Vibe Check snorted. You can say that again. She got along so well with everyone during internship week, it hit really hard when we heard the news. Everybody's been on edge since summer break. Aijuro grunted. Tell me about it. The place didn't feel all that warm when I showed up for work studies. The sidekick blinked. Oh yeah, about those? Izuku and Aijuro handed her their empty skewers in unison. She chuckled and stuck them into a cup on her desk. Yeah, I figured. Glad to have you back on the team. Rikiya frowned at the report in his hands. The new fortifications haven't stopped the deaths? Skeptic grunted. Unfortunately, no. If anything, this attacker has only gotten bolder. They killed 30 soldiers just last night. The casualties are only getting higher and higher, and we haven't even made an official move yet? Rikiya scowled. Have we lost any of our hero moles? Skeptic shook his head. No, sir. If they were a larger percentage of the standing army, I could definitively say that they're being avoided, but as it stands, there's no way of knowing if it's intentional or coincidence. Rikiya's scowl deepened, his meta ability painting his forehead dark purple. Then we must speed up our preparations, to ensure that we are ready to strike before we lose too many of our men. Eaton, how goes the training of our newer recruits? The man in the blue parka grunted. Not well. Most of them are nearly incapable of following orders, and they seem to believe that they can't improve their meta abilities at all. Suddenly, Trumpet burst into the room. Sir, pardon the intrusion, but I have important news. Rikiya raised an eyebrow. Speak. One of our newest soldiers is convincing his fellows to train their meta abilities. Geaton frowned. Who? Trumpet rifled through his jacket, pulling out a tablet displaying an image of a teenage boy, old enough to be a high school first year. This boy is Yubi Nobesu. He was a student at Aldra Junior High, until it was shut down. One of our scouts found him sulking near UA, and he was quite eager to join when he heard of our goals. He has been making himself heard in the barracks, explaining that the heroes are sure to have strong meta abilities and that they should train themselves in order to be able to stand on the same level. He backs his claims by citing Ground Zero, one of UA's first-year hero students. Apparently, he was once classmates with Ground Zero and has seen his meta abilities' strength firsthand. Yubi is adamant that if the enemy is of even a fraction of that strength, then our soldiers wouldn't stand a chance without training. Rikiya frowned. And what is his meta ability? Trumpet tapped at the screen. He is able to extend his fingers to many times their original length. Supposedly, he could only manage a lowly half-meter in junior high, but has since trained it up to 3 meters. Rikiya hummed. Not incredibly useful in combat, but his training and information are setting an example for the other soldiers to follow. Geaton, you said you were having trouble getting the new recruits to obey, yes? Perhaps you could enlist this Yubi boy as your assistant. He seems to have a gift for getting others to listen to him. Geaton nodded. At your command, sir. If his assistance will move up our timetable, then we will use it. The warmly dressed man left the office, and Rikiya smirked. Well, that handles our troubles in that area. Curious, how goes progress with contacting Shigaraki? The blue-skinned woman frowned. Not well. We contacted Jiren, who we know helped direct recruits to the League, and he said he'd contact Shigaraki. Our most recent communication was that Shigaraki would consider the offer, but only if we gave more information. Supposedly, he wants to know if we're worth his time before he gives us anything. Rikiya scowled. Well, the two definitely have a connection. Perhaps if we abduct the broker, we can draw Shigaraki out of hiding when he attempts to save Jiren. Curious nodded. I'll have one of my assistants contact Jiren and say that our information is too valuable to give out over text, and that we'll hand it over in person. Then we can trap him in a location of our choosing. Skeptic grunted. Don't get careless. Jiren is as slippery as they come, perhaps even more so. He's like a squid. If there's even the smallest gap in the net, he'll squeeze through and escape. Tenko was in the middle of kicking Yveltal's feathery ass when his phone rang. He groaned, closed his 3DS, and checked the caller ID, raising an eyebrow as he did so. The fuck is Jiren calling me for? He accepted the call and stuck the phone by his ear, preparing to go back to his game. Lay it down for me and make it fucking quick? A voice that was distinctly not Jiren answered. Finally. You're a very difficult man to talk to, Shigaraki Tamura. Tenko froze, before slowly wheeling his chair away from his desk. Who are you, and what the fuck have you done with Jiren? The voice chuckled. Do not worry, the broker is still alive. However, I cannot say that he will continue to be so if you do not cooperate. Tenko huffed. Fine. Make your demands. Silently, he hit the button on the underside of his desk, sending a signal to Eraserhead that would let the hero know that something was up. For starters, we are in need of massive amounts of resources, something that we know for a fact all for one has been stockpiling before his death. Soldiers with strong abilities, ones that obey orders. Tenko frowned as Eraserhead silently walked into the room. Why do you want the Nomo? Simple, Shigaraki Tamura. We need to increase the numbers of our army. As for why we need an army, well, that information is classified to non-members. If you join our cause, you will be told more about our goals. Internally, Tenko snorted. I remember giving almost the same line when talking to Stain about joining the league. Outwardly, he hummed in disappointment. I could have sworn Jiren passed along the message that I wouldn't consider your offer unless you gave me something substantial to work with. At the moment, I'm not hearing anything that'll remotely convince me to help you. And with you having kidnapped my contact, you're not exactly in my good graces. The voice on the other end huffed. Very well. Come to the north entrance of Daika City in 2 days' time. We will discuss negotiations. Tenko grunted. North side of Daika City in 2 days. Got it? He hung up and Eraserhead huffed. Did they say who they were? Tenko shook his head. All we know is that they captured Jiren. Beyond that, nada. I don't trust him. The hero sighed. But, well, we'd better get you prepped for that meeting in 2 days. Wouldn't want them getting annoyed if you don't show up like you promised. Izuku popped his knuckles as Momo stepped out of the changing rooms, clad in her brand new hero costume. So, how is it? The raven-haired girl smiled softly. Incredible. I really must commend Hatsum-chan for crafting this on such short notice. The outfit was a far cry from her original costume. The base was a full-body jumpsuit, similar to Ochako's first uniform, but with substantially more padding for comfort. It kept the red base color, but now featured black circles of varying sizes on her upper arms, hips, and thighs, along with a larger one between her shoulder blades. These circles were made from DNA-infused fabric, which would allow her creations to pass through it. It was a unique problem for Momo, as her creations had to pass through her skin, whereas Izuku's equipment could simply appear directly in his grip. In the event the fabric failed, there were silver rings inside the black circles that designated Velcro straps, which would allow the fabric to detach and expose her skin in a pinch, and also easily reattach afterwards. She sported black gauntlets that extended down to just before her elbows and had brass knuckles. She also wore black combat boots with reinforced soles and a set of black pauldrons that could be easily removed in a pinch. Her right gauntlet served as a replacement for her encyclopedia, containing an electronic display on her forearm that could hold up to 500 gigabytes of files. Her bookshelf had been removed and replaced with a utility belt for carrying food and medical supplies. Her left gauntlet had a large compartment on the outside holding multiple sheets of metal, which could unfold and become a small, round buckler on her arm. Supposedly, the alloy was similar in makeup to Izuku's vest, but sacrificed flexibility for durability and defense. The palms of her gauntlets were bare to allow her creations to pass through, but a press of a button could extend sheets of the same metal over the gap to protect her hands if needed. She also carried a holster at the base of her spine for her signature collapsing bow staff. According to May's note in the costume case, it now featured a taser in one end, magnets in the center to let it split into eskrima sticks, and a 10-meter grappling hook in the other end. It was also keyed to Momo's fingerprints and DNA signature, so if anyone else tried to wield it, they would be given a quick shock as strong as that of a police taser, just painful enough to make them let go, but not strong enough to kill them. Momo adjusted her belt, making sure it was snug around her waist, before checking the clasps on her staff's holster. It's truly incredible just how comfortable this feels, especially compared to my original outfit. Father definitely has some new competition in the support industry. Izuku grinned. Most of the class has already declared her their personal support technician. She handles gear upgrades and maintenance for everyone except Aoyama, Ida, Ojiro, and Shuji, and that's just because they haven't met her yet. Though, I think Ojiro might be persuaded to talk to her. He seems like he's not happy with his costume. Momo giggled. Oh, you noticed too? I imagine Hatsum-chan would attempt to put a spiked ball on the end of his tail, or something equally ridiculous. Izuku hummed curiously. You know, that might not be a bad idea. He suddenly shook his head to clear his thoughts. Anyway, back on topic. He led the way to the stairs, heading towards the front doors of the agency. Normally, for internships, you'd only go on patrol with the leading hero at the agency, but given the circumstances, I'll be patrolling with you instead. Ijuru is currently showing Tetsu the ropes, and Fat Gum is swamped with paperwork. Momo nodded, easily adopting a serious expression and stride. Of course. Though, as I remember, our internship consisted mainly of testing with the analysts and physical training in the gym. I don't think we ever went on an actual patrol. Izuku nodded. Right. So, here's a full lesson on patrolling. He swung open the double doors and immediately started down the sidewalk, Momo falling into step next to him. The main reason that daylight heroes patrol during the day is to discourage would-be criminals and make the citizens feel safe. If a hero's nearby, someone's less likely to commit a crime out of fear of being caught. Momo nodded. That makes sense. And if there happens to be a particularly brave, cocky, or stupid criminal, then a hero will be nearby to catch them in the act. Izuku grinned. Precisely. Now, around here, the main thing you have to worry about is fights between different gangs. When we get back to the agency, I'll draw up a map of the different territories in the city, along with a list of important names to familiarize yourself with. If you ever wake up somewhere unfamiliar, knowing when to drop which names is your best shot at getting out intact. Momo frowned. Aren't gangs illegal? Shouldn't we try to dismantle them? Izuku shook his head. Technically, the gangs around here are closer to miniature Yakuza families, which aren't illegal in and of themselves. They're very tight-knit, and they usually stick up for the poor communities in their territory. The larger gangs are usually the less troublesome ones, as they don't stir up trouble and draw police attention, meaning they have more opportunities for recruitment. Momo hummed. I see. Izuku nodded and continued. For a hero, the best place to wind up in is the area run by the Moonlight Corps. They're really only a gang in the sense that they're a group of people that act against the law. If anything, they're a large vigilante network. They help out heroes and police when they can, but they don't stick around long once the professionals get to the scene. If you can prove that you won't try to arrest them, you can gain partial access to their information network, which spans nearly every major city in Japan. The Esuha branch is one of the smaller ones, but they've still got enough resources for an emergency patch-up if a hero gets roughed up. Trying to take down a back-alley villain. Just below them on the moral ladder is the Spiders gang. They're one of the more respectable players in the criminal underworld, given that they don't really have grudges against heroes. They'll defend themselves if a hero catches them doing something illegal, but they're otherwise neutral. Momo hummed thoughtfully. I see. Izuku nodded. On the opposite end of the spectrum, you have the Starlight Warriors gang. Those guys are the nastiest pieces of work you'll ever run into in Esuha. Every member has a major grudge against heroes, and will usually attack on sight if they see someone wearing a costume. Some of them even go so far as to attack people wearing hero merch. Last I heard, they'd taken Stain's ideology and run with it in the complete wrong direction. Thankfully, they're easy to identify. Every member wears a black headband with 6 red stars in an inverted triangle pattern. Something about down with heroes? Momo winced. I will do my best to avoid them, then. Izuku grunted. Good plan. Also, the Moonlight Corps and the Spiders have their own identifiers. Moonlighters have their own distinct vigilante costumes, but they do have one common element, a patch over the heart in the shape of a waxing crescent moon. Waxing crescent specifically. If you see a waning crescent, be careful, that's the symbol of the Dark Hunters, a group of thieves. The only reason those guys are still around is because they all have stealth-based quirks that make them hard to track down. The Spiders all wear a red hourglass shape on their chests, similar to the marking of a black widow. Remember, a red hourglass. If it's a red bow tie, then those are the Kingsmen. Not nearly as bad as the Dark Hunters, but still a group to be wary of. Though, the Kingsmen do value proper behavior, so you'd likely have an easier time with them than I would. You got all that? Momo nodded. A waxing crescent for the Moonlight Corps, a red hourglass for the Spiders, an inverted triangle of 6 red stars for the Starlight Warriors, a waning crescent for the Dark Hunters, and a red bow tie for the Kingsmen. Izuku nodded. If you ever wake up in a Moonlight Corps hospital, you want to ask for Skyleap. Officially, she's a sidekick for Fat Gum's agency, but she's actually the old vigilante pop step. She's got a soft spot for heroes, especially after the Crawler got hired as Skycrawler at Captain Celebrity's agency in America. Well, he was with Captain Celebrity, but when Ingenium retired, he came back to Japan and joined Team Idayton. Apparently, Crawler has a soft spot for Tensei. Momo giggled. That's sweet. So, ask for Skyleap if I'm with the Moonlight Corps? Izuku nodded again. Right. If you wind up in spider territory, ask to speak with Arachne. She's the head of the group, and she and Fat Gum have an unspoken agreement. She keeps the other gangs in line as much as she can, and in exchange, he won't go after her group. Momo nodded. Understood. Izuku grunted. If you find yourself in Starlight or Dark Hunter territory, don't bother trying to negotiate. Get out as quickly and painlessly as you possibly can. With the Kingsmen, I think if you conduct yourself properly enough, you can barter with the head for your release. Last I checked, they're led by a guy who goes by Sir Gawain. Momo nodded again. Right. Hopefully, I'll remember the protocols Mother drilled into my head for formal occasions. Perhaps they will finally be useful, for once in my life. Izuku snorted. Yeah. Rikiya glanced up from his desk as the door to his office opened, two of his captains hauling in a half-dead body. Grand Commander. We found this boy lurking around the perimeter of the city. The boy glanced up, and Rikiya inhaled sharply at the face of Endeavor's youngest child. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting to meet you in person, Todoroki Shudo. The two captains glanced at each other, before releasing the boy and quickly retreating from the room, shutting the door behind them. Todoroki stood, shaking heavily and leaning on his right leg. Please, help me. Myself. Rikiya huffed. And what possible use would I have for you? A half-dead child is not good for much. Todoroki huffed. Of course, you would say that. Nobody cares about me. They only care about what I can do for them. That I can do much anymore. Rikiya raised an eyebrow. And why do you say that? Even with your injuries, I'm certain a power as strong as yours would have some use. Todoroki chuckled drily. You don't watch the news much, do you? I was robbed of my quirk. All for one, took it from me. Rikiya scowled. Then you are of no use to me or anyone. He hit the button on his desk to call for the two captains outside. Men, escort this null from the premises. I want it out of my sight. And call for someone to disinfect the carpet. Tenko hummed with interest as the car crested the hill overlooking Daika City. That's new. Why would the place need to be fortified that heavily? It's like they're preparing for a siege. Eraserhead grunted from his position in the back seat. Whatever's going on, it's probably not good. We need as much intel as we can get. Numbers, motives, important names. As much as you can squeeze out of their negotiator. Tenko nodded, before wincing and rubbing at the spot behind his ear where Recovery Girl had implanted a recording device. It would pick up on the vibrations of the bones in his ear and transmit the sound to the receiver at UA. Man, this thing still stings. Good thing there wasn't a speaker in it, too, because that would probably be painful as fuck. Present Mike chuckled, clad in his civilian wear and with his hair down. Hopefully, his drastically different appearance from his hero costume would be enough of a disguise for Tenko to get inside the city. Sorry, can't relate. Comes from having busted eardrums from the moment I could cry. The car slid to a stop a few meters from the northern gate into the city. Standing by the entrance was a blue-skinned woman with black scara and purple hair, along with a well-dressed man wearing purple-tinted glasses with yellow rims. Eraserhead frowned. Kizuki Chitose and Hanabata Cook. Interesting. I didn't realize there was a connection between Shueisha Publishing and the Hearts and Minds Party. Tenko grunted. Well, let's just hope they'll take me to Jiren. He climbed out of the car and fluffed the collar of his old villain costume, Hana's hands displayed on his wrists. He would have preferred to have them on his shoulders, but it was important to make sure that the correctly sized hands were in the correct spots, otherwise the disguise would be ruined. Kizuki raised an eyebrow curiously. How odd. Last I heard, you wore a lot more hands than just those two. Where are the others? Tenko huffed. Lost when Sensei blew up at Kamino. Only managed to salvage these two before the heroes arrested the League. Hanabata rubbed at his chin. How strange. I would have thought you'd make use of Kurojire's teleportation abilities to arrive. Why the car? Tenko grunted. When Sensei blew up, Kurojire's brain stopped working. I would have brought him along to see if your guys could get him going again, but it took all I had to sneak out for this meeting. Managed to get in contact with the underground, found someone who was willing to drive me here. The others are somewhere else, so I couldn't bring M. Kazuki Tutate. That's a shame. They would have made such fine recruits. Especially Dabi. Oh, he would have been such fun to interview. Tenko huffed. Whatever. You wanted to discuss terms, yeah? So discuss. Hanabata chuckled. Not out here, obviously. Far too many prying eyes. Why don't we negotiate somewhere more private? Tenko grunted. Fine. But you're starting to annoy me. I'm only here because of Jiren, so make this quick. Shoyuta watched Shimura follow the two others into the city, sighing as the massive gate shut behind the trio. Well, so much for keeping an eye on them. Hizashi nodded and slumped in the driver's seat, running a hand through his hair. So, what do we do now? Do we just wait here for him to get back, or do we go back to UA and wait for him to contact us? Shoyuta hummed, scanning the area as he thought. His eyes flicked to the top of the gate and he froze. Zashi. On the edge of the wall was the unmistakable figure of Todoroki. The teen was in horrible shape, covered with smudges and smears and shaking horribly. Shoyuta could tell that the boy was about to collapse from exhaustion. Todoroki swayed to the side, before taking another shaky step towards the edge. Hizashi's eyes locked onto the kid's form, and his face went pale. Shit. He's not planning to stay up there. Shoyuta felt the blood drain from his face as the realization set in. Damn it. Go out there and catch him? Hizashi hummed worriedly. Why can't you use your capture scarf to get him down? Because that would tip off Kazuki and Hanabata that there was a hero in the car with Shimura when he got here. I didn't think to bring civilian clothing. They won't suspect anything if they see the kid get caught by Shimura's driver. Hizashi nodded and was out of the car in a flash, running up to the base of the gate. Just then, Todoroki took another step, this time off the edge of the wall. Shuta's heart leapt into his throat, but he could only sit there and watch as the kid plummeted. It was a good-sized wall, so Todoroki was in free fall for 10 whole seconds. Those were the longest 10 seconds of Shuta's life. Fortunately, Hizashi got under the kid just in time to jump up and catch him safely. Immediately, the blonde ran back towards the car, opening the driver's side rear door and stuffing the kid inside, panting heavily. What the hell were you thinking, kid? Todoroki's breathing was slow, labored. He turned his head, and his eyes widened when he saw Shoyuta sitting there. Aizawa, sensei? Shoyuta felt something in his heart crack. The last he knew, Todoroki had considered him a target. An enemy. Now, the kid was so broken that he sounded hopeful at the sight of a face he had once wanted to destroy. Kid, what the hell happened to you? Todoroki coughed, then cracked the barest smirk. Huh? This is accurate. I tried to find someone who would help me, who would take me in. But when they heard that I was quirkless, they all threw me out. All for one, said that one of my classmates was constantly abused and bullied because he was quirkless. I didn't realize just how bad it actually was. Hizashi frowned. Didn't your sister take you home with her? Todoroki chuckled weakly. Where do you think these bruises came from? When father saw me, he beat me, then threw me onto the street and locked me out. All I had were the clothes on my back that Fuyumi gave me. Shuta's heart twisted into knots. You should have come to UA. We would have helped you. Todoroki scoffed. Don't make me laugh. I attacked Yaoyorozu. Tried to kill Midoriya. I injured All Might. Nobody would have been willing to help a fallen villain like me. Hizashi sighed. That doesn't mean we wouldn't want to help. Sure, maybe they wouldn't be comfortable having you in the same classroom, but that doesn't mean you don't deserve the same compassion as everyone else. I would have been more than willing to put you in my class. Todoroki huffed. And why would Endeavor allow me to go back to UA as a lowly Gen Ed student? If he found out, he'd demand that I be expelled or worse. Shoyuta scoffed. He could bluster and yell all he wanted, but he doesn't have any say on who attends. And given that he abandoned you, he has no control over your life. Todoroki looked up at him, and Shoyuta felt his heart unravel slightly as a spark of hope finally glittered in the kid's eyes. You really mean it? Would be willing to have me back at you? Shoyuta nodded, tears welling up in his eyes. You're a kid, Tsuchido. Villain or hero student, quirk or no quirk, you deserve to have somewhere to stay. Izuku paused as he felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. Boss, I'm gonna need to step out for a bit. Can you keep an eye on Momo's training for a little bit? The hero nodded. Go ahead. I've got this situation covered. Izuku nodded his thanks, before stepping out of the gym and pulling his phone out of his pocket, raising an eyebrow at Aizawa-sensei's name on the caller ID. Accepting the call, he raised the phone to his ear. What's up? We found Shudo. Izuku's breath caught in his throat. Quickly moving past his shock, he responded, Where? Zashi and I had dropped off Shimura at his meeting in Daika, and we saw Todoroki on top of the wall around the city. From the way he was walking, I could tell that he was going to walk off the edge deliberately. Thankfully, Zashi caught the kid and brought him back to the car. Turns out, Shudo got kicked out of his house and has been wandering the country for the past several weeks. Apparently, nobody would help him because he lost his quirk. Izuku winced in sympathy, remembering the quirkless statistics he'd looked up when he was younger. I'd like to say that I'm surprised, but with my experience, I'm really not. If anything, I'm impressed he lasted this long. What's the current situation? We've persuaded him to come back to UA. He'll be in 1C with Zashi. I'm letting you know because Yaoyorozu is with you, and I want you to update her on the situation. She'll likely need you nearby for emotional support once she finds out. Izuku hummed. Probably. You're taking this surprisingly well. Izuku sighed. Sensei, I don't blame him. The way I see it, Endeavor's constant abuse drove Shudo off the deep end. His actions as Terminus were centered around trying to finally get revenge on the bastard who'd controlled his life for so long. He wasn't thinking about how it would affect anyone else. Getting back at Endeavor was the only thing that mattered to him. Momo just happened to be the closest person when he snapped, and I just happened to be the first one to run into him at the camp. Aizawa-sensei huffed. Alright. In that case, then bring Yaoyorozu back to UA as soon as you can. You two deserve to talk to him in private. Izuku nodded. Yes, sensei. The hero hung up, and Izuku sighed deeply, letting his arms drop as he leaned against a nearby wall. Well, no use putting it off. He walked over and opened the door of the gym, drawing the attention of everyone inside. Momo? Can I talk to you for a sec? Something's come up at you. Tenko huffed as Kazuki and Hanabata stopped in front of a door. Finally. Took us long enough to get here. He walked past the two others and opened the door, stepping into a windowless room containing a table with 4 chairs, along with a TV set into the wall opposite the door. Tenko plopped himself down in the solo chair by the door, and his escorts silently took their seats on the other side of the table. You're seriously making me wait even longer? You're not making your case any better. TV flickered on, and Tenko swore internally as he saw the feet of Jiren tied to a chair, bruised and bloody. The same voice as the phone call announced, Steady your tongue, Shigaraki, lest we put the broker out of his misery. Tenko huffed. Fine. So, who's the one in charge? The door opened again, and Tenko twisted his head to see a man with a widow's peak and a long nose walk into the room. That would be me. You're a hard man to track down, Shigaraki Tamura. Tenko raised an eyebrow. And who might you be? The man walked around the table and sat in the chair opposite Tenko, in between Kazuki and Hanabata. My name is Yatsubashi Rikiya. However, you may call me Redestro. Tenko grunted. Really? If memory serves, Sensei liked to go on about a guy called Destro, back during the dawn of quirks. Something about a meta-liberation army. Redestro smiled wider. Ah, good, you've heard of our organization. Hopefully, that means our negotiations will go more smoothly. Tenko raised an eyebrow again. Could have sworn Sensei said that the army was wiped out ages ago. Redestro's smirk twitched, and several dark spots appeared on his massive forehead. Yes, Well, the Meta Liberation Army was once disbanded, but it has since reinvigorated itself. Our forces number 400,000 strong, and we have the resources to rival Island itself. Tenko huffed. If you're so powerful, why do you need Sensei's stuff? Redestro twitched again, leaning forward and steepling his fingers on the table. You see, Shigaraki, our soldiers are only so powerful. When our goal is to overthrow hero society in one fell swoop, we must have both the numbers and the strength to overpower the entirety of Japan's heroes, including such powerhouses as Miruko and Endeavor. Unfortunately, very few of our soldiers lack that level of power. However, the Noma produced by All for One are equipped with multiple meta abilities per unit, and are loyal to their last breath. We need them if we wish to accomplish our goal. Tenko grunted. Well, that's all hunky-dory, but you've yet to answer one thing: what do I get out of it? Retrieving the Nomo from storage isn't an easy task, so you're gonna have to make it worth my time if you want me to contribute to your army? Redestro huffed. Haven't you been oppressed by society? Forced to hold back your magnificent power due to pesky laws? Don't you want to use your meta ability freely? Tenko huffed. Shows what you know. I was never really a part of society to begin with. The second my quirk showed up, Sensei was there to take me in. I've never been oppressed or held back by laws. I've been a villain for almost as long as I can remember, so why the hell should I care about laws? So far, you aren't offering anything new. Redestro huffed. Very well then. If you will not cooperate, then we will simply need to use force. You have a very close connection with this broker, yes? If you do not contribute to our cause, he will be killed. Slowly and painfully. You would not wish that upon him, would you? Tenko scoffed. Jiren? Please. He's only special as long as he's useful to me. If he's dead, big whoop. I lose one method of getting in contact with the underworld. There's thousands of brokers out there, you just have to know how to find them. In fact, if you kill a broker, then no other brokers are going to cut a deal with you. So, to be frank, killing Jiren would be more of a hindrance to you than me. Redestro scowled. You're bluffing. You have his contact information saved in your phone. You have entire conversations with him through text. Clearly, your connection goes deeper than simply broker and client. Tenko crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair. Yeah, right. Sure, some brokers and clients get close and interact more often than usual. But that's just good business. Most brokers will stay in contact with their regular customers, because regulars are likely to spread word of the broker's quality, which brings in more customers. However, if a broker is killed, then there's no love lost for the client. Redestro twitched again, and Tenko smirked. Clearly, you're not well versed in how the underground operates. Of course, he was lying through his teeth. Jiren had definitely become more than just a broker to him. For someone who dealt with villains on a regular basis, the man had a surprisingly big heart. But this Redestro apparently didn't know that, and Tenko was going to milk that advantage drier than a mooing pokey. After several agonizing seconds, Redestro slowly started clapping. Well played, Mr. Shigaraki. I truly have no cards to play against you at this point in time. The ball is in your court. What would we have to offer you in order to make it worth your time to assist us? Tenko chuckled internally. Hook, line, and sinker. Izuku glanced back at Momo as the two of them walked through the halls of Yue. Are you okay with doing this? He did nearly kill you after all. Momo shook her head determinedly. I need to do this. I need to talk to him. Izuku sighed. Well, if you're certain. He slid open the door to Yamada-sensei's office, eyes immediately landing on Shudo sitting in a chair by the teacher's desk. You're a sight for sore eyes, Peppermint. The other boy's head shot up, and he went pale at the sight of the two 1A students in the doorway. Yayorozu? I thought. Momo hummed. For a while. But we found a way. Shudo hung his head in shame. And I suppose you're here to have words with me about what I did, aren't you? The girl strode forward, standing over him. Shudo flinched, only to pause when she gently cupped his head with her hands. Oh. I could never blame you for what happened on that day. You were under so much stress, I can't bring myself to fault you for snapping the way you did. You were hurt so badly, and the things I said were what caused you to finally lash out. You had so much anger and fear bottled up, it was going to come out eventually. I only have myself to blame for adding to that, even when I knew about what you were going through. Shudo blinked, tears welling in his eyes. But I nearly killed you. I impaled you through the stomach and pinned you against a wall. Why aren't you angry at me for that? Momo smiled softly. Shudo, I've known you for years. Remember that day we first met each other? It was at a Christmas gala. You were a 5-year-old boy, still recovering from the burn over your left eye. I was a 6-year-old girl, desperately trying to strike out from the lifestyle my mother was forcing on me. We had both escaped our parents and fled to the roof of the building. You were sitting against the corner of the fence, sporting those unsightly bandages over your face when I stepped out into the night air. When I asked, you were more than willing to tell me the story. Of how your mother had snapped and poured boiling water over your face. Of how she had immediately tried to ice the burn, but only made it worse when Endeavor roughly pulled her away from you. Of how she had been sent away, and how you couldn't see her. Shudo frowned. But, if you knew, why didn't you tell anyone? Momo hummed. Oh Shudo. Who would have listened to me? My mother, a firm supporter of Endeavor and his never-ending violence? His sidekicks, who for all I knew would never speak against him. The police, who I had no experience with and would likely doubt a young girl speaking against a top hero. Much like you, I had nobody nearby who I could turn to for help. But I knew of one possible option. Principal Ned's legal team is the best in the nation, possibly in the world. If anyone would be able to remove Endeavor's grip on your family, it would be him. So, I bided my time. I expressed an interest in heroics after seeing Midnight in action. I trained my body, mind, and Quirk. I asked my mother to enroll me in the recommendations exam so that I could be with you during a crucial time. I waited until I had firmly cemented my position as a trusted member of Class 1A. Then, shortly after the midterm exams, I approached the principal. I laid out what you had told me those 10 years prior. I insisted that you had to be removed from Endeavor's care. I firmly stated that I would not accept no for an answer. He was in the process of building a case against your father when the final exams happened. I suppose it is my fault for not mustering the courage to tell you. Shudo sniffed, tears running down his face. You, really? All those years, you stuck by me so that you could help? Momo nodded. Of course. Even from a young age, I always had somewhat of a thirst for justice. Perhaps because father tended to read law books to me as bedtime stories. But I never gave up on you, Shudo. I never lost sight of my first mission. Even when there was nothing but darkness, only one thing kept me going, making sure that you were saved from that sorry sack of scum. Shudo broke down into sobs, and Momo immediately pulled the younger boy into a tight hug, whispering soft words of comfort. Izuku stood back and watched, feeling something constrict in his throat. Tenko smirked as Redestro walked him back to the northern gate, Jiren walking behind him. Pleasure doing business with you, Redestro. The older villain smiled. Likewise, Shigaraki-san. You are indeed a master of negotiation. Perhaps my secretary could learn a thing or two from you. Tenko huffed. Let's not go that far. This is strictly a business partnership, all right? Redestro chuckled. Of course, of course. As the gate opened, the CEO frowned. That's odd. The car is different from the one you arrived in. Tenko frowned and peered at the driver's seat, sighing as he saw 13 sitting behind the wheel in civilian clothing. It's fine, I recognize the driver. She's another of my associates. I imagine something came up that required my original driver to leave. Redestro chuckled. Ah, the whirlwind of life. Things rarely ever go to plan, don't they? Tenko huffed. Unfortunately. There's always some element of chaos that you can't predict. In any case, I'll be in touch. He took Jiren by the arm with a finger raised, leading the broker over to the car. As he opened the rear door on the passenger side, he glanced over his shoulder to see Redestro and his 2 subordinates walking back into the city as the gate closed behind them. Sighing with relief, he closed the rear door and climbed into the front passenger seat, pulling on the offered set of artist's gloves and buckling himself in. So, where's Present Mike and Eraserhead? 13 sighed. Apparently, little Shudo was in the area. After you entered the city, Hisashi caught the kid right as he stepped off the wall. They've taken him back to UA and are currently working out his situation. Luckily, I didn't have any classes scheduled for today, so I was able to come in as a replacement driver. I take it your negotiations were successful? Tenko nodded. We've made a deal. I'll retrieve the Nomo for his use. In return, he'll grant me command over them, along with a fifth of his current army. I'm expecting to be in charge of the weaker soldiers, since I bet he trusts me about as much as Stain trusted Sensei. Maybe a little more, actually, considering he didn't have his secretary plant a mic on me. 13 chuckled as she started the car and pulled away from the city. Most likely. Still, to have full command over the Nomus means you're in a perfect position to turn his own strength against him. Tenko grunted. Not entirely. His 4 generals are all strong in their own rights, and he's no pushover himself. If we want to take them down for good, we need to play our cards just right. The heroine sighed. Sounds like you've got a lot to report once we get back. 2 days later, Izuku walked into the gym, stretching his arms up and feeling his spine pop several times in quick succession. How's progress with Momo? Fat Gum glanced over from where he was supervising the girl's training. Well, since the start of an internship, her production time's been cut almost in half, and her lipid requirements are about 2/3 of what they used to be. Not bad, but I'm pretty sure we want to go further. After Momo's rewinding, Aizawa-sensei had contacted Mandalay and retrieved the training schedule for the student. When the internship started, a copy of that schedule had been sent to Fat Gum. In essence, her training was similar to what Izuku underwent during the summer camp, constantly making items while eating. Her objectives were the same, increasing durability and creation speed while decreasing material cost. Several high-calorie treats were set out on the table on her left side, while matryoshka dolls were continuously popping out of her right arm. As Momo continued scarfing down sweets, Izuku moved over to the weightlifting area of the gym, loading up the bar and starting on his workout schedule. His quirk could give him the muscle memory or heightened senses needed to properly use a given item, but it couldn't directly enhance his physicality outside of some transformations. As such, he needed to regularly exercise in order to get the hardest impact with any of his physical weapons. Of course, he wasn't entirely neglecting his quirk. He'd established a schedule with defined physical training days, quirk training days, mental training days, and rest days in order to most efficiently train every part of himself. Mental training days usually consisted of homework and other forms of mental stimulation, so as to give his body a break from the strain during the other days. Quirk training days involved much the same of what Momo was doing, cutting down on creation time and lipid cost while simultaneously upgrading durability and inventory slots. He'd gone from 4 equipped slots and 10 inventory slots at the start of the year to 6 equipped slots and 20 inventory slots now. In addition, his quirk evolution had altered the conditions for items to be equipped. Instead of being in contact with his skin, they only had to be within a foot of his body. Then there were those days where he was figuring out the limits for his transformations. Every 3rd quirk training day was set aside to discern what he could or couldn't use. He'd found that transformations retained any requirements from the games they came from. For instance, if he wanted to achieve a state similar to Fire Mario, he'd need to create a fire flower to access it. In addition, transformations took up inventory slots in a similar manner to equipment. The 6-armed Vajra Azura transformation took 2 slots, due to the nature of having extra limbs and being able to fire energy blasts. Also, like with equipment, some transformations were completely out of the question, namely, ones that granted invincibility or required a connection with another being. Unfortunately, he could not use multiple transformations at the same time like he could with items. Fortunately, though, his transformations could accommodate the clothes he wore, which meant there was no need to make him a new outfit that was DNA encoded. While May was happy that she didn't need to completely remake his outfit, she had made a few adjustments. After some experimentation involving his vest's alloy, she'd upgraded it to resist all manner of heat, cold, electricity, and blades. It could now stop a sniper round in its tracks, but anything above that was pushing it. She'd also revolutionized his jumpsuit by making it self-repairing, able to mend any cuts or holes that weren't absorbed by the vest. His boots now contained devices that could take in air and pressurize it, then shoot it out of the soles, giving him a burst of speed either horizontally or vertically. She'd pitched the idea of adding grappling hooks to his gloves, but he was quick to point out that he basically had any mobility aids covered by his inventory or his natural abilities. Much pouting was had. Izuku squatted low, feeling the heavy bar dig into his shoulders and upper back. Crazy to think how, just a year ago, this would have been totally unbelievable. It's nuts just how far I've come and how much I've accomplished in such a short time. And there's no telling what I have yet to do either. Katsuki lunged, slamming his fist into the punching bag and sending it flying off its hook. The bag smacked into the wall of Gym Alpha, leaving a sizable dent and leaking stuffing. Grunting, Katsuki walked over to the pile of bags on the floor and picked up a fresh one, securing it to the hook and taking up a boxer's stance once more. Come on. More control. You need to deliver the most force while causing the least amount of internal damage. It won't do you any good if you punch a villain and cause his stomach to collapse in on itself. The sound of the gym door caught his attention, and he glanced over as Riot walked in, a punching bag slung over his shoulder. His classmate glanced over at him in surprise. Oh hey bro. Didn't think I'd find you here. Figured you'd be in ground beta working on your quirk? Katsuki grunted and turned back to his own bag, delivering a couple quick strikes before dancing back. My quirk can only do so much. I can't rush into every situation thinking I'll be able to blast my way out of it. You never know when you'll have to fight someone like Eraserhead who can disable your quirk. He shot forward, delivering a thundering roundhouse kick that sent the bag swinging. Riot hummed in understanding. Makes sense, especially if you can't use your quirk forever. If somebody's able to outlast it, you've got to have another tool in your kit in order to win. The redhead walked over to a free hook and set up his punching bag, immediately falling into a boxer's stance. The two of them worked in silence for a little while, until a mighty blow sent Katsuki's bag flying into the wall, spilling its stuffing over the floor. Riot paused in his workout as Katsuki groaned and walked over to his pile of bags on the floor. I really want to figure out how I can get my punches to deal knockback without too much actual damage. Riot hummed briefly. Well, you're more likely to figure it out against another person than if you just wail on punching bags for hours. Wanna spar? Katsuki grunted. Why the hell not? Ochako rolled in a half circle, dodging her opponent's strike. She quickly wrapped her arms around the other fighter's waist and bent backwards, roaring as she delivered a perfect suplex. A gong rang, and she backed away from her opponent, feeling her heart rate settle. Phew. That's one of the toughest fights I've had in a while. Tsu rolled backwards, planting her hands on the floor and springing to her feet. You said it, Karo. You're a really tough opponent. Ryuku walked forwards from the sidelines, clapping her hands slowly. Marvelous work, you two. I doubt any of my regular sidekicks would be able to keep up with either of you, save for Nijire-chan. You've improved drastically since the week began. The two girls stood upright and bowed deeply. Thank you for your help, Ryukuma. The heroine chuckled lightly. It's the least I could do. Especially after the wonderful renovation to the agency before the hero rankings. Ochako placed her hands on her lower back and bent backwards, feeling her vertebrae pop in quick succession. Where is Nijire-senpai, anyway? I haven't seen her around the agency much recently. Ryuku hummed. I believe she's taken up training with her friends, Amajiki and Togata. If memory serves, she mentioned that UA has been pushing the third years in the hero course quite hard recently. My guess is that they're preparing themselves, much like the two of you are doing. Ochako and Tsu exchanged glances. They'd heard that the Meta Liberation Army had reformed and was building up its resources from Daika City, and that UA was planning to face them once the army made its first move. But to realize that every year was being pushed to improve, it really set things in perspective. This wasn't just a simple villain attack or criminal organization, this was an all-out war. Hitoshi grunted as he ducked under Dad's punch, immediately sweeping the hero's legs out from under him. To his credit, Dad landed on his hand and sprung off, nimbly darting back in with a blade kick. Hitoshi sidestepped, before wrapping his capture scarf around the extended leg and pulling. Dad went down, And Hitoshi pressed his advantage, binding the hero's arms to his sides and pressing his foot into his adoptive father's back. Pops blew a whistle, and Hitoshi stepped back, letting his capture scarf unravel and settle on his shoulders. That's my first win against you, isn't it? Dad stood up and walked over, gently laying a hand on Hitoshi's shoulder. It is indeed. Good work, kiddo. You've come far from the scared kid we picked up from that orphanage. Hitoshi's chest swelled with pride. Thanks, Dad. Pops nodded, his expression unusually grim. Unfortunately, we can't stop there. I hate to say it, bud, but we can't take any chances with what's coming, so you've got to keep working at it. Hitoshi nodded. Right? He and Dad walked back to their respective starting positions in the ring, drawn on the ground in the middle of Gym Epsilon. They crouched slightly in unison, ready and waiting for Pops to give the signal to begin. Come on, Hitoshi. You can do better. You can be better. You can be a hero. Yuga winced as he felt the backlash from naval laser clench his stomach. Suddenly, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Pausing, he pulled it out and glanced at the caller ID, immediately paling. Quickly recomposing himself, he glanced at where Ectoplasm-sensei and Cementa-sensei were busy helping Sadakun. He darted out of Gym Gamma and made his way to a spot that he knew was out of view of the cameras, opening his phone and accepting the call. Oui, monsieur. The doctor's voice grumbled. I hope you haven't forgotten our agreement, boy. Yuga swallowed. Of course, Doctor. I have given you any information I can get my hands on. Unfortunately, Director Nedzu is being especially secretive right now, and I am unaware of just what his plans entail. The doctor sighed. I see. And what of Shigaraki? Yuga swallowed again. He is still living in the dorms with 1A, still acting as though he has renounced the league. I assure you, his cover remains unbroken. See to it that you remind that brat just what he owes, master. The doctor hung up, and Yuga let out a sigh of relief, slumping against the wall and sitting on the floor. He hung his head, tears welling in his eyes. Amer. I promise that I will free you from your chains one day. I just pray that I am able to muster the courage to do so before my lies return to strike me in the rear. He was already on edge by lying to UA's faculty about his family and his quirk. But to lie to the doctor about Shimura's allegiance? Utterly unthinkable. Kyudai let his hand drop, sighing. He spun in his office chair to gaze out over the rows of inactive nomus, suspended in their tanks and waiting to be unleashed. Oh, my beautiful children. Soon, you will be free to wreak havoc and destruction upon the world as you so desire. I promise. Suddenly, a different phone rang, and Kyudai glanced over at it, eyes going wide as he recognized it as a call from Shigaraki. He eagerly accepted the call, nearly bouncing in his seat with anticipation. The young man's voice grumbled out, Oi, document. I found some people who might be able to help your Nomu cause the chaos you're hoping for. Interested? Kyudai giggled excitedly. Of course, young master. Please tell me more. He glanced back at the 6 high-ends in their tanks, placed close to his desk. He barely registered Shigaraki's words as he lost himself to fantasies of watching his children raise a path from the lab to Tokyo, leaving death and destruction in their wake. Oh, how beautiful it will be! How I long to repay this wretched world for taking master from me. Nedzu glanced up from his computer as Shimura walked into his office, hanging up his phone and stuffing it in his pocket. I take it the doctor has been informed of your plans? Shimura nodded, sighing. I overheard him talking to some of the inactive nomus on his end. He's gone off the deep end. He just wants to destroy the world to get revenge for all for one's death. Nedzu hummed. Noted. And what of his mole? Shimura's expression turned pained. The kid's a nervous wreck. He's living so many double lives, he's starting to lose track of who he is at heart. We'd better make things right and fast. Nedzu nodded, mentally seething. How dare this foolish human hurt one of his precious students? Kaizome stepped out of the building, wiping the blood from his serrated katana before slipping it back in its sheath. He glanced up at the night sky, grunting when he saw that one of the new spotlights was heading his way. He darted off, prying open a manhole cover and dropping into the sewer system before he could be discovered. That was closer than last night. They're getting more vigilant. The deaths will make them more nervous, which will serve us well in the coming battle. His earpiece buzzed, and he brought a finger up to it to accept the call. Netsu chirped, "Good evening, Akibo-san. How goes progress on your end?" Kaizome huffed, "Decently. I have worked my way up to taking out entire buildings of soldiers each night. However, my windows of opportunity grow ever smaller. I do hope that this will not go on for much longer." The mammal chuckled. "Well, I'm sure you'll be glad to hear that one of my endeavors has moved up the army's timetable. They plan to move within the month. I wish you the best of luck in your future nightly efforts." The line went dead, and Kaizome grunted warmly. "To you as well, I suppose." 3 weeks later, Izuku stood at the edge of the hill, gazing down at Daika City and its heavy fortifications. Crazy that the place was holding an insurrectionist army the entire time. And here I used to think that it was just the headquarters for Detnerat. Katsuki grunted, standing on Izuku's right. "Insurrectionists, support company, whatever. Point is, we're gonna kick their asses?" Momo nodded, standing to Izuku's left. Izuku kinda wished that her lack of a provisional license would have kept her back at UA, but the HPSC had basically ordered Nedzu to put the entire class on the front lines, much to the mammal's chagrin. "Indeed. We have trained as hard as possible in these past few weeks. If we do not emerge victorious, then Aizawa-sensei will be terribly cross with us for slacking off." The class chuckled from where they were gathered back in the forest, but it was laced with apprehension. They'd known that this was coming for weeks now, but it didn't change how huge this was. This was full-scale war, something that nobody could ever be fully prepared for. Any sane person would be terrified at the prospect of fighting for their life. Of course, one could argue that 1A was anything but sane. Izuku turned on his heel, a massive grin spreading across his face. "All right, 1A. Today we take our greatest step forward. Today, we are not students, nor children, nor civilians. Today we are heroes. And heroes don't fall to anything short of total annihilation." A resounding roar went up, and Izuku felt his chest swell with pride. "This is my family. My brothers and sisters in arms. We cannot die here. We are the heralds of the future. We will fight and we will win. For we are the next generation of heroes. We are Class 1A. Redestro stared out the massive window behind his desk, gazing over the city that had been his home for so long. A shame that it must be destroyed, but the collateral damage from the coming battle is inevitable. Still, we will hopefully have enough funds and resources to rebuild once this war is over. He turned on his heel and placed his arms behind his back, scanning the faces of his 5 generals. Curious, pen and paper in hand as always. Trumpet, slicking his hair back and straightening his tie. Skeptic, tapping away at his laptop and making final preparations. Giton, his power frosting over his breath and his arms. Shigaraki, with his intimidating aura in contrast with his casual wear. My friends, the time has come. We shall shed our illusion of peace and rise up against the laws that have oppressed us for far too long. We shall strike back and create a world in which we are truly free. Shigaraki grunted. "You said it, boss. I'll take my squadron and head for the southern gate. Intel says that's where the heroes are focusing their less experienced fighters." Curious squealed with excitement. "Ooh, it's so thrilling to finally be here. Victory and liberation are within our grasp." Trumpet smirked and cleared his throat. "I will assemble my forces and move for the eastern exit. I believe Jiren informed us that the enemy will place their weaker heroes there, and I am best suited to handle them. Curious, I expect you to join me eventually." Giton chuckled, frost spreading over his right arm. "I will head for the northern gate. It'll be a battle of power, strength against strength. What a glorious sight it will be." Redestro smiled warmly. "I will remain here for the time being. If any of you feel you are somehow outmatched, you need only call. I will come with utmost speed and provide my assistance." He raised his hand to his forehead, placing his thumb on his skin and extending his pointer finger upwards. "For the liberation of meta abilities." Nobesu glanced up as the door to the barracks hissed open, Shigaraki stepping through and drawing their attention. "It's time. We're heading for the southern gate. Keep a level head, and remember your training." Nobesu smirked, filled with confidence. I can't wait to show that prick Bakugu just how much better I've gotten. And who knows, maybe I'll finally get another chance to show Deku his proper place again. He glanced around the room, noting that everyone else bore uneasy expressions. He stood up and thumped his chest a couple times, drawing the army's attention. Come on guys. Let's show these so-called heroes just who's stronger. A collective roar rose up from the throats of the soldiers, and the huge bay doors at the back of the room hissed, slowly opening and letting daylight stream into the giant room. Nobesu's grin widened as he began to march forward. Showtime, assholes. Rumi cracked her knuckles, looking down at the city below. As the streets came to life with roaring people, she glanced back at the squadron of top heroes that had joined her. Alright, slowpokes. Let's see if you can keep up. She bounced twice on the balls of her feet, before tensing her legs and springing forward. She soared into the air, eyes locked onto the gate at the northern edge of the city. Shotota motherfuckers. Shoyuta glanced to his right as Hizashi walked up next to him. You alright? His husband sighed nervously. I can't help but worry about the kids. It's one thing to prepare them to be heroes and fight villains day in and day out, but it's another to send them off to war before they're 20. And Yaoyorozu doesn't even have a provisional license yet. Shoyuta laid a hand over Hizashi's shoulder, and the blonde glanced over at him. It's alright. They've got Midoriya to lead them. Hizashi raised an eyebrow curiously. You've sure got a lot of trust in Midoriya, don't you? Shoyuta chuckled and returned his gaze to the city below. I've seen the way he interacts with the others. They're more than just a class, they're a family. Midoriya would rather die than let his family get hurt. And it takes a lot to kill him. The communicator in his ear dinged, and he straightened, unraveling his capture scarf from his neck. There's the signal. It's go time. He stuck his arm up, drawing the attention of the force of low-ranked and underground heroes behind him. He brought his arm forward, and they took off as one, bounding between the trees and emerging from the forest over Daika City. Showtime. Izuku paused as his comms system pinged. Thrusting his fist up, he shouted, to action. Plus ultra. The class roared the school motto in unison and charged out of the tree line, angling straight for the southern gate of Daika. The gate fell outward, crashing to the ground as the massive army behind it surged out from the city's walls. Izuku felt a manic grin spread across his face, and he leapt into the air, flinging his arms to the side. There was a flash of green light, and Izuku's eyes blazed behind the wooden mask of the masked hammer ability. Twin wooden hammers flared in his hands, and his signature extreme gear hummed under his feet. The two sides clashed, and the area immediately devolved into chaos. The class was quickly split up, and due to the sheer difference in size, each member was quickly surrounded by several units from the opposing army. Of course, what they lacked in numbers, they more than made up for in skill and raw power output. Each of them had a specific skill set, and were ordered to prioritize that skill set to the fullest. Yuga hung back and bombarded the enemy with a barrage of lasers, minimizing the individual backlash to maximize his overall output. Mina danced around her opponents, covering them with acid that had low acidity and high viscosity, sticking them to the ground and trapping them in place. Tsu bounced from head to head, taking down enemy soldiers one by one. Tenya was an uncontested blur, charging through the enemy horde and sending entire swaths of people flying. Ochako was an utter monster, toting around massive iron balls on the ends of chains that, when affected by her quirk, were trivial to swing but still hit like trucks. Mashireo beat down the enemy one opponent at a time, moving from person to person with insane efficiency. Denki simply waded through hordes of opponents, shrouded in an aura of electricity that knocked anyone nearby unconscious. Idru was an unstoppable force, bowling through swaths of enemies and tanking every hit thrown his way. Kuji was the strike operator, directing his own personal army of animals to annihilate, but not kill, entire platoons of enemy soldiers, as well as calling out positions to his classmates. Rikido had a simple task: utterly demolish anyone in his way. The simplicity of his particular order meant that he could carry it out even under the mind-dulling effects of his quirk. Mezu led recon, acting as several pairs of eyes and ears, while also defending Kuda if an opponent got a little too close for comfort. Kyuka had a dual role, listening for patterns and positions while going apeshit with her soundboxing style. Hanta darted around the battlefield, tying up opponents for his classmates to handle or snagging any flying soldiers out of the air. Fumikage simply waded through the enemy forces in his avatar of Tsukuyami, tossing entire squadrons around like ragdolls. Yurashi bowled aside swaths of enemy soldiers with intense gales, occasionally picking up an opponent and flinging them into several of their buddies. Toru acted as a simultaneous scout and assassin, silently observing enemy positions and flitting in to take out key figures from the shadows with no warning. Katsuki, of course, was an absolute demon, blasting apart clumps of soldiers with massive explosions. Hitoshi supported where he could by either hypnotizing soldiers with his quirk or tying up groups of enemies with his capture scarf. Momo stood back and blasted apart enemy platoons with a pair of cannons that she could constantly reload and fire on a whim. Shirakumo darted in and out of the battlefield on a yellow cloud, moving too fast for any of the soldiers to react. As for Izuku, his job was simple: handle the enemy's big guns. As he flew over the battlefield on his extreme gear, Izuku could hear a low rumbling that was steadily growing louder. The enemy forces began laughing, and a hole in the city's wall exploded, with several massive figures emerging from the breach. Nomu. Izuku glanced up at the top of the wall, where he could see Tenko overlooking the chaos. The villain met his gaze, and they nodded in unison. Tenko shouted, "Nomu, attack the green one." Immediately, the beasts zeroed in on Izuku, and the hero in training grinned maniacally. "You want some? Then come get some." Several Nomu with wings screeched and took off, streaking through the air towards him. Izuku's grin widened, and he shot forward. Blazing wood met embalmed skin, and the air exploded. Izuku soared skyward, his extreme gear dissipating. As the Nomu flew up towards him, he spun, his hammers igniting and burning holes through their fragile patagia. The second he landed, the ground-bound Nomu charged forward, ignoring the cries of their compatriots. Izuku dropped his masked hammer and equipped the Ember Celica, the yellow gauntlets whirring to life in an instant. He crouched low and shouted, "Come on!" His fists blurred, unleashing a massive chain of explosions that repelled the oncoming monsters. Izuku cocked his right fist and punched at the ground, kicking up a massive shower of dirt. When it fell back down, the boy was gone. The Nomu glanced around in confusion, only for a green blur to zip through their ranks. It skidded to a stop on the disrupted ground, and the Nomu all fell in unison, identical stab wounds on their spines marking them for death. Izuku casually spun the black rose butterfly knife in his hand, dancing back and forth on Lucio's rollerblades. Had enough yet, or do we need to get serious? Suddenly, something wrapped around his waist and lifted him skyward, before slamming him into the earth. His training kicked in, and he nimbly rolled backwards to avoid 5 long fingers scratching at him. Izuku sprung to his feet, lacking any weapons but not lacking determination. He paused, taking in the features of the person before him. The enemy soldier laughed maniacally, brandishing his 10 elongated fingers, each one an impressive 3 meters long. "What do you think, hero? Is my meta ability suited for heroism now?" Izuku grunted, settling into a defensive stance. "Just my luck. Because of course I had to run into you of all people here." Yubi Nobesa laughed, his fingers twitching wildly. "Your luck's run out, hero brat. Of course, I can't say you were very lucky to begin with, Deku." Katsuki froze as one word echoed across the battlefield. A word he never thought he'd hear used again. Not in a million years. Snarling, he resumed his onslaught with renewed interest, his explosions fueled by his rage. "God. Fucking. Damn it." Izuku stared at his former classmate, gazing up at the other boy's inhumanly long fingers. Yubi cackled, waving his hands wildly. "You like them? I put a lot of work into getting them this long. Not that you or anyone else ever got the chance to see it. If only Aldra hadn't been so busy working on Bakugu, maybe I would have had my chance to really shine. But no, everyone else there was just an ass-kisser to some random chump who just happened to have a flashy quirk. The most recognition I ever got in that hellhole was showing you your place. Well, guess what? Now I'll get the whole world's recognition by, you guessed it, putting you in your place, 6 feet under. Yubi's fingers curled into claws, which was a disturbing sight at that length. His hands tensed, and the massive claws swiped downwards at Izuku's prone form. At the last second, he jumped back, and Yubi's fingers dug into the earth. Yubi cackled madly and pulled his hand out, swiping them from side to side as he ran forward. Izuku backpedaled rapidly, ducking and weaving around the other boys' clumsy strikes. The sounds of explosions in the distance grew louder, a sign that Katsuki was approaching. But at this rate, the blonde wouldn't make it in time. Yubi laughed, lashing out once again. Isn't this familiar, Deku? It's been too long since somebody put you in your place. You've grown soft being at UA where nobody was honest. Everybody lied to you, telling you that you had the right to stand among the best of the best. They were wrong. You don't deserve to lick the ground I walk on. I'm above you, Deku, and you know it. That's life. Dekus are stepping stones for those with potential to rise to greatness. Now accept your fate and fertilize the ground that will lift me to new heights. His hand swiped down, and Izuku didn't dodge. The fingers caught him, and there was a massive thud as the giant hand slammed into the earth. Everyone nearby froze and turned to stare. Yubi cackled madly and leaned back, roaring to the heavens. Do you see me, Aldera? White I know Besu, more than you could have ever imagined. You failed to recognize me for what I am, and that was your downfall. This day will be the first corpse lining my red carpet of fame, fortune, and victory. He continued cackling madly, only to pause when the ground rumbled. The earth shuddered, and the dirt around Yubi's buried fingers began to tremble. Suddenly, a shower of dirt burst into the sky, right from between his index and middle fingers. Said fingers were suddenly forced backwards, much farther back than they were intended to go. Yubi shrieked in pain, which only grew in intensity when both fingers emitted a loud and painful snap. When the dirt settled, Izuku was standing there, visibly bereft of any weapons or items. His hands were each gripping one of Yubi's fingers. You know, Yubi, one thing I noticed back in elementary school is that, when your fingers stretch, they become more brittle. Naturally, the farther they stretch, the more fragile they get. I'm almost certain I tried telling you that. Oh, but wait. You were too busy leaving scratches across my face with your deliberately long fingernails. His grip tightened, and the bones in Yubi's fingers shattered. The boy shrieked even louder, and his remaining fingers shrunk down to their normal size. However, the broken fingers remained elongated, much to the surprise of everyone else present. Izuku casually walked forward, striding up to stand a couple feet from Yubi. The shorter boy glared at the hero student. So you exploited a momentary weakness. Big whoop. You're still the weak, useless Deku that you'll always be. Nothing will change that. Izuku tilted his head and grinned ferally. I wonder about that. He lunged forward, stamping his right foot into the ground. His fist came forward, slamming into Yubi's face. With Izuku's lean muscle and small build, this normally would be a relatively weak punch. However, this blow carried all the weight from the years of bullying, the years of trauma that had built up during his elementary schooling. The weight that only a victim of intense abuse would be able to deliver. Yubi's face crumpled around Izuku's fist. The MLA soldier was lifted off the ground and sent flying through the air, crashing into the wall of Daika City. Several of the surrounding soldiers flinched as Yubi's body slammed into the metal, leaving an impact crater several meters in diameter. Izuku stepped back and shook his fist, feeling the recoil from the titanic blow he had just delivered. That was fucking cathartic, bitch. Shuda's head whipped up at the sound of grinding metal coming from the southern side of the city. What the hell was that? Anima, come in. What's going on over there? The student's voice quickly came over the comms. Izuku ran into a former classmate from Aldera. He proceeded to air his frustrations onto said former classmate's face. Yubi, I think was his name, was sent flying into the wall, leaving a sizable crater. The noise you heard was probably the metal bending from the impact. Shoyuta gave a quick sigh of relief, before quickly snagging an enemy soldier with his capture scarf and flinging them into a group of other combatants. Alright, keep me posted if anything comes up. Roger that, Eraserhead. Redestro frowned as he noticed the large dent in the southern wall. Skeptic. What happened at the southern gate? The younger man tapped away at his computer, before grunting. Remember the recruit who was encouraging his fellows to train? It appears he deliberately sought out save point, believing himself to be stronger than the boy. The price for his hubris was a punch to the face that sent him flying into the wall, leaving the dent you're seeing now. Redestro hummed in surprise. Save point must possess incredible strength to cause such a large crater with an opponent's body, and from several meters away. How is the situation over there? Skeptic winced. Not good, sir. Our forces are losing their will to fight after seeing arguably their strongest member be taken down so easily and with such force. In addition, every last one of our nomis have been slain. Shigaraki tried to use them to overwhelm save point, but they were destroyed in short order. Redestro sighed. Then it appears that we have a weak link. Our southern flank is undoubtedly our most vulnerable at the moment. A pity. I had hoped that I would not need to use my meta ability against children, but so be it. Skeptic glanced up, the worry in his eyes visible through the bangs over his face. Sir? You can't actually be thinking of using up your stress so soon, are you? Why not ask Geaton to send some of his soldiers to assist? Or ask Curious to lend a hand? Or get Trumpet to direct his forces there? Or I could send out my puppets to assist. There's no need for you to risk yourself, sir. Redestro slowly turned to face his subordinate, and Skeptic swallowed nervously at the spreading purple spots on the Grand Commander's face. My dear comrade, the students of UA have already proved themselves a force to be reckoned with. We must make sure they are taken out of play if we are to be victorious. Besides, all the others are currently occupied with the attacking heroes, and cannot spare any soldiers of their own. No, I must handle this myself. Izuku led Class 1A through Daika City. Glancing around, the place looked deserted, with barely any signs of the once massive population that inhabited the buildings around them. Man, this is eerie. It's like a giant ghost town. Remind me again why we had to take everyone down before coming inside? We probably could have forced the fighting back through the gate or something. Katsuki grunted. If we did that, we'd be open to an attack from behind. For all we know, they could have left some troops behind to ambush us if we got inside the city. Momo nodded. Exactly. By defeating or subduing every member outside before entering, we're able to direct all of our focus to watching for surprise attacks, rather than diverting some of our attention to the fighting we brought in. Buchako huffed. That and doing it this way means less collateral damage, which means less stuff to rebuild once this is all over. The government's not gonna let this place just go unused after the MLA's been driven out of it. The fewer things they have to rebuild, the lower the cost of rebuilding will be. And who do you think will pay for the reconstruction? Izuku grunted. Fair enough. I'm just creeped out by how silent it is. Yuga shuddered. Indeed, monsieur. It is most unsettling. Suddenly, the nearest building exploded, and a black blur slammed into Izuku, carrying him through the streets and ramming him into another building. As he dropped to the ground, coughing, the blur that had tackled him backed off, revealing itself to be a thin, wiry, black Nomu. With the inflated muscles in its legs and its quickly darting eyes, it was clear the thing was built for speed. Clapping could be heard from the remains of the building the Nomu had emerged from, and one as attention swiveled to the wreckage as a short man in a lab coat walked out. Truly magnificent, save point. I knew this child would need to be the cream of the crop to catch you by surprise, but the fact that you only took minimal damage from the impact shows just how incredible you are. Izuku's eyes narrowed. You must be the doctor. The doctor tilted his head curiously. Oh, and where did you hear about me? Katsuki grunted. The teachers grilled Shiggy for as much info as they could get. Then they told us that info, just in case we ran into the remnants of the League again. It was the lie that Eraserhead had cooked up for them, so as to protect Tenko's true allegiance for as long as possible. The doctor sighed in disappointment. What a shame. How could Tamura have fallen to the enemy so easily? Still, I suppose you didn't keep as close a watch on him as you should have, given he was able to get away for long enough to meet these wonderful people. Oh, the Nomu I could make with their quirks. They would be magnificent. He scowled. At least, they would be if Master hadn't been taken from me. Do you even realize how vital he was to the process of creating Nomu? You can't just force multiple quirks into a single body without some method of removing quirks in the first place. Izuku said nothing, his mind whirling. He's gone off the deep end. All he cares about is avenging all for one. So of course I'd be his first target, being the one who killed the bastard. He said that this Nomu was built specifically to counter me, much like how the one at the USJ was designed to beat All Might. My guess is that he's relying on overcoming my speed, since that's the greatest strength of mine that I've displayed. Given how often I use my extreme gear, it's not a bad guess. Kinda wondering how he altered it to counter me after All for One died, though. The Nomu standing close to Izuku rumbled, "Father, may I dispatch him now?" The doctor sighed. "In due time, Hunter, in due time. I want this brat to know exactly why he's suffering before the light leaves his eyes." He clasped his hands behind his back and walked forward. 1A tensed, only to back off when Izuku snapped his fingers. They parted before the old man, allowing him to walk over to where Izuku was getting to his feet. "Do you know what my master's great vision was?" Izuku coughed into his fist. "Something about conquering the world, I'd imagine." He seemed like the world-conquering type. The doctor huffed warmly. "Yes. His wish was to rule the world. I suppose none of you are old enough to know what it was like during the early years of quirks. Allow me to enlighten you. In those times, the world was ruled by fear and chaos. People went mad, driven to their basest instincts by the emergence of something beyond their meager knowledge. Governments held no power, and politicians had no sway. In this time of darkness, the world needed a beacon of light to direct them. And Master wanted to be that. He would gather everyone under his rule, give them direction and purpose. And he did. Oh, it was glorious to see how Japan prospered under his rule. But then, those annoying heroes took root. They looked at Master's prosperity and called it tyranny. They bit the hand that fed them, and they eventually grew strong enough to unseat Master from his throne. It was a dark day indeed when his empire fell. We would have taken it back, you know. Brought Japan to order before moving to the rest of the world. Master would have begun his crusade to save the world from itself once All Might was out of the way. But then, you just had to show up and ruin everything. You appeared from nowhere and took Master from me with nary a care. And Japan dares to celebrate you and your kind for slaying the king of evil. I won't stand for it." The doctor glared at Izuku. "You will be the first to die, followed by the rest of you. Your corpses will hang from the walls of this city as a warning to those who would stand in the way of Master's vision. And when this is over, Tamura will rule Japan in Master's stead." Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and the Nomu exploded in a shower of blood and viscera. Katsuki raised his palms, and an enormous explosion incinerated what remained of the monster. Izuku brought the classic up to his face and blew out the smoke rising from the barrel. "The thing about monologues? They leave you wide open." The doctor stared blankly at where Hunter had once stood, his jaw slack. But I designed him to be a perfect counter to your abilities." Izuku dropped the rifle and stood upright, towering over the doctor. Lesson 1 of dealing with UA students: never assume you know exactly what they can do. He crouched down to stare the quivering man in the eyes. "But then, you've always been underestimating me, Dr. Tsubasa." The doctor frowned. Tsubasa, that was the name I used at Muzutafu General Hospital. Were you one of my patients back then? Izuku grinned. "Indeed I was. Remember me, doctor? The little boy with green hair who you claimed was Quirkless?" The man's eyes widened. "The boy whose mother could levitate objects and whose father breathed fire. But you were Quirkless. You didn't show any signs of potentially developing a quirk. How?" Izuku's grin widened. "And you call yourself a quirk doctor? You entirely discounted the possibility that my quirk required something else to activate. And indeed it did. Though, I guess I have to thank you. If you hadn't diagnosed me as quirkless, my life wouldn't have turned out the way it did. If I'd known about my quirk the whole time, perhaps Aldro wouldn't have been shut down. Perhaps Katsuki would have been my friend the whole time. Perhaps I wouldn't have met my best friends until I entered UA. So, I must thank you. You're responsible for my life turning out the way it did, and suffering in that hellhole for 8 years was a small price to pay for the happiness I've experienced as a result of it. Suddenly, something very large crashed into the pavement a few meters away from the assembly. The doctor squeaked in fear and fell to his knees, quickly crawling across the ground and hiding behind Izuku. A voice rang out, "So, doctor, you are responsible for this outcome? You are responsible for the loss of our primary indoctrination facilities? You are the reason we lost the chance at recruiting 2 incredible meta abilities into our ranks?" Izuku grunted. "I'm honored, Yatsubashi Rikiya. To think that the Grand Commander himself would bother with us puny students." The dust settled, and the Seo of Detnerat climbed out of the newly formed crater in the ground, swelled to massive proportions and his entire body painted black. His suit was stretched as far as it could go, the fibers straining against the man's skin. Redestro flexed, and the top half of his suit ripped apart, exposing his darkened flesh to the air. "Doctor, you will pay for robbing us of 2 promising soldiers, and for bringing the enemy down on our heads." Izuku grabbed the doctor by the arm and dragged him out from his hiding spot, before kicking him across the ground to land in front of the seething giant. "By all means, punt him across the Pacific if you want." Redestro stepped forward, and the doctor's eyes widened to the size of dinner plates as the giant got closer. "Please, spare me." The Grand Commander glared down at the old man before him, and drew one massive leg back. "Mercy does not extend to fools like you." The leg swung forward, and the doctor shrieked in pain as he was catapulted through the air, over the city's walls, and beyond the horizon. Izuku stuck both hands in the air and shouted, "And it's good! Ladies and gentlemen, that's a new record for the longest field goal in NFL history." Redestro huffed, staring down the 20 students in front of him. "Just all you like. You stand in the way of our goal, and so you must be eliminated. Do not attempt to negotiate." Izuku sighed, before cracking his knuckles and staring up at the titan in front of him. "Bring it, you Doofenshmirtz knockoff." Toshinori went pale as he saw that young Midoriya and his class were facing off against the Grand Commander of the opposing army. "Are you sure we don't need to send anyone to assist them, sir?" Nedzu hummed and sipped at his tea as he scanned the various monitors in front of him. "It would appear that our other forces are currently occupied with the bulk of the army. The faction of top heroes in particular is evenly matched with their opponents. Still, I don't think there's much need to worry. Class 1A is as capable as they come, young Midoriya in particular. Besides, we still have an ace up our sleeve." Toshinori hummed as he glanced at the screen depicting Class 1A and the hulking giant that was Redestro. "If you say so, sir." Shoyuta paused, holding a hand up to his communicator. "You said you're facing who now?" Kuji responded, "We are currently facing Redestro. At the moment, he has not yet made a move to attack us, but that position won't hold for long. At the moment, it's a face-off, looking to see who will make the first move. If it looks like we're in trouble, I'll call for backup immediately." Shoyuta glanced over at Hisashi, who was looking at him nervously. The blonde nodded, and Shoyuta sighed. "These kids are going to be the death of me." "Fine. But notify me as soon as you think you might need help." Kuji chuckled warmly. "Of course, Sensei. We know by now not to go up against someone who's clearly out of our league." The line went dead, and a loud boom resonated from the south side of the city. Shoyuta felt a few more hairs turn gray, and he refocused his attention on the forces blocking his path to the gate. "You'd better survive, Hellspawn. I still need to see you graduate." Rumi glanced up nervously as black energy exploded upwards from the southern part of the city. "Come on, kits. You'd better not get your asses killed before you even make it into the rankings. I've still got to see someone try and take the #1 spot from me." Hawks flew down next to her, expression worried. "Here's hoping that my chick's all right. Can't have him dead before he even leaves the nest." Ed Shot appeared out of nowhere and huffed. "You worry too much. Keep in mind, these kids managed to take down All for One himself. More importantly, I'm having issues taking down the guy in charge. He keeps throwing up ice walls too thick for me to get through. Rumi grunted. Alright, fine. If you little ones need the big bad Maruko to do your work for you, Edgeshot scoffed. Just give me an opening. Izuku coughed into his fist, surprised at the blood that landed on his gloves. Damn, that hurts. Redestro stepped forward, the earth shuddering under his weight. Surrender. You clearly have no chance of standing up to me yourselves, and my forces have the other heroes occupied. You cannot win. Izuku coughed again and slowly got up, kneeling on the ground. You know you say that, and yet you've barely made a dent in our actual forces? Redestro huffed, spreading his arms wide. Are you mad? Look around you. Your classmates have all fallen to my stress output burden. You are alone. Indeed, the bodies of Izuku's class lay sprawled around the area. Katsuki was laying on his back only a couple feet from Izuku, his eyes lifeless. Ochako's body had slammed into a building, leaving sizable cracks. Momo was pinned to a wall by a piece of rebar through her chest, her body hanging limp. It looked as though Izuku was the only surviving student. And yet, Izuku chuckled. Honestly, it's incredible how gullible some people can be. The area shimmered, and the bloody tableau was blown away as though it was a sheet of mist. Suddenly, Redestro was surrounded on all sides by a small army of students. Seijin, Ci, Ketsubutsu, Shiketsu, and most important of all, Yu. 1A stood protectively in front of Izuku, looking as healthy as ever, and 1B was crouched on the rooftop above and behind him. Oboro stood with 1A, sheets of black mist swirling around his hands. Inasa grinned widely and tossed a thumbs up in the direction of the Shiketsu students. Nice work, senpai. Atsushimi Kami gave a thumbs up in response. No problem. Redestro glanced around, eyes widening. What? Impossible. How did all of these gnats get here without our noticing? Izuku grinned and slowly climbed to his feet, Kyuka helping him up. Atsushimi Kami, Shiketsu 2 Alpha. Quirk, Glamour. Allows the user to create illusions. The scale of the illusions is dependent on how much mist the user exhales, and can be large enough to cover multiple city blocks. They aren't solid, but they're plenty convincing if the opponent doesn't look at them too closely. A pink spray bottle appeared in his hand, and he sprayed himself in the face with pink mist, his wounds closing in an instant. Like I said, it's incredibly easy to fool people through their vision. All we needed was for you to kick up a cloud of dust as cover to warp everyone in and set up the illusion. You really think we'd fall that easily? Kyuka grunted as the spray bottle disappeared. I still don't know why you had to let yourself get hit. Do you know how close I was to a heart attack, babe? Izuku rolled his shoulders and cracked his knuckles, glaring up at Redestro. Had to sell the illusion. If it looked like everyone was dead, he'd just leave immediately. We need to keep him occupied here so he doesn't go to assist any of his other forces. Redestro took a step back, only for a massive metal nut to appear out of nowhere and slam into his spine, sending him stumbling forward. The leader of the Seijin students, dressed in a red ninja costume, held several normal-sized nuts between his fingers. Your first mistake was believing that only UA had the power to fight you. Shindo Yo slammed his palms into the ground. Just because our schools are less famous doesn't mean we're any weaker. Tremoring earth. The ground rumbled, and the street underneath the Titan cracked apart, sending Redestro plummeting into a hole under the pavement. The giant was buried up to his shoulders, rendering him unable to move. Izuku walked forward, green balls of light falling from his hair. The lights grew larger, until they covered his entire body. There was a flash of green light, and when it faded, Izuku bore golden gauntlets on his arms, along with 4 golden arms sprouting from his shoulder blades. Of course, your biggest mistake was thinking you knew everything about your opponents. You thought you had us all figured out, but you don't know the slightest thing about what we're capable of. Redestro shouted, Shigaraki. Assist your Grand Commander. The pale man emerged from a side alleyway, hands in his pockets. The Titan grinned, only to pause when none of the nearby students looked even the slightest bit worried. Izuku smirked. Oh, that's another mistake on your part. You assumed that everyone in your ranks was loyal to you, and you never suspected a traitor. Quite the strange assumption, considering how many traitors you planted in the ranks of the heroes. One of his fists cocked back, before punching upwards. A green ball of energy shot into the sky, before exploding high over Daika City. In an instant, several figures outside the city shot into the air, before all converging and falling to the ground around Redestro's trapped form. When the dust settled, the Titan paled at the sight of every one of the heroes under his command. What? How? How did you know? Tenko chuckled, mechanical arms emerging from his back and attaching themselves to the hands on his wrists, removing them and causing them to flex. And here I thought it was obvious. I was never on your side, dipshit. I renounced the League months ago, but you never found out. So we decided to make use of that, and man, did you fall for it? Redestro scowled. You were with those filthy heroes the whole time? Tenko grinned. Bullseye, Grand Commander. You have no idea how badly I wanted to flinch every time you called me Shigaraki. I've hated that username ever since player 2 rolled a nat 20 on persuasion. I've got a much better one, Shimura Tenko. Redestro's scowl deepened, and a black glow spread across his darkened skin. The ground rumbled, then exploded as he burst free from his containment. I will not let this stand. I am Redestro. I am the Grand Commander of the Meta Liberation Army. I will not rest until we throw off the chains of oppression. You shall not hold back our righteous cause. Izuku snapped the fingers on his gold-plated left hand, and the surrounding students backed off. He walked forward, cracking all 6 sets of knuckles in quick succession. You claim to despise oppression, and yet your followers encouraged, no, participated in the mistreatment of a child. You claim to be for freedom, and yet multiple children in your care were pushed down and abused every damn day. You claim to be righteous, and yet you and your forces have committed some of the most despicable acts known to man. Your hypocrisy makes me sick, Redestro. Do you know who the last person to make me sick was? Overhaul, the former head of the Shai Hasaikai. Prepare to share his fate. The giant roared wordlessly, black energy building up in his right hand. Izuku's legs tensed. Redestro swung, and save point charged to meet him. Mei hummed nervously, glancing through the camera feeds from her swarm of recon drones hovering far above Daika City. To the north, there were numerous elemental attacks being thrown around, as well as massive geysers of dirt from the shockwaves produced by Miruko's attacks. To the west, the fighting was slightly less visible, but no less intense. But the real eye-catcher was the battle in the southern part of the city. She could barely see what was happening through the enormous flashes of green and black energy. Boss Kuin was super powerful, but the enemy commander could match him blow for blow. Every clash reduced the nearby buildings to dust. Green orbs and black waves swept through the streets, leaving unmatched devastation in their wake. The only thing that she'd seen that matched this level of destruction was when All for One had detonated over Kamino. Come on, boss. My baby's survival is riding on you. You'd better clutch this out, or I'm revoking your baby privileges. Redestro shouted, You cannot defeat me. My meta ability is unrivaled in its power. Our cause is just. We will rise up against those who have oppressed us, throw off the chains of government, and create a world where meta abilities can be used freely. Izuku scowled and cocked his right fists. Oppression? Chains? Don't make me laugh. The quirked are the free, and the quirkless are the downtrodden. In society, nobody gives a damn about your personality, or your skills, or your training. No, it's all about what your fucking quirk is. You've got a flashy or combative quirk. Bam, you're meant to be a hero. You've got a healing quirk? Bam, you're destined to be a doctor. You've got a culinary quirk? Bam, you'll only ever be a cook. You've got a quirk that makes you look different? Bam, you'll never be more than a villain. God forbid, you've got no quirk whatsoever? Bim, you're never gonna be a goddamn thing in your goddamn miserable life. Each verbal jab was accompanied by a physical one, increasing in strength and fury until the final blow sent Redestro sliding back several blocks. Izuku leaped after the Titan, his anger sending bright green lines of energy running up his golden arms. The villain countered, Meta abilities are restricted. The government makes it illegal to use an intrinsic part of ourselves, unless we pass an arbitrary test and get a shiny plastic card. Izuku roared, bullshit. Nobody gives a flying fuck about the Quirk-use laws unless it's in plain sight. I've watched someone subtly use a burst of air to propel themselves over a busy street, and a nearby cop saw it and did nothing. I've seen people with flying quirks lift themselves up just enough to reach an item on the top shelf, and not once did the clerk report them to the authorities. I've seen someone get dragged back into their house by a tendril of water, and a nearby hero just kept walking. Face it, Doofenshmirtz, your ideology is obsolete. Your precious meta-liberation army is dead, and its ideals would only make things worse. Redestro snarled, do not speak ill of our goals. Destro argued for the use of meta abilities in day-to-day life, for people to not have their natural powers chained down. Izuku retorted, Destro lived over a century ago. Get with the times. Quirks are an accepted part of society. Discrimination hits those without powers harder than those with them. You're trying to help people who don't need it. You're not fixing a problem, you're making it worse. The villain roared, enough. I will not stand here and debate politics with a mere child who clearly does not know the ways of the world. Prepare to meet your end, stubborn fool. Izuku's eyes blazed, and a green light shone from between his shoulder blades, a cloud of steam bursting from his 6 elbows. Pot, meet the goddamn kettle. Black energy filled Redestro's right palm. Stress output burden. Green energy covered Izuku's 6 fists. Wrath of Azura. The villain swung his hand, and a crashing wave of force exploded outwards, swarming over the nearby terrain. Izuku lunged and punched with all 6 arms at once, and a massive laser shot forwards, streaking through the air. The attacks collided, and a massive shockwave devastated the area, pulverizing the nearby buildings and sending cracks running through the streets. Green and black energy swelled, pushing against each other with both refusing to back down. There was a loud groaning sound, and 2 of Izuku's golden arms shattered, the stumps sparking. The green laser wavered, and the black energy began to push it back. The groaning grew louder, and 2 more arms broke off. The villain's attack began advancing faster, and Izuku grit his teeth. Redestro cackled. It's over, boy. You're finished. Izuku took a step back, then another. Then another. The force of the colliding attacks began to slide him backwards along the ground, his shoes screeching against the pavement. Izuku's brow furrowed, and his knees bent, digging his feet into the ground and halting his movement. I'm not finished until I'm fucking dead. Plus ultra. His remaining arms creaked, and suddenly green light began pouring out of them. The laser pulsed twice, and then suddenly grew to massive proportions. Shining green shoved back against writhing black, and Redestro's eyes filled with fear. What? Impossible. How? How could you have this much strength to give? Izuku shouted, because I don't fight for myself. I don't fight to win, or to improve. I don't fight for some abstract, unattainable cause. I fight to protect those who can't protect themselves. I fight for the people of Japan, of the world. I fight to save. With a wordless roar, Izuku lunged forward. Redestro's attack surged back in on itself, before the green lasers split through. The villain choked in shock as he was caught in the chest, before being launched backwards through the air. The laser carried him over the streets, and he crashed into the base of Daika Tower. The energy petered out, and Redestro tried to draw breath, only for Izuku to launch himself forward, streaking through the air and cocking his right fist. As a not-so-wise man once said, it's over. It was over. Izuku panted heavily, the golden stumps on his back still sparking. He stood at the edge of a massive crater, the remains of what used to be Daika Tower. In the center lay Redestro, his quirk depleted and his body at its normal size. His eyes were blank, a clear sign of his unconsciousness. They'd won. Izuku stumbled to the side, and his transformation disappeared in a flash of green light. He would have eaten dirt if Kyuka hadn't rushed forward and caught him. You really need to work on staying conscious after using that transformation, babe. Izuku grinned weakly. Plus ultra, am I right? Katsuki walked forward with his arms crossed and huffed warmly. Well, you could have at least let the rest of us have a piece of him. Come on, we gathered everyone from our provisional license exam. Can't we give them anything to do? Izuku chuckled. Charge the remaining forces from behind. Hammer and anvil tactic, can't go wrong. Kendo Itsuka walked forward and huffed warmly, staring down at Izuku. 1B will take over from here. You hang back with your class and recover. You've done your jobs, now let us have some fun. Izuku's grin widened slightly. Go kick their asses, Battle Fist? Kendo smirked, before turning on her heel and raising her voice to address the gathered students from around the nation. Alright, heroes. This area's clear, but we're not quite done yet. The enemy army is still fighting the heroes to the west and the north, so let's go give them a helping hand or 100, yeah. There was a roar of agreement, and Izuku could hear the rumbling sound of the students' feet charging off through the city. Kyuka propped him up so that he could see the rest of the class approaching, and he grinned warmly. Good work, one. I've never been prouder to call you my classmates. He glanced over at where Yuga was standing, the blonde's hands laced together nervously. Oboro, send Yuga back to the classroom. There's a gift waiting for him in Nedzu's office. The blonde's eyes widened, and he ran through the offered black cloud without a word. Katsuki watched him go with a raised eyebrow. What was that about? Tenko grunted. The doctor was keeping a student's family hostage to force said student to pass information on UA to the league. The pieces clicked, and 1A glanced at each other with worry. Momo sighed. Well, at least he has a happy family to return to. Izuku grinned wider. I wonder about that. Inko smiled softly as the Aoyama boy ran into the room, immediately spotting his parents and bursting into tears. As the family shared a long-overdue hug, she turned to the principal and raised an eyebrow. So, how long until the next one? The mammal made a show of checking his watch. As if on cue, the Yaoyorozu girl burst into the room, looking around wildly. Noticing the obvious absence of her parents, she frowned, before catching sight of the principal. She walked over and said, Midoriya-kun implied that my mother would be here. Where is she? Inko smirked and held up a sheet of paper. I recommend that you get used to calling him Izuku. After all, it'd be awkward to refer to your brother by your family name. Momo's eyes widened, and tears began to flow. You mean Thu? Inko smiled softly and held her arms out in an invitation. Yes. The girl ran forward, pulling Inko into a tight hug. She whispered soothing words in the girl's ear, stroking her hair gently as Momo sobbed her heart out. Shudo glanced up as the door to Mike-sensei's office slid open, and he raised an eyebrow as Yagi Toshinori walked in. Really? You're bothering with me? Even after what I did to you? The emaciated man chuckled. I believe Yaoyorozu Shoujo made her thoughts on the matter quite clear, and I can't help but agree. Shudo huffed. Entirely fair. Still, why did you want to meet with me? Yagi-san sighed and walked over to the other chair in the room, sitting down and clasping his hands together. I have something I wish to share with you. You see, I had a strange connection to the man that stole your quirk, all for one. My quirk did not belong to me originally. It was given to me as a gift. It is called One for All. Shudo hummed. Go on. Early in his life, All for One had a younger brother, who was presumed quirkless. All for One forced a strength stockpiling quirk onto this brother to make him subservient. However, the brother did have a quirk, the ability to pass his power to others. On its own, a useless quirk, but it merged with the stockpiler to become One for All, a quirk that can be passed to others and gathers the strength of every consecutive wielder. I am the 8th holder. I was born quirkless. Shudo raised an eyebrow. And you're telling me because? Please, let me continue. Originally, I had assumed that One for All only stockpiled physical strength. However, upon All for One's death, I realized that it was far more complicated than that. I could feel dozens of quirks within One for All. As it turns out, All for One and One for All were far more connected than I first thought. Under the effects of erasure, the barrier between One for All and All for One weakened. Before the villain detonated, several of the quirks in his stockpile crossed over and were absorbed into the core of One for All. I could feel the influx of strength just before the explosion. And I have determined that half hot, half cold was among them. Hope swelled in Shudo's chest. Does that mean you could give my quirk back to me? Yagi-san shook his head and Shudo's face fell. Sadly no. As the quirks were absorbed into one for all, they became inseparable from it, and so I cannot give them out individually. However, I do have an offer. Shudo's eyes widened as he put the pieces together. Sir? Yagi-san held out his hand. If you accept, I will give you one for all. You could use your original quirk again, and you would have access to the small arsenal of quirks within. You would also possess the strength I held in my prime, and then some. You would become far stronger than I ever was, and could ever hope to be. Shudo considered it. All that power. To be stronger than all might. It seemed like everything he had ever wanted. And yet, he shook his head. Forgive me, Yagi-san, but I can't. To accept such power would feel like admitting failure. Admitting that I would never surpass my father on my own. So, I appreciate the offer, but I refuse. To Shudo's shock, Yagi-san smiled. To be honest, Shudo Shounen, I was hoping that you would. I have heard from your teacher that you have been morose as of late. As though you no longer had any purpose. But you've found your new goal, haven't you? Now that he thought about it, he did. Shudo did have a goal now. He nodded. You're right. I will be better than Endeavor. Not stronger, but better. I will be a hero without the power he thought was necessary. I will step out of his shadow and set myself apart from him by saving all I can. Yagi-san smiled warmly. I am glad to hear it, Shudo Shounen. Though, I'm afraid you'll have to wait a few more years than you'd probably like. A sad consequence of the circumstances that led to this moment. Shudo sighed and glanced at the tracking bracelet on his ankle. Yeah. I did a lot of things wrong, and I'm going to have to make up for a lot of them before I can take another shot at becoming a hero. 3 days later. True to form, Aizawa-sensei walked into homeroom right as the late bell rang. Morning, Hellspawn. Good to see you've all recovered from the fight at Daika. Indeed they had. After the fighting had ended for good, Oboro had warped them back to the dorms and they had immediately crashed. The following 2 days had been spent resting, relaxing, and recovering from the fighting. Of course, school waits for no one, so they were back to class as soon as they were back to full strength. Right? With the League gone, the Yakuza back in the shadows, and the Meta Liberation Army fully destroyed, we here at UA don't see that many possible interruptions to your education this year. He fixed the class with a deadpan stare. Of course, not even Nedzu can predict how much trouble you Hellspawn will get into in second and third year. And since I apparently can't let you out of my sight, you're stuck with me for homeroom until you graduate? The class cheered, and the hero grunted warmly. Yeah, get it out now. You won't be cheering much once Namuri starts teaching you about PR. 3 years later, Henesu Urusai announced, welcome, one and all, to our biannual hero rankings. I'm certain you've all been waiting 3 years for this, so let's not waste any time. Here's our newest top 10. Starting us off, it's the rabbit heroine, Miruko. The crowd cheered as the infamous white-haired heroine bounced onto the stage, chuckling deeply. Well, it was fun being number one while it lasted, but these new kids can put up one hell of a fight. But that doesn't mean I'm done. Hold on to your hats, folks, the big bad bunny's still kicking major villain ass. The crowd cheered again as the heroine walked off the stage. Henesu shuffled her notes and continued. Moving on, at number 9, we have the chemical heroine, Acid Queen. A pink-skinned woman with yellow horns and a pink and blue leopard print jumpsuit skated onto the stage on a trail of liquid. Thanks, everybody. I never thought I'd keep up with the powerhouses of my class, and yet, here we are. I'm utterly psyched that I ranked this high, and I promise that I'll keep getting better. Up next, coming in at number 8, it's the Nitro Hero, Ignition. A white blur sped onto the stage, sweeping Acid Queen off her feet and materializing into a figure in white armor with exhaust pipes coming out of its thighs. I must give my thanks to everyone who has helped me reach this prestigious position. I swear I will do my best to uphold the standards of heroism. Acid Queen snorted and flicked the figure's helmet. Come, Tendon, you can be more informal than that. The figure groaned and began walking off the stage, the heroine still in its arms. Must I keep reminding you not to use that nickname in public? Who knows who would use that information against me? The crowd chuckled, and Hinesu joined them for a bit. Alright. Moving on, at number 7, we have the rainy season heroine, Froppy. A green blur shot onto the stage, and the crowd cheered at the sight of the familiar water-based rescue heroine at the microphone. Thanks, Kara. It's crazy to think about how soon I got here, but that's not gonna stop me from doing my job. Thanks for all the support, Caro. At number 6, it's the turbulent hero, Gale Force. A burst of wind announced the entrance of the famously loud hero, whose booming laughter was echoing throughout the room. Great to be here. Never thought I'd be among the ranks of the most famous heroes in history, but you don't see me complaining. I'm proud to be ranked with these passionate men and women. Hinesu cleared her throat as she shuffled her notes again. Next, at number 5, we have the sturdy hero, Red Riot. The famously bare-chested hero walked onto the stage, flashing his sharp-toothed grin at the cheering crowd. Thank you, all of you. It's pretty crazy how I've managed to outpace one of the manliest heroes I know, but not crazy enough for me to not know what to say. Which is to say, it's pretty damn cool for you all to support me this much. Coming in at number 4, it's the musical heroine, Jack Sabbath. The crowd cheered as a woman in a biker's vest and combat boots walked onto the stage, twirling her dangling earlobe around her finger. Thanks for all the support, guys and girls. Never thought I'd get this far, but that just goes to show the power of rocking it with a full band by your side. Keep chasing those chart-topping dreams. Hinesu chuckled, before glancing back at her notes. Next, at number 3, we have the everything heroine, Creati. The crowd cheered even louder as a woman in a red and black jumpsuit walked up to the microphone, a red cloak draped over her shoulders. Thank you all. This means so much to me, to be ranked so highly, and so soon after my graduation. I hope I continue to live up to your expectations of me, and that I'll continue to inspire all who wish to follow in my footsteps. At number 2, we have the explosive hero, Ground Zero. The crowd went wild as a man with spiky blonde hair walked up to the podium, his signature black and orange mask on his face. Yeah, thanks or whatever. Let's just get this over with so I can get back to work. Of course, that just made parts of the crowd cheer louder, as the hero's gruff attitude had become one of his most admired qualities. Ground Zero grunted warmly as he walked over to a corner of the stage, crossing his arms and tapping his foot impatiently. Hinesu consulted her notes again, before nodding and facing the cameras. And last but most certainly not least, our newest number 1 hero, it's the inventory hero, Save Point. The curtains at the back of the stage split apart, and the crowd went nuts as the famous green-haired hero walked up to the microphone with a massive grin on his face. Thank you all, it's a great honor to be here. To be honest, if you had told me 4 years ago that not only would I be a hero, but the number 1 hero in all of Japan, I probably wouldn't have believed you. And yet, here we are. I'm so happy to be ranked this high, and I'm proud of what I've accomplished on the road to get here. Of course, there's still work to be done. There's always someone in need of saving, but that's nothing to fear. Because we are here. This generation of heroes will stop at nothing to ensure that the public remains as safe as humanly possible. And I'm proud to be named the head of this amazing collection of people. Let's go beyond everybody. Class 1A was forever immortalized in the minds of the public as the hero generation. Their contemporaries in 1B and the other schools around the nation were impressive, sure, but it was clear to everyone that these were the best of the best. Aoyama Yuga would finally reach his true potential once his parents were saved from All for One's followers. Starlight Nova went on to become a beacon of hope in both Japan and France, and his work as a diplomatic ambassador would revolutionize intercontinental trade and relations. Ashido Mina graduated at the bottom of her class, but she was far from incompetent. The chemical heroine, Acid Queen, would be a face for mutation and villainous quirks in Japan and abroad. She was widely known as a lover of fun and a friend to all, unless you were the unlucky sap who tried to cause trouble on her patrol route. Azuityu was the most well-known water-based hero in history, even more so than Gang Orca. Her work alongside Selkie and his crew on the Oki Mariner would set an example for water-based hero agencies around the world. Her siblings would brag to anyone they met about how their big sister was the coolest mutant-quirked hero in the world, though some of her former classmates weren't far behind in their eyes. Ida Tenya would succeed his older brother as the head of Team Ida 10, and would mold the agency into a force for justice the likes of which had never been seen before. He also forged connections with multiple team agencies around the globe, sharing information and helping to deal with international incidents. There were also rumors that he'd formed a close friendship with one of his former classmates. Uraraka Ochako became the most prominent rescue hero in all of Japan, and eventually the entire world. She became well known for her cheerful disposition and eager nature, willing to help anyone she came across. She eventually hired Cementos as part of her agency, which earned a reputation for its efficiency at repairing collateral damage. She also became famous among the underground for her legendary fighting abilities and unofficially named Berserker Rage. Ojiro Mashireo would soon open a dojo in the heart of Tokyo known for its efficiency and its acceptance rates. So long as one showed the dedication to study, they were allowed to participate. Its students went on to become great fighters, though none quite managed to become true legends. Much like its head, to be quite honest. Kaminari Denki quickly became one of the most popular heroes in Japan, mainly due to his laid-back personality. He was as friendly as can be, always willing to strike up a conversation. He even managed to lead a second career as the equally famous streamer Sparkmaster69, and his gaming skills were second only to his former classmate. Kirishima Ijuru quickly rose through the popularity rankings, mostly on account of just how upbeat he was. Photos of the man making a sad face were as rare as hen's teeth, and nobody could feel down when he was out on patrol. He was most often seen in Esuha City, walking along the street and sharing a tray of takoyaki with fat gum. Kudakuji would silently fade into the background of rescue heroics, finding a place in the mountains close to the home base of the Wild Pussycats. Not a single mountaineer or skier was lost on his watch, and he consistently made donations to several charities and wildlife preserves, including Gang Orca's aquarium. While he never made headlines, the rock-headed hero was perfectly content with that. Sata Rikido wound up leaving heroics fairly quickly, not for lack of efficiency, but for lack of interest. He kept his license to use his quirk in emergencies, but retired from the busy life of a hero to open a bakery in the Hosu district of Tokyo. Anyone was allowed through the doors, so long as they never caused any trouble. Those who did were quickly shown just what had made him a hero in the first place. Shuji Mezu, like his pink-skinned friend, would go on to become an advocate for those with unsightly mutations. His work as a hero led to multiple reforms and laws that just about eradicated discrimination against mutant quirks. He eventually opened an agency alongside a reformed Iguchi Shuichi, codenamed Draziel. Jirakuka would eventually begin a second job as a freelance composer in addition to her career as a hero. Her labels frequently topped the charts, and she was a common guest on Put Your Hands Up radio, even taking it over on occasion. She was sometimes commissioned for music pieces for HeroTube creators, made famous through the piece she'd composed to be Kaminari's channel intro theme. Siro Hanta quickly found a sponsorship deal with a support company that specialized in restraining tools, much to Hatsume's chagrin. His low casualty ratings and charismatic nature quickly brought him into the top 50. He never seemed to rise much higher, but he also never seemed all that bothered by it. Tokoyami Fumikage would go into underground heroics, quickly making a name for himself as the Demon of Shadows. However, those who knew him would tell you that the brooding and mysterious nature was a facade he put on for hero work. When the costume came off, his true friendly personality came out. He, like Shuji and Ishido, was also an advocate for mutants' rights. Todoroki Shudo had a much longer stay at UA than he had initially expected. While there was no denying that Endeavor had been the main cause for his actions, that didn't change that he had hurt people. As such, he was required to undergo a villain rehabilitation course, which took 5 years under the supervision of Eraserhead. When he had finished, he quickly went about earning his hero license, taking up the title of the reborn hero, Icarus. He also changed his last name to Kediai, a symbol of his determination to never give up on the first dream he ever had, and a final step out of the disgraced flame hero's shadow. Yarashi Inasa, much like Kirishima, would quickly become known as a friendly face and an energetic hero. His love of passion quickly sparked a massive following, and he had to take to patrolling from the skies so as to avoid the swaths of fans along the streets. He also struck up a friendship with the Air Force squadron that worked alongside Star and Stripe. Hagakure Toru would take her place among the few hybrid heroes, working in both the limelight and the underground just about equally. Her near monopoly on stealth earned her the nickname the Shadowless Ghost. Her bubbly nature also earned her quite the following of fans, especially younger girls. She even landed a commercial deal with a makeup company after she learned to undo her invisibility, a trick she'd learned partway into her second year at UA. Ikugu Katsuki would go on to amass a similar following to that of Endeavor's, only with about twice the size. His gruff nature and standard straightforward approach appealed to the same kinds of people, but his restraint and tactical thinking also made him a favorite of many others. Most importantly, he took to the number 2 position with substantially more grace than the former flame hero. Midoriya Izuku would go on to become a household name, a symbol of hope in the same vein as All Might before him. Save Point was an inspiration to many a young child, and his nature as a late bloomer motivated both Quirked and Quirkless. He would frequently return to UA as a guest speaker and, after obtaining his teaching license, as a foundational heroics teacher. He even managed to keep up a streaming career as Boss Bushman, becoming well known in the gaming community for his incredible aim and his friendly rivalry with Kaminari. Jairu would occasionally appear in the background of his streams, the two managing to keep up their relationship around their respective careers. Ayama Hitoshi would succeed Eraserhead as the face of the underground, surpassing his adoptive father in skill and efficiency. However, unlike Eraserhead, Hypnos would occasionally make himself known to the public as an advocate for those with villainous quirks. He was also a regular customer at Sada's Bakery, which quickly morphed into a cat cafe and a meeting spot for underground heroes and vigilantes. Midoriya Momo would go on to be a symbol for young women everywhere. Taking to her hero work with gusto, she inspired girls across the country to stand up for themselves and fight for their own dreams. She even stepped out of her mother's shadow and distanced herself from the Yayorozu conglomerate. She became the founder of Creative Industries, her own support company that specialized in custom orders for its clients, and one of the few companies that earned Hatsume's approval. Shirakumo Oboro would graduate alongside 1A as the airborne hero, Loud Cloud. The name never garnered that much attention, but the blue-haired hero was fine with that. He spent most of his days patrolling around UA and catching up with his old friends. He was especially popular with kids due to his friendly and carefree disposition. Hatsume would quickly become a giant in the field of support, establishing Hatsume Industries as a major competitor. At one point, she received an invitation to the board of administrators for I-Island, but declined, wanting to stay in Japan with her consumer base. She continued to act as support technician for years, and her many scientific breakthroughs turned her into a self-made billionaire. Togata Mirio, Hadanijire, and Amajiki Tamaki graduated at the top of their class and with the public's full support. The three of them founded the Phantom Fairy Agency, based in Tokyo. They excelled in all cases, but their specialty was by far child abuse and kidnappings. They also kept up working relationships with Sir Night Eye, Ryuku, and Fat Gum. Aizawa Shoyuda would retire from hero work as soon as the hero generation graduated from UA, claiming that Japan's got more than enough heroes for a fossil to take his leave. He would continue to teach heroics classes at UA, finally making his marriage with present Mike public now that he felt he no longer needed constant vigilance. Yamada Hisashi would retire from hero work shortly after his husband, reasoning that he'd sung his heart out to the public, and his vocal cords needed a long break. He still kept up his teaching career and radio show, much to his fans' delight. Yagi Toshinori would continue to help teach business and heroics classes at UA, especially after obtaining his teaching license a year after his retirement from heroics. His decades of experience served him well to provide the next generations with the knowledge they needed to succeed. Midoriya Inko continued to serve as the vice principal for Mizudafu Junior High. She and Chishiki Yanda quickly molded the school into a promising facility, well known for producing students with heroic attitudes and high potential. It rapidly formed connections with not just UA, but other major schools like Shiketsu, Ketsubutsu, Seijin, and CI. Shimura Tenko would complete his rehabilitation at UA and finally step out from All for One's shadow. He would then go on to become the Decay hero, Earthbreak, joining Froppy and Uravity in the ranks of Rescue Heroics. His mechanical arms bearing the hands of his late sister would soon become a sign of comfort to those facing disasters. Todoroki Tuya would graduate from Ketsubutsu's villain rehabilitation course around the same time that Shudo finished his own. He kept the moniker Dabi, but utilized his talents for vigilantism instead of villainy. He and Detective Tsukachi formed a working relationship, wherein the detective would turn a blind eye to the vigilantism so long as Tuya didn't break any other laws. Toga Himiko graduated from Ketsubutsu's villain rehab course with flying colors, having finally received recognition of her Quirk's dietary needs. She quickly gained control over her blood mania, and studied under Recovery Girl to become a respected doctor who specialized in cases related to anemia and other blood-related diseases. Babaigawara Jin would graduate from Ketsubutsu's villain rehab course after regaining control over his shattered mind. He went on to earn a therapist's license, specializing in cases of imposter syndrome and other forms of psychosis. He also earned a provisional license and would occasionally assist heroes who were having issues near his clinic. Ayama Eri would grow up to follow in her adoptive family's footsteps, aiming for UA's hero course just like her parents and older brother. She would in turn under Recovery Girl and other supportive heroes around the nation, quickly making a name for herself as the healing heroine, Twilight. Izuku stepped out onto the balcony of his hero agency, known as the Inventory and located in the heart of Tokyo, a few blocks down from the Phantom Fairy Agency. Kyuka walked up next to him and laced a hand around his waist, leaning her head into the crook of his neck. "Whatcha thinking about?" He leaned his head on top of hers and smiled. "Just thinking about how far we've come. To think, less than a decade ago, I was a scared little kid who was just learning that he had a quirk. And now here I am. Slayer of all for one. Destroyer of the Shai Hasaikai. Death of the entire Meta Liberation Army. The #1 hero of Japan. And all because I played a silly video game." Kyuka smiled softly and pulled him closer. "Life's weird like that." Izuku smiled wider and returned the hug. "And I wouldn't reset this save file for the world."